Oh, I'm going to bed. All of Mythbusters Season 4. Perfect.
On this icon-shattering 100th episode, it's us.
That's actually perfect.
This is him.
That doesn't look like MacGyver with a mustache on it.
It looks a little like you.
Mythbusters takes on MacGyver in a quest for truth, justice, and a half-decent haircut.
All right, I'll see you guys at like 9:30ish, like usual. Maybe like 10ish. We'll see. If I FaceTime Amy in the morning, I'll probably FaceTime Amy in the morning, so it might be a little later. Increase the volume. You're so washed. Why? Wait, 9:30? That's like, damn, 9 hours away? Holy shit, it's actually a long time.
It's hard to get any word in with this clown.
Eric.
What you guys up, bro? Going to bed early. Bro, it's not even that I'm like tired. I just want to get off the computer or get off this and just go. I just want to go lay down. Genuinely. Like, I'm just over it. I've been here for 15 hours. 14 hours. I just want to go kick my feet up. Is he getting sleep now? It's punishment. Alright, bro. I've been here for 202 hours. Alright. You guys enjoy your night. Do anything you might do. Peace.
MacGyver's been Mythbusters' sole brother since we started.
The man who could surely build a particle accelerator from old underpants and chewing gum is finally being put to the test. We're restaging the stunts everyone took for granted back in the 80s. Like blowing a hole in a wall with just 1 gram of pure sodium.
This is for love, money, and science.
We'll build and try to fly a full-scale bamboo airplane to see if MacGyver really could have flown an injured hostage to safety.
Here it comes!
Then Jamie and Adam face the ultimate Mac challenge, blindfolded.
Be smart, boys. Don't try to escape.
It's a 4-part battle of wits between our boys, the clock, 2 hysterical henchmen, and the TV legend that is MacGyver. Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Smells like science.
And Jamie Heineman.
Mush.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Arise, my son.
Joining them, Grant Imahara.
Warning.
Tori Belleci.
This seems like a really stupid idea.
And Carrie Byron.
That is messed up!
They don't just tell the myths,
Wow, I can feel the pressure.
they put them to the test.
The moment is finally here.
Indeed it is. It's the Mythbusters MacGyver special.
It's time to take the antics of one Angus MacGyver, place him under the Mythbusters microscope, and separate fact from fiction. Are you ready?
The fans begged for it, so we're doing it. Mac versus the Mythbusters. He's one of the boys' all-time heroes. But there comes a time when the student must challenge the master.
Ask me why I'm swinging this bottle around.
Okay, why are you swinging this bottle around?
This has to do with the very first MacGyver myth we're actually testing, which we're calling sodium jailbreak.
In this episode, Mac needs a hole in a wall in a hurry. Knowing that alkaline metals react violently with water, he packs pure sodium inside a gel cap and drops it in a bottle filled with water. The capsule works like a fuse. By the time it dissolves, Mac and his special new friend have time to duck and cover. It's all very clever, but would it really work? Just to be safe, they wheel in a mobile, see-through laboratory for the small-scale tests.
Well, I pulled out the birds in a truck. It's got the whole clear side. I'm going to park that outside Jamie's shop.
With Jamie scouting locations for the full-scale test, Tori volunteers to help Adam build the test rig. With a pulley, a weight,
Yeah, perfect.
a bowl of water, and a glass vial of metal sodium, Adam hopes to test the explosive potential without bringing the house down. They're using an open bowl of water, not a sealed bottle. So if there's any truth to this at all, we should get the show without the shrapnel.
I'll cut that string, break the glass that the sodium's in, release it into the water, and show us what happens.
Pure sodium is so volatile, it could even react with moisture in the air. So, better safe than singed.
That's why I am so well protected from any kind of splashback, toxicity, anything. Nothing can get inside my suit, and with the face shield on, I think I'm properly protected.
Giant banana number 2 reduces the risk by painting the tray with mineral oil. This gasoline byproduct stops alkali metals from reacting with atmospheric water.
Kind of like a cooking show, except it'd kill you.
Okay, so now it's sitting on the mineral oil. Everyone, eyes open. This is for real. It's scary.
The sodium metal cuts just like butter.
Look at that.
Whoa!
That is far out.
So that, oh my gosh.
All right, so
That's just metal.
2 small slices make 1 thin gram, and that's exactly what MacGyver used to blow a hole in a wall.
1 gram of sodium. It looks so innocuous. It's part of table salt, for crying out loud.
Good luck.
I'll see you at the shield.
Be careful.
Hey, Adam's middle name is Careful. Then again, his last name is, well, let's get on with it. They'll do this test twice. First with the vial sitting on top of the water.
So this is sodium surface test in 3, 2, 1.
Wah, wah.
No, it's going to take a second.
There you go.
That was cool.
It wasn't a single reaction. It was like a pow, 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 which actually lends credence to the MacGyver clip in which there are 2 bangs, not just 1.
But will this bonsai 4th of July ever be big enough to blow a man-sized hole through solid masonry? The boys repeat the test with a sodium vial immersed in water.
From what I understand from the science, being under the water is probably going to be less of a reaction than being on top of the water.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's find out.
This is sodium underwater in 3, 2, 1. That looks like it worked.
Yeah. Whoa! That was a bigger one.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if Adam ever gets tired of being wrong. MacGyver got it right, and that's a good enough result for Jamie to call in the contractors.
Okay, you guys are gonna build a wall. We're gonna blow it up, but do a good job anyway. Let's go.
The scenery goes up in short time, and the stagehands await the star's brown carpet entrance. Today, the part of MacGyver will be played by Buster, once Jamie's made him decent. But pants don't always make the man. In this case, it's all about the hair.
That doesn't look like MacGyver with a mustache on it.
It looks a little like you.
Okay. Now, he buried the jar in the sand, right?
Yeah, but he kind of like, he did this, and then he did this.
Okay.
That kind of thing. So we just need a couple more bags that are cut open to make this look kind of good.
They've replicated the scene as best they can, but Adams added a magnet to the trigger so the boys can be sure they're safe behind the blast screen.
I put a little tiny bit of metal that will be in this pill in addition to the sodium. It's actually ferrous, which means it will be magnetized. I'll prep the sodium like this. I'll fill the bottle with water. When we're just about ready to go, I will carefully, ever so carefully, screw this down on top, retreat to behind the safety shield.
Then pull the magnet off the screw cap, dropping the pill in the water, and hopefully proving you can trust everything you see on TV.
Picture this. Mac G is stuck on a Colombian building site. Bad guys are approaching fast. He has to escape. What does he do? The only things around him, bamboo, duct tape, garbage bags, cement mixer.
What, no cars?
Conveniently no cars.
All right, so what does he do?
Wasn't it obvious? He builds an ultralight.
Given the right materials, there's almost no end to MacGyver's ingenuity.
You're doing good.
Imprisoned and surrounded, there's just one way to get the guy with a broken leg to freedom. Scratch build a two-man airplane. They've seen how Mac did it, but it's worth giving some real ultralights the once-over.
I'm not sure if we have the right stuff. I just hope we don't have the wrong stuff.
Grant's checking out the engine, the propeller, and the control surfaces. In other words, any component that moves. As for Carrie,
My responsibility in building the ultralight is going to be the wings, so I'm really interested in the shape of them and to see how they compare to the MacGyver ultralight.
Tori's job is to study the metal frame, then build his own version from bamboo. But the MacGyver legend looms large.
I got mad love for MacGyver. I mean, I've been watching him since I was a little kid. And to try to build the things that he did, I'm not worthy. And I hope I don't disappoint.
Garbage bags and duct tape? I mean, really?
Well, that's the MacGyver blueprint, and they're stuck with it. And let's remember that someone, sometime, needs to fly this homemade airplane. It's time for some mile-high research.
Please take a moment to locate your emergency exits, keeping in mind that the emergency exits may be behind you.
One by one, Carrie, Grant, Tori, and their instructor pilots take to the air. Even by Mythbusters' lofty standards, this is the thrill of a lifetime. But it's not just about the pilot. These frames are made from high-grade aluminum, not bamboo. The wings are made from nylon, not trash bags. And the engines are rated at 65 horsepower, 7 times more powerful than the motor Mac swiped from a cement mixer.
Oh my God!
Are they scared yet? You betcha.
That is cool! Yeah!
3 perfect three-point landings.
Oh my God.
But they know this is as good as it gets. Our intrepid co-pilots can bet all their frequent flyer points that their MacGyver knockoff won't be quite so reliable.
I think if I've learned anything today, it's that this is a very masterful piece of equipment. And I don't know if I can build something in 4 hours that's going to do the same thing.
There's no way anyone can build a full-size working airplane in 4 hours, or like 4 days. Still, the Mythbusters have all they need to build this baby MacGyver style.
I don't know if this thing's gonna fly, but it's definitely gonna stay together. I think we start building everything out of bamboo and duct tape.
Carrie's concerned that MacGyver's wings look too flat, not the classic airfoil shape that makes powered flight possible. She's also worried about the sheer size of Mac's rear end.
Everything I'm building is completely based on the measurements that MacGyver calls out. The 9x6 tail pieces look ridiculous. So in the spirit of MacGyverism, and to make this really work and give this any chance of flying, I'm going to slightly tweak the dimensions and make them proportional to an actual ultralight.
Meantime, Grant's found himself a puny 9-horsepower cement mixer engine, just like the one Mac used.
Yeah!
And fitted a wooden propeller. At the very least, this mini motor needs to be strong enough to push the plane along the ground towards the cliff.
That looks really dangerous. Contact!
And that's worth testing on a purpose-built, fully crewed go-kart.
How am I gonna stop it? I don't know. I hadn't really thought of stopping it. Probably we're going to go the Fred Flintstone brake technique, which is we all put out our feet and try and slow it down.
If that prop breaks, a piece of wood goes flying and hits somebody, someone can be seriously injured. Let's try it.
Grant signs on as supercargo, so their total weight is close to a real ultralight. That's around 450 pounds.
Okay, here we go!
Straight as an arrow, but in takeoff terms, it's slower than Oscar night. Time to reassess their powered away to altitude, whatchamacallit, back in the shop.
I don't think that we have enough horsepower to generate lift, but we do have enough to control our descent.
And we all know what that means. Here at Mythbusters, controlled descent roughly translates to a crash in slow motion. But Mac faced the same problem. The cement mixer engine was too small to get him airborne. But once the plane dropped off the cliff, it did sustain flight. It's an added incentive to make sure this trash bag tricycle can at least glide to safety.
The only thing to become unhinged?
And so far, it all seems to be working. The tape and wire connections are holding fast. And the moving parts are, well, moving.
I was a little unsure about the whole bamboo and duct tape construction, but after putting some of this together and seeing how sturdy it is, I'm feeling like it's gonna be strong enough to hold up those wings.
But will the wings work?
Ta-da!
Perfect, beautiful, I love it, it's gonna work.
Carrie's bent some skinny bamboo to make an airfoil, but now she's had a crisis of confidence. Call it builder's remorse.
I have a feeling this thing is going to plummet to the ground like a rock. I went from totally optimistic to a little sketchy.
Tori's confident enough to set that front barrow wheel on the frame,
Straight enough.
while Carrie begins the long and laborious task of taping all that plastic to the bamboo frame. Finally, Tori bolts on the tiny engine.
Perfect.
The build has taken 3 and a bit days, not 4 hours. So that's one part of this MacGyver myth well and truly busted. Then there's that awkward pause when someone really should offer to fly the darn thing. No one does, and you can't blame them. So Grant rigs up an RC unit.
MacGyver was using his feet to steer the rudder, but since none of us are going to be able to fly it, I've got this radio control system here. And so I move the stick, it moves the servo, and these lines pull on the rudder, moving that back and forth.
This is a rare moment in Mythbusters history. The whole build has gone off without a hitch.
It's not that heavy.
It's not breaking.
That's good.
Now all they have to do is make it fly.
MacGyver's gonna be so proud of us.
Adam and Jamie are testing an explosive MacGyver myth. That 1 gram of reactive sodium metal packed in a pill and dropped in water could blow through a wall.
3, 2, 1.
They huddle behind the blast shield, waiting for that gel cap to dissolve so the sodium hits the H2O.
In less than a minute, we should see something. 50 seconds. It should happen any second now. Isn't it always like this? 110.
So what are we gonna do if it doesn't blow up?
I say we, wait the requisite 20 minutes and then approach it very cautiously.
After half an hour, there's nothing doing.
Trying not to break your arm here.
So Jamie rents out the latest in this season's line of bomb suits.
Feel like I'm ready to go out clubbing.
One small step for a man, one giant chance for Adam to sully the moment.
It's not dissimilar from how Jamie was dressed when he first came to Earth.
Odds are the reaction has occurred, but wasn't strong enough to break the bottle. Adam's already run some time trials to see just how long it takes a cap to dissolve in water. He filled this one with red pepper.
What we found on the show is that one of the most dangerous things that can happen is nothing.
And nothing is exactly what happened.
We're at almost half an hour and my gel cap still has not dissolved.
That's going to be a long time for us to wait out on the site. So I'm going to try a second bottle full of hot tap water.
And that did the trick. Just 90 seconds later, catastrophic capsule failure.
It's just about to fail. There it goes.
They also used hot water on the bomb site, so surely Jamie's in no danger from a delayed reaction. Still, best policy is a quick prod with a hazmat-approved poking broom. It's not long before Adam gets the all clear.
Well, it certainly looks like some reaction has happened, and I don't see any sodium, and we put it in there, so the reaction happened without breaking the bottle.
Sadly, this is just what they predicted.
We saw a reaction in the lab, and it looks good, but a lot of times a little smoke, a little pop, or a little poof is, you know, it's more bark than bite.
MacGyver's popularity and our kinship with him rests on him using what was at hand to do unconventional things.
In this test, we replicated exactly what we saw in the MacGyver episode.
Unfortunately for MacGyver, it doesn't seem to work in real life like it did on the show.
Sorry, Mac, but 1 gram of pure sodium won't blow a hole through toilet paper. And we've still got a wall to destroy.
So what are we doing?
Well, we're going to try and blow another hole in the wall, except I'm going to use a lot more sodium and a much bigger pill.
What, is that for a horse?
It is, in fact, for a horse.
Adam packs his horse pill with 100 grams of sodium metal.
It's a lot of sodium.
If there's any truth to the TV myth, this should settle things once and for all.
It's a dangerous amount of sodium to put in water, so I'm expecting big things from this.
Aren't we all? And
2, 1. Oh, I hate this. Nothing's happening.
4.5 minutes later, the pill finally pops.
The point of failure was, of course, the we. Whoa!
2 explosions. Still barely enough to uncap the bottle.
Look, that's what's left of the gelatin capsule. That was an explosion, but this is not a high explosive.
But Adam and Tori pre-tested another alkaline metal that's even more volatile than sodium. It's called potassium.
And 3, 2, 1. Oh!
Hey, that was a good one. Still going. Whoa! Yeah! That was the best one so far.
Potassium definitely gives a bigger bang than sodium. So how can we resist a field test?
And our plan is to introduce potassium, which is far more reactive than sodium, into water in a metal pipe. Boom!
When we did the thing with the sodium, we used a chunk about the size of my thumb. This time we're going to be using a bunch of potassium, about this much.
The metal pipe is sealed at the back, and it's got a lip up here. It's going to hold water up to this line. In the back here will be 2 jars, each glass, each filled with 250 grams of potassium. Up here in these pipes will be a weight. There'll be a pin here which will pull from behind the blast shield, dropping the weight onto the bottle, breaking it, releasing the potassium into the water, and directing all the energy out the front through our wall, hopefully.
That's 500 grams of pure potassium. The Mac myth was 1 gram of less reactive sodium.
Now he's pushing the mortar up against the wall so that the only place the energy can go is right at that wall.
MacGyver never had it so good.
This is for love, money, and science. 500 grams of potassium. 3, 2, 1. Wow!
Well, that didn't make us wait.
It's a great show, but the wall hasn't budged.
MacGyver, my brother, my compadre, we have to take him down on this one.
We've sidestepped this result for far too long. It's absolutely, positively busted. But Jamie and Adam still have a wall to bring down.
We came here to get a hole in the wall, and darn it, we're going to get a hole in the wall. When in doubt, C4.
The great thing about working with JD is that when we said we want a hole in the wall, all he says is, how big?
JB rolls out the wire and sets the charge. This is how you unbuild a wall.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, that whole wall went away.
I think the wall might be gone.
Sorry about that.
The wall is rubble, But Buster MacGyver is still sitting pretty.
It knocked MacGyver's mullet right off his head.
But not the stash.
It's pretty definitive what it takes to get through a wall. And the alkali metals just ain't it.
So, how did MacGyver do? Well, I'll tell you what I love about him is that his basic premise that alkali metals are reactive with water is sound.
Yeah, but the idea that you can use them to blow a hole in the wall, totally busted.
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 In this, our 100th episode, Tori, Carrie, and Grant have finished one of the great backyard builds of all time. They've made their own airplane.
I'm not flying economy anymore.
In tribute to kindred spirit Angus MacGyver. Now they need a place to launch it, and Tykert Aggregates has graciously supplied the runway and the cliff. This is a working quarry. A quarry that has one perfectly perilous 150-foot drop.
I am elated. I cannot believe we found such a perfect location. A flat road to a sheer drop-off, just like in the MacGyver clip. So excited to finally do this myth. This is my new favorite myth to do.
The plane was too big to transport whole, so they'll piece it together on site.
This is gonna be fun!
Carrie and Tori have sensibly offered their rides to a pair of rookies.
There we go.
But as they start attaching those two massive wings, cracks are starting to show.
Every once in a while, I hear like this loud crack.
With the added weight of the wings, some of the bamboo rods start splitting down the middle. This is catastrophe in the making.
The longer we have the wings on here with all of this stress, the more cracking we're having. This needs to go off a cliff very, very, very soon.
In a desperate effort to staunch the split, they fit guy wires above and below to support the wings.
What I think is gonna happen is we're gonna lower the wings and they're gonna stay where they're at right now. And this thing's gonna fly. That's what I'm hoping for.
It's an engineering principle that goes way back to the Wright brothers. Now, for the moment of truth.
3, 2, 1.
Hey! They're staying where they're supposed to stay. It's not cracking, and they're holding the wings up. I think
That looks good.
So they're almost ready to push this thing off a cliff as high as a 15-story building. MacGyver would be proud as punch.
Welcome to Mythbust Air. We are proud to say that we have a 100% crash rate. I'm sure you remember brace position. I'm scarred for life. Then we had jet taxi, where a small aircraft got blown by 747 engine 100 feet down a runway end over end. This might be the first Mythbust Air safe landing. Or it might not.
Okay, we all know that history is often more instructive than inspirational. And that prompts Grant to one last trial.
Where are the seatbelts?
With Carrie and Tori as human ballast, he'll test the engine one more time. Grant checks his remote responses.
MacGyver to tower. Are we free for takeoff?
Clear prop!
We're gonna die. Hold on tight. This could be really good or really, really bad.
It's highly unlikely they'll take off, but they are ready to roll.
We're moving! We're moving!
I know!
It's working!
12 seconds later, Grant cuts the engine. It's a total success.
You did it! We weren't going fast enough to get lift.
Yeah.
But if we get going fast enough to get off that cliff, we might actually get flight.
Oh my God! We MacGyvered it! We MacGyvered it!
They sure did. Now Buster and his partner in pain get taped into the cockpit.
Ah, there we go.
Nice.
All right.
We're just minutes away from the launch. Hopes are high, but predictions are predictably mixed.
I actually think there is a fair chance that we'll be able to get some sort of sustained flight.
I think this thing is going to go down the runway, get to the edge of the cliff, go off, but I'm afraid it's just going to fall flat. and crash.
I have gone back and forth between it's gonna fly and it's not gonna fly.
That's a definite maybe from Carrie and a fair assessment of their chances. Tori starts the engine, removes the chocks, and runs for cover.
Ah, run, run!
4 days' work and MacGyver's reputation will be junked or justified in the next 5 seconds.
That was sick! It almost had flight!
It went like this.
Oh, just wasn't fast enough.
You know what, though? That did way better than I thought it was going to do. It actually kind of glided down till it crashed.
If that's a glide, I'd hate to see a plummet. There was just enough power to keep the 3 wheels airborne, but the tail looked more like a vertical plow. On a brighter note, Mac's passenger would have forgotten all about his broken leg.
I think MacGyver and his bamboo ultralight is busted.
Sadly, but true.
Busted.
Now who's gonna go get all that stuff?
Well, you make the mess, you clean it up. It's an ugly ending, but things could have been a whole lot worse. There were times when they all considered flying the plane themselves.
Good news, I found the black box. It says we crashed.
But Carrie's determined to serve this disaster sunny side up.
The wings didn't fall apart. The frame basically stayed together. All of the elements worked. It's just it wasn't meant to fly.
So true and so busted.
So what are we looking at?
Well, the other team sent us this disc and said we have to watch it.
Okay.
All right, Jamie and Adam, we've come up with a few challenges for you two to do to see if you guys are undercover MacGyvers.
You're gonna need all of your ingenuity and experience for this one, and we're not gonna tell you the challenges.
That's right, because MacGyver never knew the challenges either. So, all you get to do is think on your feet and use whatever you have around you, because that's what MacGyver does.
Works for me.
This time, the Mythbusters' roles are reversed. They won't contest the myths, they'll defend them, reaching deep inside to find their inner MacGyver. It's a cunning 4-tiered challenge that begins with a breakout and ends, hopefully, with a helicopter rescue from this makeshift enemy campsite. But the villains aren't home right now. They're building the jail that Adam and Jamie have to escape from.
Now, I voted for the island with the volcano in the middle, but apparently that was too expensive.
No kidding. But this 2-room prefab prison is very MacGyver.
Now you can have your own evil lair in a matter of hours with our instant evil lair kit. It's so easy.
And the first challenge is to get from room 1 to room 2.
Now, what MacGyver did was smash the light bulbs and use the filaments to pick the lock. He did it in 52 seconds. We're giving the boys 1 hour.
The only thing I know at this point is that we're going to be put in some sort of a situation that we've got to figure out and deal with. That's it.
I know absolutely zilch about what we're about to encounter.
All right, let's go, you spies. We got you.
Out here, the people are real, the problems are real, and so is the contraband.
Make sure they're not hiding any tools.
All right, what's he got up on the side? He's got a whole metal workshop down here.
Oh my gosh, this guy's got freaking everything. He's got a fish tank. Look at this. Who do you think you are, Rambo?
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying.
Look at that! Look at that!
Then again, maybe you can blame a guy for trying.
I'm gonna have to touch the beret.
Stopping just short of a cavity search, it's time to wrap things up.
Who do you think you're messing with, huh?
Yeah.
Couple of amateurs. Be smart, boys. Don't try to escape.
Lock the door, okay?
With cameras and walkie-talkies in place, Tori and Grant call the shots from their bad guy van.
All right, you have 1 hour to get out of the room.
Oh, good rope tying!
Shut up!
Well, let's see what we got.
And there's worse news to come for the villains in the van. It's taken Jamie 2 seconds flat to get his first bright idea.
You've got to use the filaments from these light bulbs to pick that lock. The issue is going to be one of being able to actually insert this in and push up the pins. This wire is actually a little too fat, I think.
You could use one boot against the other if you took your shoes off.
Yes, that's true.
Look at that. He's using the steel toe in his boot as a hammer and anvil to flatten the filament so it'll fit into the keyhole.
Mind if I take a stab at this?
Go for it.
Well, Adam's got the filaments, and he has lockpick experience.
Should we just pump in the nerve gas now?
There's no need to play rough just yet. Our 2 mock MacGyvers might well have remembered the light bulb stunt from TV. That doesn't necessarily make them smart, and it sure doesn't mean they can pick this lock.
You want to give it a shot?
After a few minutes, Adam hands over to Jamie.
Currently, they're at 12 minutes. It took MacGyver 52 seconds. It seems that the filaments are a little bit too big to fit in the lock.
Starting to get into the psychology of this lock.
And this is one deeply troubled doorknob. The doctors talk tactics.
Any of these tumblers have to go up or down, right?
Everything has to go up. It's just a matter of how much.
Oh, okay.
They swap again, hoping Adam's misspent youth might finally prove an asset.
I like that they're tag teaming. When one gets tired, then the other one picks up.
But time is fast running out.
10 minutes left.
Tell you what, if I get it to turn, I'm kicking the door down.
But it looks like Adam can afford to spare those steel caps.
I got it.
No way.
That's a successful pick. Let's hope I'm turning it in the right direction.
Way to go there, buddy.
Challenge number 1, no challenge at all.
I gotta say, I am suffering right now from the sin of pride. I taught myself how to pick locks when I was 17, and the key turned out to be Jamie mentioning that I could use my 2 steel toes of my boots as a hammer.
And there's a nice bit of symmetry between Mac's efforts and the Mythbusters.
MacGyver did it in 52 seconds. Adam did it in 52 minutes. The difference is that MacGyver is fictional and Adam is real. That's amazing.
Is this another one we have to break out of?
Now the second test, they have to develop a roll of film with directions to the camp with only orange juice and ammonia. Are they going to be able to do that? I highly doubt it.
That's because there's so much more in this pretend pantry than just OJ and ammonia. The boys have to choose 2 common kitchen liquids that also work as film developers and fixers. They're welcome to drink the rest.
That was out all night.
Ooh. How good's your film chemistry?
Well, I see there's baking soda over there. We got some basic chemicals. We got something that's acidic.
Look, he's going for the orange juice.
We got ammonia. Yes, there's ammonia.
Oh, he's already got the ammonia!
And you know what? We're going to need a dark room. And
garbage bags.
Garbage bags ought to do that.
Oh, that was easy. Why don't we just give him a dark room?
Because that would also be far too expensive and not nearly as much fun.
The question is, what's the chemistry of developing film?
Now, here's a moment you'll want to savor. Turns out Adam once had a job as a film processor.
I've used film chemicals.
He knows they'll need acids and bases, but he can't recall which one is the developer.
Are they alkaline?
No, they're acidic, because you have to wear rubber gloves to develop film.
Well, alkaline would cause that reaction as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Their first best guess is a bath in baking soda with a water rinse.
All right, I've got the film. It's in my hand.
I don't know that you're going to be able to tear that, are you?
Actually, when I was a film projectionist, I believe you can. Hold on. Yep.
Yes, you heard right. Adam also worked as a projectionist. And a fat lot of good that's doing.
All right, I'm dipping it into the solution now, and I'm moving it around inside the baking soda slurry. Wish I remembered high school chemistry.
Oh, there's a phrase you'd never hear from MacGyver. And he'd probably give the film more than 2 minutes to develop.
Is that just the leader, or?
Yeah, it is, but I mean, I should be getting something off of it, and I'm not.
The next solution is giving a few frames of film the old double dip First ammonia, then baking soda. They haven't even considered the wine, the coffee, or the OJ.
Jamie has opted to stir the ammonia with his finger.
Well, his hand is synthetic.
This strange brew is also a dead loss.
Nothing. No reaction. I don't see any secret plans.
The unfortunate thing is that they've got less than half an hour left, and by our estimate, it should take 10 minutes in the developer before you then wash it and fix it. They are running really short on time.
To properly develop those campsite directions inside the allotted hour, they need to make the right choice right now. Adam digs deep to remember details from the old days.
There was a couple of chemical baths and then you rinsed the thing off in water. I don't remember what the chemical baths were, but I believe it was a three-step process. One bath and the second bath, then the rinse.
Did they just figure that out?
Dang it! How did I know?
Well, maybe they don't. With 12 minutes remaining, Adam and Jamie cut the film roll in two, soaking one half in ammonia and the other in orange juice.
We're running out of time, so we're hedging our bets. We've got half the film in an acid, we've got half the film in a base.
Time is almost up, so they'll dunk each roll of film in the alternate bowl to arrest any possible development.
So now I'm going to pull the film from one and put it in the other, and vice versa.
The OJ to ammonia shuffle might work, so long as they don't let the light in too soon.
All right, you want to pour some water in 2 of those coffee cups for me? Go. We got nothings. Nothings.
They can't just wash it in water.
All right, you guys.
It's been an hour and you haven't done it. I'm sorry, but you fail.
At least they're having fun.
You guys were close, though, in developing that film. The way you're supposed to do it, you stick it in the orange juice for 10 minutes, and then you put it in the ammonia as a fixer.
But you gotta keep it all in the bag the entire time. If it gets exposed to any light, it doesn't work.
Oh, the one thing that we didn't try.
Adam knows that ultimate success all depends on just where your head's at, or at least what's in it.
The problem with me is that I know all the lyrics from every song from the 70s, and there's no more room in here.
Adam and Jamie are halfway through their 4-part MacGyver challenge. So far, the good guys and the bad guys are all squared up at one apiece. Just so this great escape doesn't come to a grinding halt, Tori and Grant deliver the vital campsite directions our MacGyver wannabes failed to find on the film.
Dude, it's a clue.
All right, you have 1 hour
To complete your task, boys.
Don't forget your compass and don't get lost.
Well,
I
you
think
need to
they-
make a compass, don't we?
I think we do.
Right on, Jamie. And the first thing you need to make a compass is a magnetized piece of metal. Adam wastes no time building an electromagnet from batteries, tape, and insulated wire.
Jamie has taken apart the cheese grater, and Adam's using that to shave off the insulation.
Truly inspired, the boys know they can magnetize a paperclip by repeatedly passing it over another large magnet.
They're acting like they've done this before.
They might have.
I think they may have.
I think this is all you have to do to magnetize it.
I'm pretty sure it'll work.
Ooh, that's starting to heat up.
Oh,
Let
right,
her
yeah,
chill
because
down
I'm
for a little.
short-circuiting. Ooh, wow.
Damn it!
That's a very good sign. Once the clip is stuck in a cork and floated in water, it should point magnetic north. And it does.
Nice. We were able to wrap wire around the screw and attach it to the batteries, and when you do that with electricity, run it through a wire that's wrapped around an iron or metal core, you get a magnet. And that puppy pointed north, really nice and true.
They're gonna see our surveillance van. Let's go! Our cover's blown!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Grant and Tori see the good guys are off and running. So they follow suit.
42, 43, 44.
You need a sniper rifle?
No.
We might have to take him out.
That's north, that's west. We want to go northwest, which is whoopah, that way. 200 paces. Here we go.
The compass seems to be working, and so far, our likely lads are well inside the time limit. While the scoundrels practice their semaphore, Adam, Jamie, and their entourage are more or less headed for home.
99, 200. Okay, this is 200 paces northwest, and there's nothing here, no secret compartment. However, a cursory glance around shows a tarp over there. I think that is our secret campsite.
Seems the compass isn't perfect, but it's good enough.
We found the secret campsite with a mechanical compass we made ourselves.
It's hard to miss a blue tent in a green field. So in less than 30 minutes, it's 2-1 to the MacGyver good guys.
Congratulations, you guys. You made the compass.
And you found our campsite. You completed test number 3. Awesome. And now it's on to test number 4.
There's no way they're gonna pass this last one.
Then we've got to signal this plane, this helicopter at 3 o'clock.
In true MacGyver style, Adam and Jamie have to contrive some sort of rescue signal that flies at least 100 feet high. And they can only use what they find in the campsite. Grant and Tori have already planted all the fixings for a potato cannon. The fuel is hairspray, ignition comes from the camp stove, potatoes are plentiful, and PVC pipe should make a perfect mortar.
I think that's a pretty standard backyard thing to do. At least I imagine what standard backyard things to do would be for Adam and Jamie.
Clearly, Grant's never seen Jamie's backyard. He's thinking way outside the square.
The main thing that hits me is that it's windy and there's the components for a kite here, a rather large one even.
It's the last thing the bad guys expected.
That's a kite.
They're building a big giant kite. That wasn't the plan, but I like it.
There's your tail.
Yeah, I think they're using the original rope we tied them up with for a tail.
Building the kite takes no time at all. But getting it up is sucking away the minutes.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Watch out! No. Make it upright!
Jamie is trying to hold it in place to catch some air, but it's just a big sail out there.
You know, they only have 10 minutes left. They have their kite built, but they haven't been able to get it off the ground.
Time is running out. I hope they get it up. Oh my God! It's up! Come on! Go down! Come on!
Grant's not sure which side he's batting for, but Tori's determined to be there for the kill.
All right, I'm gonna go get in the chopper. If they can't get that up to 100 feet and I don't see it in the chopper, I'm not rescuing them.
All right.
And we got liftoff.
Jamie and Adam have one last shot at a miraculous MacGyver-esque rescue.
And we got like 2 minutes to go. You ready for another flight?
Yeah, we got to get it up there. Get me over there!
Going this way doesn't help.
Right now they're struggling with the kite. It's still on the ground. They need to get it to at least 100 feet.
None too soon, it's airborne.
At about 20 feet.
Finally, right on time, the tent kite flies just as high as the chopper.
You know what? I'm gonna call it. There it is. There's the signal. That kite has reached 100 feet. We've seen the signal. Let's land this chopper and rescue our boys.
That was it. That's all we can do. I hope they saw us.
They did see you, and good sports that they are, they don't want to kill you.
Hey, how do you like that?
You did it! Good job, you guys. You've been rescued.
Awesome. Get out of here.
Get to the chopper.
We were just about 100 feet and the kite was right there next to us. That's beautiful. I cannot believe they got it up that high. We were trying to direct them to make a potato gun, and they went around the backside and made a kite, and they signaled a chopper. Those guys, they're good. They are good.
MacGyver 1, Mythbusters 3.
But a win for the boys really is a victory for MacGyver as well. We finally proved that some of Mac's exploits aren't so far-fetched. And for once, in this, our 100th episode, we can safely say you can try this at home. Just be real careful with the helicopter. On this episode of Mythbusters, it's all about you with Viewer Special 2 as we tackle the top 5 fan favorites. First up, it's a caveman conundrum.
I dubbed this J-Man the Barbarian.
If you were alive 10,000 years ago, what would be your weapon of choice? Then you asked Cary, Grant, and Tori to find out if a machine gun can fell a tree.
I want to make a withdrawal.
Next, the boys take a swipe at a baseball myth you wanted in the spotlight.
I've put makeup on Adam before.
Then Buster and Tori are unleashed to find out if you can slide to safety with your jeans.
These guys are here to make sure I don't fall to my death.
And finally, it's a cartoon classic.
That worked perfectly.
Will a road-running trail of leaking gunpowder really blow up Wile E. Coyote style?
In 3, 2, 1.
Who are the Mythbusters?
Smells like science.
Adam Savage.
This is the kind of thing I do on the weekends.
And Jamie Heineman.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
It bleeds.
Joining them, Tori Belleci.
We do that again?
Grant Imahara.
Excellent damn work.
And Carrie Byron.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Adam and Jamie asked for them, and you guys delivered. Big time.
I am so overwhelmed. We have so many responses to our request for ideas from viewers.
Yeah, my inbox is stuffed.
I think it's safe to say that we have enough here to get started.
Right. Mythbusters Viewer Special number 2. Let's go.
All right.
And for the first fan theory, one half of the team is getting dressed up. And it's not Jamie.
Here we go again.
Oh, I like this. I'm trying to get into the mood. Because what we have here is not so much a myth per se as more like a historical conundrum that a fan has asked us to answer. This particular fan is an archaeological professor, and he notes that this kind of arrowhead is the most common archaeological find. And he's wondering why. I mean, if you're a hunter and you need to go get some dinner, are you gonna spend all the time to make this? Or are you gonna sharpen a stick and just head on out?
So the question is, why would they go to all this trouble to make this? Does it really make it a more effective killing tool?
Exactly.
This prehistory mystery comes courtesy of archaeology professor Todd Surreville. It's a fact that thousands of stone arrowheads are found each and every year. But Doc Todd wants the Mythbusters to find out why. Why did our stony-faced ancestors have a fondness for flint when an easy-to-make sharpened stick may have worked just as well?
So where do we start?
Well, I think we should start and find out how long it takes to make a flint arrowhead as opposed to a sharpened stick. Let's have a race. You should make some flint ones, and I'll sharpen some sticks, and we'll compare production times.
Yeah, and when it comes to testing time, we need to both look at their lethality as well as their accuracy, because they're both important.
I agree. So if you're ready, time to dust off those flint knapping skills, because if I'm right, it's about 70 years since you've done it last.
And they're off. First up in this archaeology anecdote, Adam and Jamie go head-to-head in an arrow-making time trial. Stickmaker Savage has made a razor-sharp point in no time at all. But Jamie's finding fashioning flint is far from easy.
Okay. 3.5 minutes.
I can't even come close to competing with that.
There's no contest. Jamie's been shafted. But he keeps chipping away, and an hour later, finally finishes.
We've just seen that it takes much longer to make a stone arrowhead. Now we need to find out if that makes for better arrows. And to do that, we're going to start with a simple lethality test. We'll make some more flint heads, we'll make some more pointed sticks, and we'll fire them into a ballistics gel dummy from a point-blank range. To make sure that both arrow types are fired consistently, we're going to use the automatic archer that we built for the Ninja Special.
So, that's the plan. But what does our resident Neanderthal think is going to happen? Well said. So, with the predictions in place, it's time to get to the point.
All right, you ready?
Go for it.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Worked like a charm.
Totally.
The sharp stick shot straight as an arrow. But what about the all-important penetration?
Wow. 8.5 inches.
8.5 inches ain't bad, but will the flint be flung further?
Okay, here goes the arrowhead in 3, 2, 1. Look at that. That is pretty clear. The arrowhead went a good inch farther.
There's a glint of flint at the back of the bust and 1 inch more penetration, confirmed by a bunch more tests. But Jamie spotted a problem.
The ballistics medium by itself is a good flesh analog, but animals usually have fur and hide and things like that on it. So we're going to run the test again and see whether we get any kind of different results with this on it.
Despite the hide slightly hindering both the stick and flint arrows, the results are the same.
Actually, they were very close.
But is that enough to justify all the effort of making one?
This one went in this far, this one went in this far. I mean, you're dead either way.
Right. However, you know, if you think about the animals that are being hunted, some of them are quite large, and you want a bigger wound. You want it to bleed out faster. So I think the arrowhead makes quite a difference. I mean, if you look here, yeah, look at that. There's the pointy stick wound. It's just a little hole, and there's the arrowhead wound. It's nice and wide.
But Jamie isn't impressed. In his mind, the size of the entry wound isn't the issue.
In terms of penetration, it was only about 5% difference, and yet it took 1,000% longer to make this one than this one. So it may not just be about lethality, it might also be about accuracy, and that's what we have to test next.
Yep, they're leaving no stone unturned for this myth. Nope, we haven't made this up. It's a myth straight from the fan side.
For the next viewer myth, a fan wants to know if you can chop down a tree with a machine gun.
Oh, just like in the movie Predator, where they mow down a chunk of the jungle.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, that's funny you should say that, because every time I go hiking in the forest and I'm just like, can I cut that tree down with a machine gun?
Perfect. You're gonna find out.
Tree lovers, huggers, and hippies beware. Tories all fired up and ready to uproot this myth with some machine gun mayhem. Machine guns are a formidable weapon and have been in use for over 100 years. Their deadly spray of bullets, lethal on the battlefield, is, or so the fans claim, the ideal tool for tree felling.
So how are we going to test this myth? Because I don't want to go around destroying trees.
Well, why don't we get some trees that have been freshly felled for clearing purposes? We'll create our own artificial forest. That way, no trees will have been killed in the busting of this myth.
Well, that solves the tree problem. Now we got to figure out what kind of machine gun we're going to use. I think to test this properly, we're going to need to get a bunch of machine guns and see if any of them will cut down a tree.
You know, I think the kind of artillery that we're going to want to use to test this myth is something that's not going to be accessible in California. So I think we're going to have to go back to that secret location where Jamie and Adam tested shooting fish in a barrel.
Ah, the secret location. I hope they allow us back.
Who's with me? Come on, everybody! Get your guns! Let's go to the forest! Chop down the trees!
Right there is the reason our insurance premiums are so high. So it's off for some fun in the Arizona sun.
We're gonna have some fun!
On scene at the secret location, the team need just 2 ingredients. Machine guns are no problem, but the tree line around here has flatline. So the guys packed their own.
We have 3 freshly cut pine trees. Grant's digging holes right now so that we can stick them up. We're gonna fire at them, see if we can cut them down.
If they do, it won't be because they've selected saplings. These pine trees are fully 2 feet in diameter and 2 tons apiece. And before you can say dead trees stalking, the desert is blooming tree trunks. Among them, arboreal expert Mark Mall has planted an extra challenge.
We have 3 freshly cut pine, but what's the tree at the end?
The tree at the end is a native mesquite tree.
Is that harder to cut through? Why do we have this one?
It's about 4 times as dense as the pine tree, and it's going to give the machine gun a run for its money.
Yep, this hardcore hardwood is as tough as timber gets. making it the ultimate challenge for the machine gun. But before either tree faces the firing squad, Tori takes us through the arsenal.
Now, a machine gun is a very general term, so what we've done is we've chosen 3 different types to cover a very large range. For our small machine gun, we're gonna go with the Thompson submachine gun. It shoots a .45 caliber round. This is like your classic gangster machine gun that you see in the 30s. The next, our medium range machine gun, is called the SAW. How ironic. It's a squad automatic weapon, and it shoots a .223 fully automatic. This one is gonna be fun to shoot. Finally, for our big one, we're shooting the minigun, and this shoots a .30 caliber round, 3,000 rounds per minute. My money for cutting down a tree is on this bad boy right here.
Adam and Jamie have been asked by a fan why our ancient ancestors spent so much time making flint arrowheads, when sharpened sticks might have worked just as well. But the caveman jury is still out, because in the so-called lethality testing, both arrow types were pretty much equal. So what's next?
The whole point of this exercise is to find out if there's a point to the manufactured point on an ancient arrow. And we have discovered that the projectile point does cause a lot more tissue damage than just a sharpened piece of wood, which, you know, would make your animal bleed out faster and make you be eating dinner sooner. Now the question is one of these more accurate over distance?
For that, they set up the Ninja Arrow Bot 55 feet from the target. But this time, the target has a tash.
Where'd you find that picture?
I dubbed this J-Man the Barbarian.
With J-Man in place, Adam and Jamie line up for round 1. They fire 6 of the stone-tipped arrows in quick succession.
Let's go take a look at those.
Okay. So far, so good. The arrowheads all hit the target and got very good grouping. And to avoid confusion,
I've marked in green group number 1, which are all the arrows that had actual flint arrowheads on them. It still is quite deadly at 50 feet in hitting a large fleshy target like Mr. Heinemann. Now the question is, will we be able to see any difference with the non-arrow-headed tipped arrows? Sharpened sticks. Fire 1. In 3, 2, 1.
This time it's a volley of 6 sharpened sticks.
Let's inspect.
And just like in the lethality tests, they refuse to be significantly outperformed by their stony counterparts.
Well, we've got one up here that's out by itself.
Yeah, 1 bogey. But the rest are pretty much just as clustered as the arrow-headed arrows. At this distance, it doesn't seem to me to be much of a difference.
No.
Interesting. Dude, you're looking a little worse for wear here.
You shot me in the neck, man. Oh, it's only a flash one.
I can go on.
So, in summary, our Stone Age scientists have tried lethality testing.
Actually, they were very close.
And only got a difference in the size of the entry wound. They tried testing accuracy.
Please stop hitting me with arrows. That hurts.
And got the same result. In terms of performance, the arrows are virtually the same. So how do we answer this Dr. Todd's fan fable?
Well, here are the facts. It took more than 10 times longer to make an arrow with an arrowhead on it than it did to make a sharpened stick. And yet, neither of them were any better than the other one as far as accuracy or penetration.
Yes, but we did find that the arrowhead made a bigger wound. And that means that whatever you're hunting, whether it's a bison or a mammoth or what have you, that bigger wound's gonna mean it bleeds out faster. And that means it's gonna die quicker and you're gonna eat sooner. And in the hunting game, baby, that's everything.
And you also have to consider that the arrow shafts are made out of wood, and if it's just a sharpened stick, it's gonna rot. And the only thing that would be around for us to look at are these arrowheads. So we don't really know which there were more of.
And here's one more argument in favor of ye olde arrowhead, and that is that this is technology. Back in the day, this puppy was caveman bling.
And like any technology, you gotta have the latest and the greatest.
Oh yeah, that's what brings on the caveman ladies.
Chopping down trees is a backbreaking and dangerous job. But could there be a better way? Mythbuster fans want to know if you could replace a saw with a machine gun. But enough shooting the breeze. How about them trees?
Okay, so our first weapon up today is the Thompson submachine gun, otherwise known as the Tommy gun. Most people know it as the classic gangster weapon. Al Capone, John Dillinger, Machine Gun Kelly, this was their weapon of choice.
So Grad Hitman Imahara has the tree machine gun myth in his sights. He locks, he loads, and lets loose with a drum full of 45 caliber bullets at 500 rounds a minute. But it's soon clear the handheld automatic is far from ideal.
You know what, one thing I'm seeing with the machine gun, it's just tough to keep it on target because you constantly want to rise up.
It just pushes you like that.
It's going to be tough to cut, to hit the same spot on the tree.
Yes, the kickback is making it tough for Grant to focus his fire. And because the safety team won't let him get any closer, Carrie decides the Tommy gun just won't cut it.
Grant just sprayed one of these pine trees with bullets, and it didn't give the cutting effect that I even expected. It just had a few dings here and there. So if in this myth they were talking about a Tommy gun, this myth is totally busted.
Which means it's time to up the ante.
I want to make a withdrawal. Do you think you can help me?
Tori, looking like a Gun Enthusiast magazine cover, is confident the squad automatic weapon, or the saw, will live up to its name.
With this machine gun, I think we have a better chance of cutting down a tree just because these bullets are going to be flying at a lot faster velocity, so they should be cutting through the tree. But it's probably going to take a really long time and a lot of ammo, which is okay with me.
So Tori assumes the position. And let's rip. After Grant's experience with a Tommy gun, Tori's using a bipod for increased stability and accuracy.
It was great. You had a straight line.
Yeah.
Tori works away, concentrating his fire in a line across the base of the trunk. But despite unloading over 3 ammo belts into the wood, there's no sign of timber.
You got him all right. I don't think it's going down, though.
And with one last blast, Tori gives up. But unlike the Tommy gun, the saw bullets did go all the way through the trunk. But the relatively small caliber .223 meant the damage was limited and the tree stayed standing. But the myth is still alive because Carrie Mad Max Byron is up next. Not so long ago, the team went to the ball game to hit some baseball myths right out of the park. Humid balls, corked bats, sliding into base, and hitting the hide clean off a ball all made the grade.
That's the hit!
But the fans say there was one glaring omission.
Can you guess what's next?
Let me see. Eye black?
Good call.
Well, eye black's supposed to do what? Make you see better?
Yeah, by cutting the glare. Either that or it's supposed to strike the fear into your opponents because it looks like war paint.
Well, how are we going to test that?
Well, I think we should bring Jess into it, and I think she should put some eye black on us, and it's pretty simple. We go out into the sunlight and we take an eye test, both with and without eye black on our face. Except we can't know which one we've got on. So for one of us, she'll do eye black, and for the other, she'll do regular makeup. We won't know which one, so the test will be blind.
So to speak.
Exactly.
So outside, Jess positions the eye chart so the guys will face directly into the sun.
Close your eyes.
Then she launches a smear campaign, putting eye black on Adam.
I've put makeup on Adam before.
When was that?
Oh, you know.
And ordinary makeup on Jamie. Remember, they don't know which substance they've got on their faces.
Ooh, it's bright outside.
Then they take turns sitting Jess's eye exam.
NCVKD
HVZDS. ONV.
CSV.
DVOHC. SR. I think that's the last line. The third to the last is the smallest one I can read.
At the end of round one, Adam and Jamie each made just a single mistake.
Could you tell what you had under your eyes?
Honestly, I could not tell whether I had a light or dark color under my eyes.
They swap stripes and sit the test a second time.
CZSHN.
Is Jamie finding it easier with the eye black on?
NCVKD.
Is Adam struggling with the glare now that his cheeks no longer bear the sooty swipe?
How'd I do on that last one?
Well, actually the results are the same. One wrong letter each. However,
I really feel like I can see it better. Please tell me I'm wearing the eye black. No? Negative results.
I'm guessing that what is down there now is lighter because my eyes feel a little bit more kind of irritated. Is what's on me now a lighter color?
No, actually, it's black, and I think it really complements the beret.
Oh.
so both feel the test was harder with the eye black on. But because the eye test is so subjective, they decide to remove the human element. They're going to use a fake face with a fake tan.
Not entirely awful.
And insert a light meter into the eye socket.
Here's what's going to happen. This is the eye black testing platform. We've got a professional grade, very sensitive light meter sticking out through her eyeball. I've got professional grade eye black from the sporting goods store. Gonna take a reading with the light on, without the eye black and with the eye black, and see if there's a difference.
With a single light source beaming down on our one-eyed outfielder,
it's now settled out at around 3,160 or so.
The guys note down the reading, measured in lux, with and without eye black.
It's about the same.
Yeah.
I mean, the difference in a couple of lux, you'd never notice it with your naked eye.
So the eye black didn't affect the amount of light bouncing off the cheek and into the eyeball.
Is that it? Or do you have any other ideas?
Don't these guys normally wear baseball caps?
Yeah.
Let's put one on and see what happens.
Then maybe it's about the reflected light, not the direct light.
On goes the cap, and without eye black, the light meter hovers around 103 lux. Then, being careful not to move the cap, Adam adds the pigment.
It's pretty well stabilized, well below 100, like, 90, thereabouts.
That's significant.
Yeah.
With the cap on, the eye black definitely reduced the amount of reflected light. And let's face it, when did you last see a baseballer without his cap?
What do you reckon?
Well, it's funny. The eye black tests that we were first doing really seemed to point towards the opposite of conventional wisdom. It seemed like we were about to prove that the eye black makes it worse for you in bright sunlight rather than better.
Indeed. But once we threw in the addition of the baseball cap, the change in the total amount of light coming in actually turned it in the other direction. It looks like eye black actually does help. So it's plausible.
I would agree. This one is, plausible.
You, yes, you the viewers, want to know, is it possible to fell a tree with a machine gun? So far, Ballistics Balachi and Hitman Imahara have left their wood standing.
Well, Grant, I hate to tell you this, but the tree's still standing.
But it ain't over till the fat lady sings. And in this case, the fat lady is the Dillon minigun.
Now it's time for the big gun. This is the M134D Gatling gun, otherwise known as the Dillon minigun. It shoots 30 caliber rounds at 3,000 rounds per minute.
3,000 rounds a minute breaks down to an incredible 50 per second. And whatever it sounds like, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Grant, curious to know how long it'll take to take down the tree, has a stopwatch ready.
Okay, we're going hot.
Carrie primes the gun and lines up her target.
In 3, 2, 1.
Now that's a machine gun. In a torrential downpour, the spent cartridges pile up around Carrie's feet. And in less than a minute, the tree catches fire and...
Nice job, you cut it down. What was the time?
45 seconds.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Dude, you just riddled this thing. Look at it. It's the splinter maker.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's just like, there's nothing left structurally.
Smells like campfire.
Oh, it smells good.
Wow.
It smells like destruction.
Yep, Carrie has sawn her victim in half, which leaves just one conclusion.
Well, I think there's one thing we can definitely say. Cutting down a tree with a machine gun, as long as it's a Dillon Gatling, totally confirmed.
Okay, so it can be done. But Tori has a question.
I wonder how long it would take to cut this with a chainsaw. So we're just gonna do a little test, see how long it would take for a chainsaw to cut through the same tree. I'd rather use a minigun, but let's try the chainsaw, see how it goes.
So it's tradition versus the Mythbusters method. And 45 seconds is the time to beat.
Sorry, buddy. That was 45 seconds.
I was able to get halfway through the tree with the chainsaw, but the chainsaw didn't cost $60,000.
So the cheap and cheerful chainsaw is no match for the minigun. But before the team wander off into the sunset, there's one last challenge, the mesquite. Remember, this tree has 4 times the density of the pine, making it a much tougher target. But is it tough enough?
We're going hot. 3, 2, 1.
Fantastic.
Smoking!
Nice shooting.
Oh my God!
The minigun is the ultimate tree killer.
What was the official time?
1 minute, 8 seconds. A little bit longer than the pine. So, as far as the myth's concerned, even if you have a mesquite tree and you got a Gatling gun, confirmed.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely confirmed.
It's confirmed.
Not so long ago, the team tested out some hard-wearing myths surrounding jeans. Grant showed that shrink to fit was busted at the seams.
Are we gonna have to amputate his legs?
I don't think you're gonna have to.
And Tori got dragged through dirt to show denim didn't catch fire. But there's another fabric fabrication the fans want unzipped.
Okay, here's the myth. Guy's on a ski lift. The chair stops. He panics. So what does he do? He pulls off his jeans, he flips it over the top of the wire, and he sails to safety as if he's on a zip line.
Yeah, we definitely have to try that one.
A zip line is a cable suspended at an angle with a free-moving pulley. Then all you need to glide through the air with the greatest of ease is a tight grip and good old gravity. But on a stalled ski lift, can you use this notion of motion to escape? Can your denim duds really be used to slide safely back to ground?
Let's go try that.
Well, hang on. Before we go hitting ski slopes, let's do a test to see the critical angle at which jeans will slide down the cable.
It's a good idea, and we should also first try it out in a very controlled, safe environment.
To Tori, a controlled, safe environment is like saying, don't push that button.
I'm okay.
Here at Trapeze Arts, they've got everything we need, including 75 feet of steel cable similar to the kind used on ski lifts.
So we're starting out at a fairly shallow angle of probably 5 or 10 degrees. But in order to get a really accurate measurement of what the true angle is, we have this. It's a little magnetic base angle finder.
Next is a question we're all dying to know the answer to. What's Tori's technique?
I'm gonna wrap one pant leg around my wrist, toss the other one over the cable, and then wrap this one around my other wrist. And then I'm gonna jump out and slide down the cable. Piece of cake. All right, here we go.
Come on, dude, like your life depends on it.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
Your legs.
I hear the pants ripping.
Nice landing.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, in a real-life jeans escape on a ski lift cable at an angle of 10 degrees, you simply wouldn't slide.
I kind of tried to move a little bit while I was on the cable, and I could hear stitches snapping.
A sound you don't want to hear when there's only that stitch between you and a plummet to death. So what the guys need is more angle on Tori's dangle.
Now we've increased our angle to 20 degrees, double what the first test had.
So with the cable at the maximum incline possible on this rig, will Tori slide or stick?
All right, 20-degree angle, new pair of jeans.
In 3, 2, 1.
Yes!
I guess if my life depended on it, it might take me
Slide, but
some
it's a
time.
pretty good crawl.
This time round, Tori does get further down.
I wouldn't fall and die.
But remember, this myth is about an effortless glide to freedom, not a jerky bunny hop. And check out the big brain on Grant, because he's got an idea.
One thing that we're missing is lubricant. So I was looking it up online. Turns out they use a light oil. Now, we don't have exactly the same thing, but we have something that is the same consistency. Castor oil.
It's Jamie's shop motto in action. If in doubt, lubricate. But will it be the key to the swift escape described in this viewer-inspired myth?
Slide! I didn't think it was gonna happen. I really didn't think it was.
Tori made it down, but how did the jeans cope with the friction from the cable?
Totally ripped right up the crotch.
Yeah, but maybe the waistband would save you.
Maybe.
I think in real life, Tori would meet his death if he tried to use this method to get down from the ski lift. Those ski lifts are really long. He went down maybe 20 feet before those jeans split in half. I'm not seeing this being the most reasonable way to get rescued from being stuck on the mountain.
There's only one way to find out for sure, full scale, on a real ski lift. Here's hoping Tori's denim duds are double stitched. And now for something completely different. Starting with a flashback. In the tale of the Trailblazers,
It's time to burn for science.
Adam and Jamie released their inner pyro.
Oh, camera, let's put it out.
First, they proved that a fire trail couldn't catch up
Don't let your guard down yet.
and then blow up a car's gas tank.
No explosion.
Then they wrestled with the idea that you can outrun a trail of gunpowder.
Oh, it's still going.
They sure had a blast. But according to fans, there's one thing they forgot to test.
What did we forget in Trailblazers? That was a stunning episode.
Well, it's a cartoon thing. Let me set the scenario. You've got a keg of gunpowder. It's got a hole in it. It's leaking. You're walking along, leaving a trail of gunpowder. Somebody sneaks up behind, lights the trail. It catches up with you, blows up the keg, and you get all toasty like they do in the cartoons.
I love it. Let's do it.
Okay.
It's a cartoon caper the guys just can't resist. Our animated hero is carrying a powder keg, but unbeknownst to him, it's got a leak. The sneaky villain takes advantage. The sparks travel up the falling powder, and our hero is barbecued cartoon style. To test this fun fable, they'll need a robot. An armored remote control robot with a leaking powder keg attachment.
We need a powder delivery system that's safe. So I've decided to use Sparky here. His hat goes like so. This is made from an electric wheelchair base. It's radio controlled, computerized, and do anything that I want. But so that I don't destroy it, I'm gonna build an armor cover for it, just out of steel. And hopefully Sparky won't go away when the gunpowder does. There we have it. It's gonna be like, run, Sparky, run!
With Sparky dressed to kill, it's time to get this myth up and running. Starting, of course, with some bench tests.
Well, the main question I want to answer here is really a melding of cartoon and human physics. If a person is carrying a barrel full of black powder with a leak in it, can the black powder leaking out of that barrel leave a line contiguous enough to ignite?
That's the question. And after laying down a moving trail, it's time to fire up an answer.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
There you go.
That's fine.
I think that's good.
Yes, the trail was continuous enough to let the flame burn along its length. So what's next?
Now I feel like I know it would travel along the line, but I want to know if it will climb that line up into the keg. So I'd like to walk down halfway down the line, same as I did before, but park it, get out, light it, and see if it blows up the cone. That worked perfectly!
Mythbusters and perfection. Not words you often hear in association.
That was very satisfying.
That was perfect. It was like, boom!
Little pop at the end there.
Tells me what I need to know.
And what he needs to know is it's time to hit the bomb range with Sparky and a truckload of gunpowder. If you're stuck on a stalled ski lift, is it possible to use your jeans to zip line down to terra firma? Practicing this alpine escape on a circus high wire, Tori glided to the ground. Now, to test this on a real mountain, but before leaving, a mysterious package has arrived at M7.
I have a surprise for you.
A dead body!
This is not a coffin.
Oh.
This is the new Buster.
No way.
Oh, thank God. I'm so sick of putting him back together. Oh, that's cute.
How cute is that? They gave him coveralls with Buster's name on it.
Oh,
Buster now.
that's adorable.
Let's take a moment to salute our former Buster's dedication,
Come on, Buster!
tireless work ethic, and positive attitude.
Dang, he hit hard.
Thanks a bunch, buddy. It's time for a well-earned retirement.
That was cool!
Being a former crash test dummy, Buster 2.0 is a well-qualified replacement, so he's being put straight to work. Tori is prepping him to take the first zip line plunge.
Before any of us try it, we're gonna let Buster try it first so we can see how dangerous it is.
Tori carefully replaces Buster's hands with metal clamps, tests his jeans grappling grip,
Looks like it's gonna hold on to me.
and loads him into the van. Leaving Carrie at home to rest her sore leg, the guys head for the hills.
It's Bigfoot, it's confirmed.
That's not the myth we're busting. Relax.
The Sierra at Tahoe Resort is their destination, and despite knowing Buster will be going first, Tori's a little nervous.
That's a lot steeper than I thought it was gonna be.
Yep, and we're doing it all the way from the top. When we were at Trapeze Arts, we found that an angle of 20 degrees was just enough to start sliding down the line with a pair of jeans when the line was greased. Here at Sierra Tahoe, they have the same consistency grease. Just to hedge our bets, we've found a section of line close to the top that's at 25 degrees.
If I get quiet, don't take it personally. I'm not mad, I'm just freaking out.
Try and avoid the rocks. Yeah.
At the top, Chief Rigger Lawrence and his crew are putting together a safety system of ropes and pulleys.
These guys are here to make sure I don't fall to my death.
Tori and Grant strap on their harnesses, secure themselves to the chair, hoist in Buster, and head downhill.
Are we nuts or what?
Oh my God.
So what's the denim divination?
The best case scenario for Buster is that he and his jeans will take a very quick ride down the line, slam into the rollers at the end. And the worst case scenario is that he will rip through his jeans and probably plummet to his doom.
When they reach the 25-degree mark, they sling over the jeans and secure them to Buster's clamp hands.
Buster is ready to go. All we need to do is unhook him from the chair and release this ratchet strap.
It's a long journey to the bottom, Buster. Don't forget to write.
Here we go. Dropping Buster, Jeansmith, test 1. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Get down there. Nothing really happened. We pushed him off and he just stuck there.
Even though Buster is only about 10 pounds lighter than Tori, his weight couldn't overcome the friction of the jeans on the cable, and he simply stuck on the line.
What do we do now?
How about help him down?
Ah!
Oh!
Buster never lost his grip, he's a bit of a dummy and couldn't follow Tori's lead in creating his own momentum.
Good job, buddy. Way to take one for the team.
Question is, can Tori do any better?
No, I don't know if I should have seen that.
The fans have a theory that if you pull off your jeans, you can pull off a daring denim escape. But Tori and Grant found that if you try to fly down a ski lift cable by the seat of your pants, the friction can fix you in place.
Go.
But they may have a way to fight it.
Buster is only a dummy. He can't move himself along. But if you're a real person up there in that situation, if your jeans didn't start to slide immediately, you'd be like, oh, okay, I gotta do something, and move yourself along.
Cue Tori for an attempted slide down the ski lift in hot pants. Well, they will be after all the friction. So let's flip the jeans over and try to fly.
In 3, 2, 1. Get that weight on those jeans. Nice, nice.
Very nice, but it's not easy.
My hands started cramping up because I was holding onto the jeans so tight. But then I had to lift my weight off the jeans so that I could shimmy down the cable, and then my arms started getting tired.
Our little dungarees-clad flying squirrel is plumb tuckered out. And not only that, stuck.
I can't, I'm stuck. See that?
Okay, I see it.
I'm let go. Ugh. It's so much work trying to get down the cable that it's like, it just doesn't seem like a great way to get down.
Plus, the myth implies your jeans are an effective substitute for a zip line, and that's clearly not the case.
For me, when I think about a zip wire, it's like, whoa, you know, all the way down. This was not like that. This was like, The jeans themselves actually starting to roll up as they grab onto the cable. There's way too much friction in the system to be able to slide.
So guys, how'd it go?
It was a little disappointing, and it was nothing like we imagined. You know, you picture going down a zip line. It took a lot more work than that. The jeans kept sticking to the cable.
Yeah, using your clothing to escape a ski lift, bad idea. Either the clothing is gonna rip or your arms are gonna give out.
So zipline jeans escape, busted.
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 Jamie and Adam are tackling a tall tale of cartoon physics. Can a leaking trail of burning gunpowder catch up and blow up the moving powder keg? To find out, our animated duo are back at the Alameda Bomb Disposal Range.
We come back to the bomb range. We're going to do the same setup as we did before. Plywood laid down for the gunpowder to go on, except this time the difference is Sparky will be going full tilt with gunpowder leaking from his barrel. The question we wanted to answer is, will the lit trail catch up with him? It's the viewer special. The fans asked for it, and that's what we're going to deliver.
And speaking of Sparky, he's just raring to go.
Sparky is radio controlled. I'm going to be down that way, looking straight down the line that Sparky's going to be traveling. And when we're all set and good to go, we're going to pull the plug out of the barrel, out comes the powder, off goes Sparky, and hopefully I can keep him ahead of the powder, because if I don't, he's blowing up.
Jamie's making it all sound so easy, but Adam's not convinced.
This is tough because this is not a myth where we're working from an actual case that we've read about or a story someone's told us. This is like cartoon physics. So, of course, we're going to run into trouble between cartoon physics view of the world and the real world. And in the real world, we've got an outdoor thing. It's the only place we can do this experiment with black powder. And of course, outdoors, there's going to be a breeze.
With a tumbling trail of powder vulnerable to the wind, the guys carry out the final prep with one eye on the weather. Sparky's barrel is loaded with 2 pounds of gunpowder, and Adam rigs a remote ignition system to spark the powder trail to life.
There you go.
This is it. Jamie's ready with Sparky's remote controls.
I'm on.
So Adam pulls the plug on the powder keg, but there's a problem.
Okay, it's not leaking. I'm going to make it leak, okay?
Okay, standing by.
With the gunpowder failing to fall out, Adam employs powder delivery device number 2. And with that sorted, it's take 2.
Okay, go.
Jamie directs Sparky along the track, trailing his deadly trail. Then Adam lights her up.
In 3, 2, 1.
But there's another problem. The sparks caught up with Sparky, but didn't travel up the falling powder and into the keg. Adam and Jamie's solution is to drill a larger hole for a more substantial leak.
I'm on.
But once again, our Big Bang junkies don't get no satisfaction.
It didn't go.
That sucker just wants to clog.
Yep, despite several more attempts, either the powder doesn't want to fall freely or stay lit all the way to the intended target.
Wait.
And although Adam's annoyed, he's adamant they can get this right.
I don't think this is disproving the myth or saying that it's not possible. I don't think we're hitting our mark, and I'm not ready to call it until I feel like we have.
What Adam and Jamie need is an ingenious last-minute plan to keep the powder flowing freely.
The only thing I can think to do is put a shaker on it. And the only shaker I have is right here.
That's really a shame to make this go away, but
It's a nice drill.
problem is the gunpowder's not leaking out of our keg. It keeps on clogging, and every time we tap it, then it comes out. So positing that someone who's holding onto a keg while running is actually imparting some vibration to it, and this is the vibration I'm talking about. Hopefully this will get this thing to drop powder regularly and allow us to blow it to smithereens.
It's the last chance for this viewer myth. Now or never. This is No Drill.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That worked.
Well, Sparky looks like let me see if he's still alive.
Success. The gunpowder trail worked. It caught up, it traveled up the leak, and it exploded the barrel. And what's more, Sparky and the drill have survived intact.
Yay! Sparky survived, but this isn't about Sparky. This is about what if you were carrying that barrel. And I'm here to tell you, you'd be dead.
Even though these explosions were incredibly small, they were some of my favorite ones we've ever done on the show. Something about seeing the line of the fuse going towards the barrel of explosive stuff satisfies me on a deep 5-year-old level.
A favorite explosion and a viewer myth confirmed. All in all, a good day's work.
Oh, there, boy.
Okay, I can do some formation work if you'd like to.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
That was some nice slide.
it's the moment we've all been waiting for.
One of the great questions of the internet.
As the massive controversy of playing on a treadmill finally gets put to the test.
I'm good to go. Over.
Can an airplane really take off on a giant conveyor belt?
Oh, that was beautiful!
Then Tori, Grant, and Carrie bug out with creepy crawlies.
Oh, there's so many in there. Ugh.
With the classic myth, can cockroaches survive the radiation from a nuclear bomb?
Start her up.
Finally, the team blow an internet prank out of all proportion.
Oh my God! Grant! Grant, get over here! Look at this!
when they find out if foam can really soil a sedan.
This is more than a prank. This is evil.
Who are the Mythbusters?
It's time to blow some stuff up.
Adam Savage.
This is killing me.
And Jamie Heineman.
That was fun.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
This is the kind of thing I do on the weekend.
Joining them, Carrie Byron,
Come over here, you smell that?
Grant Imahara,
He's alive!
and Tori Belleci.
This is starting to feel like a bad idea.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. And first up, a myth that's caused a fan site frenzy.
I gotta tell you, this next myth, man, is super controversial. There's literally thousands of pages of the most vitriolic discussions on both the World Wide Web and the Discovery fan site about this next myth.
So that probably means that we're doing plane on a conveyor belt.
Exactly right. Let me spell it out for you. Normally, a plane sits on a runway, spins up its engines, moves forward, gets enough air over the wings, and takes off. But in this case, the plane is sitting not on a runway, but a huge conveyor belt that is matching the plane's forward speed in reverse. And the grand question is, can the plane take off? The myth is that it can't.
Well, I know what I think.
Keep it to yourself because we're gonna test it out.
It's a complex myth that's driven the fan site wild, and it's definitely one to get you thinking. If an airplane is on a conveyor belt and both are going the plane's takeoff speed, but in opposite directions, what will happen? Some say the plane will take off. Others say the plane will be held in place. But what do you think?
How are we going to test this?
I figure the best thing is, as always, to start small. Let's go get the simplest conveyor belt we have access to.
That'd be my treadmill.
Exactly. Put a model plane on it and see what happens when we put those two things together. I also think I know the exact model plane I want to use. Grant has a ton of experience flying it and might be able to teach us.
Okay.
Perfect.
So to curtail this controversy, they need a conveyor belt and an airplane. And Grant's been drafted in to help Adam and Jamie get their wings.
Hey. Can you teach me how to fly this to do airplane on conveyor belt?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go.
With years of experience under his belt and an unhealthy intimacy with remote-controlled vehicles, Grant makes flying look like child's play.
I'm getting dizzy. I'm gonna throw up.
I am too, yeah.
But can he pass on his flight skills so Adam and Jamie can get this contentious myth off the ground?
Okay, guys, so this is a park flyer. It's a very slow plane. Directional controls are on the right. It's ratcheted so you can keep a position.
Elevators.
Okay. Trim it out so that you're kind of tail drag. That makes it perfect for a beginning flyer.
Grant makes it all sound so easy. But already, Jamie has some grave concerns.
I don't know if I can handle this, actually. We're using this particular item the way that it was intended.
And leaving Jamie stunned, Adam's cleared for takeoff.
Good, good. My prediction for Adam is, he's got an exuberant personality. He is likely to crash as fast as possible. Jamie, on the other hand, has a very controlled personality. He is likely to fly a very controlled pattern.
That was some nice flying.
In fact, the man with the flyboy mustache proves to be something like the Red Baron. With acrobatics like that, he's qualified as chief aviator on the test. But will it be enough to quell the quarreling caused by this myth?
Well, gentlemen, looks like you've got things under control here.
Reasonably. Thanks for your help, man.
All right.
Thanks, Grant.
Take care. Good luck.
Thanks. I think we're going to need it.
Now, if you've never heard of this next myth, you must live in a nuclear bunker.
The next myth is a super creepy crawly one, and I'm not really happy about it. It's about cockroaches.
Ugh, I hate cockroaches. All right, so what's the myth?
The myth is a classic that everyone's heard of, that cockroaches will be the only things to survive a nuclear blast.
Well, that sounds cool, but how are we going to test this without killing ourselves?
Here's food for thought. Like it or not, cockroaches are everywhere. And so far, they've survived 300 million years on this planet. But can they really survive a nuclear explosion?
Specifically, this myth is about the radiation that the cockroaches would get from the nuclear blast and not the blast itself, because, face it, that's going to be so hot it's going to fry anything anyway.
All right, so how are we going to test this? Get some cockroaches and a nuclear bomb?
Yeah, the roaches are going to be the easy thing. The radiation might be a little harder.
Well, I think for completeness, we should try a few other types of insects, just to make sure that cockroaches are the only thing that'll survive.
Why don't we do fruit flies, because that's a classic insect for these types of experiments. We'll also do flower beetles, because they're very tough.
So it's an all-star insect lineup, including flower beetles and fruit flies. But first up, the guys get face to antenna with the principal parasite for this parable.
Okay, guys. Here is a box I am sure the delivery guy is very excited to not open up in his truck. These are our cockroaches.
Say guten Tag to the German cockroach. Cutie, cutie, cutie. They cause allergic reactions in people.
Oh, there's so many in there. Ugh.
Got another runner.
And have even been known to feed on human nighttime dribble.
Dude, that is so dirty.
But will the deadly radiation described in the myth get the better of them?
Oh, this guy's like a sprinter. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Before the myth gets going, the guys first need to check the specimens are in tip-top condition. And what better way than a roach race?
Get to the start line. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Look,
he was stunned.
Go Greta! Go Greta!
Famed, at least in this myth, for its resilience,
Greta wins!
there's still some things even the mighty German cockroach can't survive.
Gita, you let me down!
Insects can't resist that call.
So with most of the roaches raring to go, what's next for this myth?
I'm calling insects to come to me so that I can put them in these boxes and irradiate them. I know that's kind of cruel. They don't really know what's going to hit them, but, you know, science is fun, but it's not always nice.
It seems nice guy Tori is having a conscience crisis.
It's exciting.
Because with insect death a possibility, this myth is pretty unusual. From savage sharks and angry arachnids
This is terrible.
to gnarling guard dogs.
Oh, run, run, run!
Where animals are involved, it's normally the mythbusters that come off second best. But not this time. These cockroaches may be on death row, but because they were bred for use in a science lab, their days were always numbered. But if the myth is true, then no harm will come to them.
In the cockroach survival experiment, I need to make some sort of compartment that's going to hold 50 cockroaches. I need them all to get equal amount of radiation, making a little cockroach motel of death, or as I'd like to call it, the Holiday End.
Well, I suppose that's better than Roachtail, California. And once the insect containment boxes are conjured up, the guys just need to get hold of some nuclear radiation. And that should be easy. It's the road to nowhere. The lowly conveyor belt is mankind's labor-saving tool, manufacturing aid, and even automated dog walker. But it's also part of an incredibly controversial conundrum. If a conveyor belt was going the takeoff speed of an airplane in one direction, can it stop that airplane from taking off in the other direction? Or would the plane simply take to the skies? So far, Adam and Jamie have graduated from flight school. All they need now is a conveyor belt. And this not-so-run-of-the-mill human treadmill should be enough to get this myth up and running.
We know what speed the plane needs to take off, so we've set the treadmill to go that speed. We're going to put the plane on it, see whether it takes off.
And with the airplane's takeoff speed being 11.3 miles per hour, both the plane and the belt are set to that magic number.
That's awesome. I've read literally thousands of pages of vitriolic commentary and argument on the web about airplanes on a conveyor belt, but nowhere did I find anyone who'd put an airplane on a conveyor belt. That's just what we're about to do in scale here. And hopefully we're about to answer some really important questions.
It sounds simple, but as Adam soon finds out, it's not all plain sailing.
I'm sensing a problem.
Those wheels are so flimsy.
They are so flimsy and they're just moving around.
The plane's flimsy wheels are getting trapped in the belt, making takeoff like this impossible. So, what's plan B?
I can help it stay centered with my hands while you're goosing it.
Okay. It can go forward or up.
Right.
Okay.
Adam's engineered a flight plan to steer the plane, and carefully making sure he's not pushing it forward, it's all systems go.
It's an airplane on a conveyor belt, dude. It's one of the great questions of the internet.
Ain't that the truth? But it's not answered yet, Adam.
I'll set it to fat burn.
Fat burn, nice.
So with the treadmill set to fat burn in one direction, Jamie's plane burns rubber in the other direction. But Houston, we have a problem. Orville and Wilbur Wright took years to perfect airplane steering. But Adam and Jamie have only got until the next commercial break.
Go ahead and ramp it up.
Luckily, they get their act together. But is that a result?
And we thought it was going to do what?
It went right off the end of the conveyor belt.
No.
Yes.
Yes. With the conveyor belt going 11.3 miles per hour in reverse, Jamie accelerated the plane up to match that speed. And get this, the plane moved forwards. However, it didn't have a chance to get airborne because the treadmill is too short.
The question is, can it take off on the treadmill? This isn't long enough for this thing to get up enough speed to take off.
So we need a longer treadmill.
We need a longer treadmill, and I don't see how we can modify this to be long enough.
The guys are investigating an atomic bomb of a myth. Reputed to survive the deadly radiation from a nuclear explosion, apparently cockroaches will inherit the Earth. But will they be alone?
What we have here is a fruit fly containment unit.
Carrie, Tori, and Grant have 3 species of insects and some handy insect containment units. Now, all they need is a nuclear bomb.
I've been combing the black market, I've been searching the internet, and finding a nuclear bomb is not as easy as you might think.
Fortunately, our researchers have managed to find a lab that's willing to work with us.
Yeah, apparently they have a cobalt-60 radiation source that they're willing to let us test with.
Awesome! I can't believe we're actually gonna do this myth.
Well, believe it, Carrie, because it's all going to go down at the Pacific Northwest Laboratory. Inside the imposing structure, Tori meets radiation expert Michelle Johnson.
All right, so Michelle, this is where we're going to be irradiating the insects, right?
Right. We have a cobalt-60 source in here, and it produces a radiation level of about 55,000 R per hour, which is enough to kill you in about 10 minutes. Enough to kill you in about 10 minutes. Kill you in about 10 minutes.
As Tori picks his jaw up off the floor, let's get this straight. They're not using a nuclear bomb to irradiate the insects, but a highly dangerous radioactive metal called cobalt-60. They'll use this metal to irradiate their insects at 3 different exposure settings called rads. Test 1 will be 1,000 rads. Test 2, 10,000. And test 3, 100,000. And alarmingly, even the lowest dose is really bad news for a human.
Can you just give me an idea of what 1,000 rads would do to a human being?
If you were exposed to 1,000 rads, it would kill you. Usually when we talk about radiation exposure, we're talking about effects to the gut, because the first thing to go is your intestines, and then everything in your body just kind of dumps out through your butt.
So not only are you going to die, but you're going to die in a really embarrassing way.
Uncomfortable, embarrassing way, that's right.
That's what happens in real life. But in Tori's world, fact and fantasy are hopelessly intertwined.
So once this machine is on, I mean, you'd be stupid to want to stick your head in here.
And while Tori is turning zombie, what's Grant's reckoning on the radiation?
We've got 3 different types of insects. The lowly cockroach, which is, you know, the one that the myth is all about. We've also got flower beetles and fruit flies. Now, my guess is that the cockroach is not going to do as well as the other 2 sets of bugs. When you're talking about surviving radiation, I think simpler is better.
So a simpler and smaller biological system might be the key to survival. And with the bugs all set, it's go time for the 1,000 rad test.
What happens is the radiation source will come up to the porthole here, and then we'll have a beam of radiation that will be exposing our insects.
With the first bugs in place, a push of a button reveals the alarmingly lethal radiation source.
Right now, we're radiating our cockroaches, our fruit flies, and our flower beetles at 1,000 rad. Now that is the lethal dose for humans, right on the other side of that wall. And to make it even scarier, we're told we can't go past this line. Safe, unsafe. Safe, unsafe.
It's undoubtedly one of the most dangerous experiments in the history of Mythbusters. For human beings, a mere line on the floor separates life and death. But after 3 minutes in the firing line, will the insects be incinerated?
Fruit flies are gonna be fruit fries.
The Mythbusters are no strangers to controversy. They campaigned for free energy.
It's breaking free of the bonds of the energy conglomerates.
And took on the man in the Great Gas Conspiracy.
Okay, that's enough of that test.
But now, they're tackling the most debated myth in Mythbusters history.
It's one of the great questions of the internet.
If an airplane was on a conveyor belt and both were going the same speed but in opposite directions, would the plane be held in place or would it take off? So far, it's been a turbulent ride. The plane's gone forward on the conveyor belt, but it hasn't taken off. And that means the boys need a new plan.
We need a longer treadmill, and I don't see how we can modify this to be long enough.
Well, how about a sheet of butcher paper, just a long roll of it, and just yank it?
That's great. That's terrific. All we need for that test is to figure out what the shortest distance this can become airborne in.
So a long piece of butcher paper will act as the new conveyor belt. But first, the boys need to find out exactly how long to make their paper treadmill.
So I'm marking this out on the floor so we could start at point 0 and know exactly how many feet it takes this plane at full throttle to get airborne.
All right, this is airplane takeoff test 1. Jamie, whenever you're ready. Dude, that took off in like 20 feet.
With the takeoff distance sorted, what's next?
So the myth is that an airplane with a conveyor belt that's matching its takeoff speed in reverse cannot take off. And we've determined that this plane needs between 10 and 15 feet to achieve takeoff speed, 11.3 miles per hour. I'm going to drag 20 feet of this butcher paper behind my device here with the plane facing in reverse, like this. I'm going to get up to about 12 miles an hour over the takeoff speed. Jamie's going to kick this plane into gear, and if it can take off before it leaves the paper, then I think this myth is not looking very good.
Long conveyor belt test in 3, 2, 1.
Up, stop. Nope.
Oh, it just goes to show what looks good on paper doesn't always work in practice.
No, the plane just went off before I had even controlled it.
Struggling to keep his plane on the right track. And to keep his cool, Jamie is one hell of a frustrated flyboy.
Sorry. Look, here's the deal. This myth is so stupid that it's embarrassing. I'm almost ashamed to put this out there.
Well, he's not a happy camper. But maybe a little runway maintenance will help his piloting skills and settle this global dispute once and for all.
Okay, I'm ready to start. You all ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, go.
After so many false starts and so much controversy,
Is that a flying plane?
That is a flying plane, and it was on the paper when it took off.
Excellent.
confounding and confusing, the plane didn't stay where it was. It moved forward and took off before the end of the conveyor belt.
My chariot was going about 11.5 miles per hour the very moment the plane reached the end of this runway.
Here's the thing. If the myth is that a plane on a conveyor belt can't take off, we just had a plane on a conveyor belt and it took off.
And what's more, they have a theory as to why.
Are you having fun?
I am.
And?
All right, I'm trying to use this car to demonstrate where I think people get mixed up. The forward speed of the car is exactly the same as the backward speed of the conveyor belt, thus the car remains stationary, and this is why people think that the plane's not taking off, because there it is, it's stationary, it's not moving.
Yeah, but cars and airplanes move by different means. The car is sending power to its wheels. That's what makes it move forward or backward or keep up with the conveyor belt. Airplanes have free spinning wheels, and they move because there's a propeller pushing air, which makes the airplane go forward.
Exactly. So if I remove power to the wheels of this car, thus turning it into a plane, and then my hand pushing will represent the force of the propeller pushing against the air, and I feel almost no resistance on the conveyor belt, so the plane moves forward.
And it takes off.
Exactly.
So let's get this straight. A car gets its thrust through its wheels, creating forward motion using the ground it's on. But a plane gets its thrust through its engines, which are independent of its wheels, and so is not affected by the ground, or in this case, the conveyor belt. When engines are on, forward motion will happen. That's the theory. But to cement their place in history, the Mythbusters are going full scale with a manned aircraft and the mother of all conveyor belts. The question is, will they get airborne?
Go!
Back at Roach HQ, the 1,000 rad radiation test is over.
Is it safe to go in?
It's more than enough to kill a human. But what's the cockroach carnage?
Fruit flies are still moving. Flower beetles still moving. Cockroaches still moving.
Remarkably, all the bugs seem to be alive. Well, at least for now.
These guys are still alive. They're not looking incredibly active.
Because radiation works on a cellular level, exposure may not take effect immediately. So each set of bugs is put into containers, which will then be monitored over a 30-day period.
We just did our first test at 1,000 rad. The bugs look all right, so we're moving on to the second test, which is 10,000 rad.
So in test 2, the dial gets cranked up by a factor of 10.
We have a few cameras inside the exposure area. And what you can see right now is interference on the picture, and that's caused by the radiation source.
It's affecting the cameras, but luckily it isn't affecting Grant.
I have to admit that it is a little freaky to go into the room, but I'm starting to understand that just because we subject the bugs to radiation doesn't make them radioactive materials.
They're still moving.
That's it.
Nice.
Just like last time, they're all still alive, even after 10,000 rads. But only time will tell how long these bugs will last.
Now we're going to step it up. We're going to 100,000 rad. That is 100 times the lethal dose for a human. That is melting faces at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark staring.
Let's zap them.
And while the last set of bugs are being zapped, Raiders of the Lost Ark style, Grant's found out the background to this myth.
Hey, do you know what I found out about the science of radiation?
No, what?
Well, we know that radioactivity was discovered by Henri Becquerel in the late 1880s, but it wasn't until more recently that scientists found out that it's the sensitive tissues, like those in our bone marrow or our intestinal tract, that make us more susceptible to poisoning by radiation than other species.
Right. That's where I suppose the myth comes from, that cockroaches would outsurvive humans after nuclear fallout.
Yeah, exactly. The theory is that the more simple body structures of the insects should make them less susceptible to radiation than us.
Well, that's the theory. But after the 100,000 rad test, the news ain't good for the bugs.
Oh my gosh. From the looks of it, there might be like 10% still alive. That's frightening.
Nearly all of Test 3's cockroaches have died. But from the looks of the other bug boxes, this test ain't over yet.
So we've got all of our bugs here that have been exposed to the various levels of radiation, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 rad. Now we've got a fourth group, and that is the control set. The only difference is that they haven't been exposed to any radiation. We'll be able to use that to compare to the bugs that have been irradiated and see how they do.
So it's back to the shop. But the question is, will the bugs survive or will they drop like flies? It's the sum of all fears. But would cockroaches survive the radiation of a nuclear explosion and inherit the Earth? In this classic modern myth, Carrie, Tori, and Grant have blasted 3 species of insect with 3 increasing levels of radiation. Will the cockroach be the ultimate survivor?
Hopefully they haven't mutated into some crazy monsters.
Back at the shop, what's the bug bulletin?
Okay, so here's the plan. We have 12 boxes of insects, 4 of cockroaches, 4 of flower beetles, and 4 of fruit flies. We'll be monitoring them over the next 30 days, counting how many die.
The job of insect coroner may sound grim, but for the Mythbusters, it's important to keep upbeat.
We got a breach.
And what's more, they're making sure the bugs on death row are being well looked after.
They'll be given all the food and water they need, and we'll check in on the 15-day and 30-day increments. And we'll see if the cockroach is, in fact, the ultimate survivor.
So with 2 weeks to wait until the next dead count, the team needs something else to do. And this is perfect. A foamy fable straight from the fan site.
1, 2, 3.
What the hell are we doing this for?
Look, there is actually a myth associated with it. If you take a can of shaving cream and you freeze it, if you take off the outside, put it in someone's car, it'll expand to fill the car.
Shaving cream is a practical joke staple for any frat boy funster or perky prankster. But as the internet rumor suggests, could 1 can of frozen shaving cream really inflate to fill a car?
The first step in this myth is to freeze the can of shaving cream. I'll leave it in there for a few hours, and while that's freezing, I'm gonna go get cleaned up.
All right, I have my shaving cream, it's frozen solid. Now all I need to do is cut off the can. Hopefully it won't explode in my face. What I should be left with is a cylinder of frozen shaving cream. Then I'll stick that into the car, and hopefully as it starts to thaw, it'll expand and fill up the whole car. Quick, close the door.
This caper promises a car bursting with bubbles. But Tori's scoring this myth low on the prankometer. Lower even than the infamous biscuit bullet.
This is probably the lamest prank I've ever seen. There's no way this can of shaving cream is gonna fill the entire car.
Obviously, Tori thinks this fan site toiletry tale stinks. But 5 hours later...
Oh my God! Grant! Grant, get over here! Look at this! Look!
What?
Nothing.
That is so unamazing.
Clearly, they're unimpressed with the foam's lack of inflation. But these merry pranksters aren't done yet.
That was a lame prank.
You know, we did buy 50 cans. Yeah.
So it's take 2, and this time it's 50 cans into the freezer. And quick as a flash...
All right, we gotta move fast. These things are gonna start defrosting.
It's a race against time as Grant and Tori grind open all 50 frozen cans.
Okay.
But once the car's loaded up, the hours pass in the blink of an eye.
Whoa!
Hey, you know what?
Nothing.
Well, but you know what? That's expanded a lot more than I thought it would.
This isn't a prank. It's a minor inconvenience. What you expect with a prank like this is, you know, shaving cream just bursting out of the windows.
Fans suggested shaving foam, and it's a flop. But rest assured, the Mythbusters have a last plan up their sleeve.
The next step is we're gonna ramp it up. We are going to create a situation where foam is going to come out of the windows, possibly explode the car.
In 1908, thousands doubted the Wright Flyer would succeed. In 1968, hundreds of thousands argued the first 747 was too big to fly. And in 2008, millions are clashing over the myth of playing on a conveyor belt.
Excellent!
That little airplane took off just like I thought it would. So, myth busted, right?
Not so fast, man. You know we can't leave it there. You know this debate would never be quelled until you and I did it full scale, and that's just what we have to do.
Well, you know what that means.
Yes, I do. It means a real plane, and it means a really big conveyor belt.
And hey presto, this should do it. A 2,000-foot length of tarpaulin, which they can drag behind a truck to create the biggest conveyor belt in history. And with that sorted, they cruise down to Castle Airport.
I love it. That thing's great.
Where they meet the other ingredient for this myth, kamikaze ultralight pilot Mark Johnson.
It's the Cadillac of ultralights. It's 400 pounds, the engine's 100, so the plane itself's only 300. And it'll take off straight up 1,200 feet a minute. It's quite amazing.
It's amazing, but will it take off on the conveyor belt?
Well, I'm eager to get going. Will you run this through its paces so we can get some actual measurements off of it before we start testing?
Sure.
Fantastic.
It's bigger scale and a bigger challenge with Mark's life on the line. Just like in small scale, the Mythbusters need distance and speed measurements to get this myth off the ground.
All right, distance to takeoff. Good to go.
Jamie gives clearance. Mark floors it. And in no time at all,
Takeoff distance, 85 feet. That's fantastic for us.
fantastic. Next, the guys need the takeoff speed.
We got the cockpit camera that we put on the airspeed indicator in miles per hour. Let's see what its takeoff speed was.
That was...
Yeah, about 25 miles an hour.
And with speed and distance covered, it's time to launch full scale. First up, Mark's ultralight will be moved onto the tarpaulin treadmill. Then Jamie will attach his pickup to the end of the tarp. He'll pull it at 25 miles per hour in the opposite direction to the ultralight, just as Mark tries to take off. That's the plan. So where's the tarp?
We've got 2,000 feet of 12-foot wide tarp, which we're going to drag behind Jamie's pickup truck, effectively making the world's biggest conveyor belt.
It's the jumbo jet of conveyor belts, and an excited Adam has swapped his two-wheeled chariot for something a little bigger.
Here's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking we drop this burrito of tarp on the ground, attach it, okay, good, and then drag it all the way down the runway. What do you think?
Okay.
It's a simple plan, which Adam, playing the role of the airplane, demonstrates. But there's trouble when he rips holes in the tarp.
Sorry.
And that's not the only problem.
So it's not as simple as we thought. The wind's shifting down the runway. It's only about 10 or 15 degrees, but each time it shifts, it's throwing this whole thing in a tizzy.
It seems traditional Mythbuster patience has gone with the wind.
You're going to stop. I don't know where the you're going. If this wind is heading up the runway, we can't do anything. It's
Oh, well, it's time to apply the air brakes. So Jamie calls it quits.
Well, as you can see, the wind has picked up. It's causing us a big problem. So we're out of here. We're going to be back early in the morning.
It's the most requested fan myth ever. So failure to launch is not an option for the Mythbusters. Tomorrow is their last chance to blow away this myth. To answer the question, will cockroaches inherit the Earth after a nuclear blast? Carrie, Tori, and Grant have exposed cockroaches, fruit flies, and flower beetles to terrifyingly high levels of radiation.
Tricky little
And at the halfway mark of the experiment,
Oh, stinks! Oh.
the death toll is mounting.
Then move your antenna over a little bit, just a little. That's good. Yeah. Stretch out your leg. Just your no. That sixth one. There you go. Perfect. Yep.
But with 2 weeks to go, it's still too early to call which bug will be the ultimate survivor. Practical jokes are great fun, as long as they work. But as we've seen, the foam fizzer from the fan site barely registered on the prankometer.
This is probably the lamest prank I've ever seen. It's of microscopic proportions.
So now the team is taking it to absolute max with 25 gallons of something called AB foam.
AB foam comes as a liquid. It's 2 parts. You mix equal parts together, and then you have about 30 seconds of mixing time before it starts expanding and foaming up. But once it sets, after about 20 minutes, it's a hard, rigid, dense foam.
In fact, it's so quick to expand and so cohesive that when Adam and Jamie blew up a plane, they used AB foam to seal the deal.
Attention, the plane is live.
But when AB foam is mixed, it gives off heat in an exothermic reaction. And with 25 gallons of the stuff, that's even got Tori worried.
We're going to take some safety precautions. We're going to empty out the gas. We're going to empty out the oil. We have some fire extinguishers standing by. If it does catch on fire, it can burn itself out, and no structures will be in danger.
With the car safely positioned and ready to be foamed, the team pull on coveralls and respirators and bust some Beastie Boys moves like it's 1998.
What's the plan, man?
The plan is we're going to mix up all this AB foam as fast as we can and get it into the car before it starts expanding.
So what do you guys think is going to happen?
Dude, I have no idea. I've never mixed up this much at one time.
So it's a first for Tori and possibly the world. 25 gallons of liquid is equivalent to around 3.5 cubic feet. But once mixed, will the chemical foam swell up enough to fill the 90 cubic feet of space inside the car? One thing's for sure, there's no time to consider details.
Once you start mixing, there's no like waiting and oops, I did it wrong. No, you have to go and you have to go immediately. Once this thing starts to go, you've got to get as many kits in there as possible.
There are absolutely no second chances in this test because in a matter of seconds, this luxury sedan is stuffed full of foam.
This is more than a prank. This is evil. This is a car that will never, ever drive again. Just to show you how rigid this foam is. Look at that. Solid. Solid. That is a mean, mean thing to do.
It's not just mean, it's horrific. Straight from a horror flick. The AB blob consumes all in its path. Monstrously growing 25 times its original size and completely filling the spacious interior of the car.
Yeah, we did it! We filled the car up with AB foam! My dreams come true. I've always wanted to see this, and now I have. The shaving cream wasn't that great of a joke. So we ramped it up, and this is what we came up with. I'm totally satisfied. I know if I walked up to my car and it looked like that, I'd be pretty upset. It would ruin my day, not to mention my car.
Oh, and anybody thinking of pranking the team, here's some tough talk for you.
Don't mess with us. That's what you get.
Carrie, Tori, and Grant have been playing with deadly radiation.
Captain, I recommend we set all phasers to stun.
They've exposed cockroaches, fruit flies, and flower beetles to 3 levels of this invisible killer. But which one will be crowned the ultimate survivor? That was a month ago, and ever since, they've been counting the dead.
10. Ooh, and no hit on that one.
It's been a morbid 30 days. But remember, these insects were always bred for death by science. Just like Tori, the insects have been hit hard, but there are survivors.
You know, this is crazy. This is the 10,000 rad. This is 10 times the lethal dose for humans, and look how many cockroaches are still kicking.
And the flower beetles have gone one better.
I have here in my hand the only remaining life form to have survived a 100,000 rad dose of radiation, the flower beetle.
So is this myth busted or confirmed?
And done.
Okay, so the idea was that cockroaches would be the only thing to survive a nuclear blast. What do we get?
Well, remarkably, cockroaches are really good survivors. After 30 days, the ones exposed to 10,000 rad still had 30% still alive, and the ones exposed to 1,000 rad had 50% still alive. It's pretty amazing.
That's incredible, considering if we were exposed to 1,000 rad, we'd be dead.
So it's confirmed. Cockroaches outsurvive humans after nuclear blast.
True, but we tested 3 types of insects, and the other 2 did much better than cockroaches.
Yeah, the fruit flies did really well until they died of natural causes. And then the flower beetles, well, they were the strongest. After being exposed to 100,000 rad, which is 100 times the amount that would kill us, there was still 10% alive. The cockroaches, there was none that survived after that kind of exposure.
So the final result is that all the insects outsurvive humans, but as far as inheriting the earth, there are much better candidates than the cockroach.
Which means it's busted.
Busted.
Just like our chances of reproducing.
In 100 years of flight, man has tried to get off the ground in some inventive ways. But none have caused such heated public debate as this flight of fancy. If a manned airplane is on a conveyor belt and both are going at the airplane's takeoff speed, but in opposite directions, will the plane be held where it is, or will it take off? Yesterday, big scale hit big problems.
Holy crap.
The crosswind blew away any chance of a test.
If this wind is heading up the runway, we can't do anything.
It's dawn on the tarmac, and that's why we're here, because there's no wind for, we're told, the first couple of hours of the morning. We are hauling ass because the tarp is perfect right now.
It's like making a very big bed.
With less than a guff of air movement, you could say the Mythbusters have broken wind.
This is looking great.
But another discovery could seriously jeopardize this test.
Yesterday, while Jamie was driving, just at a slow speed, I decided to run on the tarp because I thought it'd be funny. But every time my foot hit the tarp, it tore a huge hole in it. That's what I'm picturing as the worst case scenario. That the moment that plane starts to roll and Jamie starts to drive in the opposite direction, the tarp just rips solid hell.
Even though he's facing a bizarre conveyor belt death, Mark seems unflappable. But with 10 years of flying experience, what does he think of the myth?
Do you think that this conveyor belt will be able to keep your plane from taking off?
Yes, if I match my speed exactly the same speed forward as it's going backwards, and there's no air over the wings, I should just sit there like a brick.
Hang on.
I should just sit there like a brick.
So, the controversy continues. Pilot Mark believes the myth that the plane will be held in place by the belt.
And if we do take off, I'm going to be a surprised individual.
It's surprising, but small scale proved the plane got enough lift for takeoff. So there's only one way to settle the argument once and for all.
You guys ready to do this thing?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
All right.
It's time to go big scale. And with Jamie's pickup pulling a massive conveyor belt in one direction, will a manned aircraft going the same speed in the other direction have the lift it needs to get airborne? Mark does his final checks.
Light support, you're clear to take off.
Copy that.
Jamie's all set.
The truck is in gear. I'm good to go. Over.
All right, this is full-size airplane on a conveyor belt. For real this time.
Thousands of people wait in anticipation. And Adam gives the thumbs up.
Go, Jamie, go.
Mark and Jamie accelerate in opposite directions. And it's arguably the most incredible sight since the Wright brothers got airborne. A very surprised Mark Johnson takes off in his plane from a conveyor belt.
That worked! Oh, that was beautiful! Go, Jamie, go!
A beautiful takeoff. Even with the conveyor belt matching the plane's takeoff speed, the plane moves forward past the traffic cones and easily takes to the skies.
Nice work!
Once we started to roll, I gunned it. I got up at a fairly good clip.
As soon as I told you to go, I was totally expecting to watch the cloth just rip!
And safely back on the ground, Mark is one hell of a stunned pilot.
That was beautiful!
Oh, thank you.
That worked
thank
like
you.
a charm!
Thank you, thank you.
Good job. That's what we call busted on Mythbusters.
That is superior help. Thank you so much.
That's what I call amazing.
Were you surprised?
Yes, I was really surprised it just took off normally. I thought that I would just sit here like a brick.
It was beautiful being over there. I'm watching the tarp moving like this, and you just took off like it wasn't even there.
Exactly.
You had no relationship to it.
That's true, and I'm totally surprised.
Awesome. That was, that was so good.
Safe flying.
Bye. Maybe we can supersize this with a jet next time. This one is so controversial. I can't believe that the very pilot we hired to test it thought that his plane would remain stationary.
Yeah, for some reason people just can't wrap their brains around the fact that the plane's engine is not sending power to the wheels. It sends it to the propeller.
Yeah. Okay, let's get official about this. How do you want to call it?
Well, we put the plane on a conveyor belt, and the plane took off just fine, so...
I'd say that's busted.
Busted. Over.
On this episode of Mythbusters, we've got booms and balloons. Adam and Jamie find out if it's possible to do the impossible
Who's done this before? Nobody!
and make a lead balloon fly.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
Then Cary, Grant, and Tori tackle a tall tale of TNT and surfing. Can you ride a wave created with explosives? Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
Time for science!
and Jamie Heineman.
Is that beautiful or what?
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
It bleeds! Let's go!
Joining them, Grant Imahara,
Don't give up on me now!
Tori Belleci,
Oh! And that's how we like it.
and Carrie Byron.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. First up, it's Up, Up, and Away with Adam and Jamie.
Ta-da!
Something tells me balloon myth?
Absolutely right. It's not only a balloon myth, it's actually also an idiom. Have you ever heard the expression, going down like a lead balloon?
You mean like that'll never happen?
Yeah, something impossible. The myth is that it is totally impossible to make a balloon, like this one, out of lead.
And so we're going to build one.
Well, that's the only way to test it is to try.
That's what we do.
To go over like a lead balloon means you've fallen short, gone bust, or just plain failed to get off the ground, which means an airborne lead balloon is an oxymoron. It'll never happen, because lead's defining characteristic is it's heavy, and heavy just doesn't fly, or does it?
You know the envelope of this thing weighs almost 500 pounds?
Yeah, and it's huge. Something tells me we're not going to make a lead balloon quite that big.
Well, I don't think the goal is to make a balloon that lifts us out of lead. Let's say it's just big enough to lift itself and maybe a little basket.
I'll settle for that.
So will I.
So if Adam and Jamie, with all their build skills and engineering nous, can get a lead balloon to fly, it'll be myth busted. And that's a challenge they just can't resist.
I think the biggest problem we're going to have making a lead balloon is around the material itself, because I mean, this balloon is made of fabric that's extremely light and very strong. We're going to be building a balloon that's very heavy and very weak, so not so easy.
After an uplifting perspective on the myth, it's back to earth, and specifically M5 to get things rolling. Before they source the all-important lead, they decide to split up and see what they can learn with a stronger and lighter material, aluminum.
My thoughts for doing a small-scale build in aluminum are that I want this thing to look balloon-like. I could just make a tube, I could make a lot of different simple shapes, but I really want it to be as round as possible. So I'm actually going to go for an icosahedron. That's a 20-sided regular solid, and each side is an equilateral triangle.
So Adam is basing his design on one of the 5 platonic solids. The 5 what's-its?
The platonic and Archimedean solids are polygons of regular shapes. Like a cube is one of the regular solids because it's 6 squares.
Typically, while Adam approaches the problem with a little magic, math, and a silly hat, Jamie keeps things simple.
I figure if the simplest possible way of building a balloon is just to put 2 sheets together and seal along the edges, why don't I put 2 sheets together the same way, but start by draping them across a hemisphere, a rigid male mold.
With both designs complete, the guys are ready for the float-off.
Oh, look at that. That's huge.
Well, it's bigger than yours.
Let's inflate and see.
Okay.
Remember, it's not the size that counts, but how well it flies, and how practical it'll be to build on a large scale.
Jamie, do you mind if I go first? I want to fill my balloon first. Is that okay with you? Is that okay with you? I'd like to fill my balloon first, if that's all right with you.
Okay.
Mickey Mouse's metal balloon is inflated with helium. And what do you know?
Hey, that's almost balloon-like.
Very nice. It's an approximately spherical shape.
It's icosahedral.
Icosahedral.
Yes.
The question now is, how will Jamie's super simple 2-piece compare? After a blast of fast forward, it's inflated, and they're elated.
It's an actual foil balloon.
So the guys have 2 different but successful designs, but they're made of aluminum foil, which is 6 times lighter and much stronger than lead.
Fly!
Next, Carrie, Grant, and Tori mix science with the art of surfing and get an explosive result.
Shaka! Right here. Hang loose. Right here.
How much aloha do you have in that shaka?
So much it's sick.
What are you guys talking about?
We have a myth about surfing. There's this viral video making its way around the internet where some renegade surfers are landlocked in a city, but they want to surf.
Yeah, and then they find this canal. They throw in a bunch of dynamite, it explodes and creates a wave that one of the surfers rides.
Are you kidding me? There's no way that could work. And even if it did, you'd probably be dead, right?
Well, that's what we get to find out. High five.
In this viral video, a team of surfing gorillas are desperate to catch a wave. Their solution? Well, they hold their very own TNT party. And surf's up, dude. But were these guys really crazy enough to surf with dynamite, or is this just a cutting-edge commercial?
Okay, so how are we going to test this?
Well, I think first we need some sort of proof of concept, because I don't even know if explosives can set off a wave. I mean, in the movies sometimes you see a big splash, but not necessarily a wave.
Well, that raises another issue, which is the depth. Does it need to be close to the surface or down further to create a wave?
All right, well, why don't we test that by building a big water tank. We'll set off some explosions in it and see if we even create a wave. If we do, then we'll set the explosions at different depths and see if that has an effect on the size of the wave.
Excellent.
So Tori begins tackling this explosive fable by building a water tank in the backyard.
All right, let's fill it up with water.
High explosives can't be used in the parking lot, so Tori turns to an old Mythbuster favorite.
Cue dramatic music.
The dry ice soda bottle bomb. And here's Tori with the Big Bang Theory.
All right, this is how you make a dry ice bursty bottle. You take a 2-liter bottle of soda, empty it out, fill it up 3/4 of the way with water, dump in a bunch of dry ice, put the cap back on, and as the dry ice is gassing off, the CO2 gases are building up pressure inside the bottle, and eventually the bottle will rupture, giving you the dry ice bursty bottle.
They'll be positioning their makeshift depth charge at various depths to see if they can make waves.
Okay, so we know that this experiment isn't to scale, but what we're after is what happens to the energy of an explosion when it's in water. Does it disturb the surface enough to be considered a wave, or does it all just simply go straight up into the air?
To find out, the team start with the least likely candidate for a surfable wave, a bottle bomb at the bottom of the tank.
Look at the waves. We're getting some swells.
The first test was with the bottle almost to the bottom of the pool. That's the worst case scenario in terms of creating some movement at the surface, because the explosion's got to push all the water above it.
Next, it's a mid-depth detonation.
Dude, that was a much bigger wave.
It was a bigger wave, definitely.
And finally, a bottle bomb at the surface.
It definitely made much smaller, ripply waves.
So the guys have their proof of concept. An explosion will make waves, and depth is a factor in the size and quality of those waves. And you could say Tori's excited.
Have you lost your damn mind?
So in theory, this might be able to work.
Yeah, but just to clarify, that was not a small scale, just a proof of concept.
Yeah, but we did show that an explosion will cause a wave.
Yeah, but doesn't a wave have to break before you can ride it?
I'm not really sure, so I think we should go and talk to a surfing expert, and we could learn how to surf.
Yeah, because if we make a surfable wave, I want to ride it.
Cowabunga! Let's rip it! Up! Cowabunga!
Life's a beach when you're a Mythbuster. I mean, what other job requires you to go surfing for work? And after meeting Heath, their instructor, we learned that surfing lingo is all geek to Grant.
I am ready to rip it and shred some stuff. Did I say that right?
Joking aside, before surfing with dynamite, the team needs to know they can plain old surf.
Oh, it's cold!
Or, even get into the water.
We're at Cowell's Beach in Santa Cruz, and this is perfect for us. Because as you can see, the waves are tiny, and that's probably what we're gonna get from an explosion in the water, are little waves. And not only that, it's perfect for learning how to surf.
What was going through my mind was, oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing this on my first try. What was coming out of my mouth was like, blah, blah, blah.
Hot air ballooning is the oldest successful flight technology. It dates back to 1763 when the French Montgolfier brothers took to the air. A rich history of refined recreational flying followed. Until heavy metal ballooning, Mythbuster style. Adam and Jamie are tackling the myth that it's impossible to make a lead balloon fly. But they began by brainstorming with aluminum.
What do you think? I mean, they both worked.
I think that we're on to something, but I don't think we can make any conclusions until we see the lead foil.
You're right.
So all they need is the lead. Simple, right?
I didn't think the lead foil was going to be the hardest part of this myth, but it was a hassle to find a U.S. supplier.
Hello? Sprechen Sie English?
Luckily, Jamie turned up a German maker of lead foils called Epstein. What this may look like is a box full of rolls of foil that weighs about 30 pounds. In fact, this is our lead balloon. Oh, look, it's beautiful.
Beautiful, but very, very fragile.
The problem is this. It just kind of falls apart. It's like, almost like wet toilet paper. There's not going to be any room for error. It has to be done just exactly so, or we're not going to fly.
Now that we've got this foil, rather than go right to the biggest balloon we can make with it, we're going to try making an interim balloon. This is a scale test, if you will. We're going to learn about how the material moves, how it works, how it tears, what kind of complications we're going to run into, and what kind of contingencies we'll need to plan for when we go for the full size.
Taking on board the lessons learned from Jamie's aluminum design, the guys go for a super simplistic 2-sheet lead balloon. And one of the first things they learn is the static from the tape is a problem. But Adam's Tash trick solves that.
A little static off, you'll see it drags a little less.
Oh yeah, very nice.
Isn't that cool? There's women out there who are going, oh, I wish I was that piece of tape right now.
You think?
I'm sure of it. Raise your hand. Yeah, you.
Give me a break.
The producers of Mythbusters are not responsible for any marital issues resulting from raised arms.
All right, go for it.
It's going up.
Adam may have failed to inflate Jamie's ego, but he's having more success with the lead pillow.
It might look like a lead pillow, but soon enough it'll be a balloon. Who's done this before? Nobody!
So far, this virgin voyage has been plain sailing.
Dude, it's a lead balloon.
A degree of care during construction.
Ah, I found a tear.
And a few running repairs to seal any small tears, and Adam thinks they have this myth sewn up.
This is my idea of a perfect scale test. Several things are clear to me looking at this. One is we're going to have to go bigger in order to get real buoyancy. And we're going to go as big as we can. Two is, while the material's not as delicate as I had feared, it's still really, really delicate. I mean, tears are forming with just the least provocation, so we're going to have to be very, very careful.
You're going to ruin it, aren't you?
The third thing is, I think we're only going to get one chance to get this right. Like, if big tears start to appear because of the weight of the material, it's going to be nearly impossible to repair them on the fly. So we're just going to have to figure out a way to build this and fill it in a way that it involves the least amount of stress on the material.
3 great points, but surely the main point is it's not yet airborne. And as Jamie explains, that's because it's not big enough yet.
This balloon has too much lead and not enough helium. So we need to go larger, because the larger the balloon becomes, the greater the ratio of helium to lead. It's sort of a funny thing with physics and geometry, but that's the way it works.
Yep, the larger the solid, the greater the volume. That's the helium compared to the surface area, which is the lead foil. So the bigger the balloon, the more buoyancy it's got, and the greater the chance it'll be able to overcome its own weight. With the science out of the way, it must be time for lunch.
I first decided to make Le Grand Burrito in about 1985. I bought a rice patty, and I thought I could grow enough rice for the world's biggest burrito. I know most people don't think rice belongs in a burrito, but I do. So here is about 800 pounds of rice, about 700 pounds of beans, 65 avocados. It's not enough, I know, but they're not in season. And I can't remember how many tortillas, but very, very many. We're going to eat it next week.
This crazy commercial has got Cary, Grant, and Tori thinking. Is it real? Could you really create a surfable wave with dynamite? And if so, would any of the team be able to ride it? A trip to Santa Cruz later, and it's looking good on the surfing front. But what about the safety aspect? If you remember, an underwater pressure wave is fatal to fish.
I killed it!
But what about Mythbusters on a surfboard? To find out, Carrie has brought in underwater explosive expert Van Romero.
What are the dangers of being in the water when there's an explosion?
Well, when you detonate something underwater, it's much more dangerous than in the air. You're the same density as water. So the energy in the shockwave will easily be transferred from the water into your body. As the shockwave continues to go through your body, it reaches the surface of your lungs. In the inside of your lungs, the density is very low. And when that happens, waves start bouncing all over the place. And as those, if your lung is subject to that, it'll start to bleed. So you won't die immediately, but you'll bleed to death in about 24 hours.
Yep, the insurance doesn't cover that, which means they'll need a surfer substitute.
Okay, giant explosion, lethal shockwave. I think this is a job for Buster.
Buster can't even stand up on his own. How's he gonna surf?
You know, I don't even think he needs to stand. I tried the Cobra position coming in on a few waves, and that worked great.
Yeah, but he still needs to paddle.
I got it! Robot! Yes! I knew it! Yes, mechanical paddling robot, remote control.
So you're gonna make a row-bot? Get it, row?
A problem to solve
Ready to hang 10?
and a robot to build. It's a little slice of grand heaven.
Now, one of the most essential things about being able to catch a wave is to get up speed by paddling. And this, if you don't have enough speed, the wave's just gonna cross by you. So, I'm gonna make some steel arms, which are going to be Buster's arms, and those will be hooked to a motor. And as the wave is coming up, I'll start the motor spinning. That will start the arms of paddling and get Buster's speed up so that hopefully when the wave hits, they'll be at exactly the right speed and take off.
And while Grant finishes the motor to power the paddles, he's drafting Carrie for some help.
What we're gonna do is trace out an arm profile and then cut it out of steel.
So you wanted to use my arms because they're big and muscular? Is that what you bring me over for?
No, you're gonna trace my arms because they're paddly.
But mine have more length, so it could, you know, a lot faster. Yeah.
Sorry, the piece of steel I bought will fit my arm.
Okay, so do you want me to put a muscle on it? I'll get a pen.
With Carrie on arm duty, the guys soon whip the bot into shape, including a remote control rudder, AB foam legs, and torso, modeled, of course, on Grant.
Ta-da!
And a quick paint job.
Okay, so the remote-controlled surfing robot is finally done. It consists of a 10-foot foam board with a paddling mechanism. It has a swivel, just like your real body would move as you paddle out. All the electronics are encased in a waterproof enclosure, has a 12-volt battery. For minor adjustments, there's also a rudder on the back. And the wave's over here. Perfect. Now start paddling, dude. Paddle. Okay. It's good to go. I'm ready to hit the waves.
So we have our surfer, Frank's bringing the explosives, and our researchers found us a lake.
Yeah, it's an Angels camp, and it's a quarry lake, so there's nothing to be killed by the explosion.
So no fish in a barrel type lethal shockwave of death.
Yeah, well, let's get up there and start making waves.
So this beautiful quarry lake is the location for the final experiment.
How's he gonna hang 10? He got no feet.
And the first order of business is a test run with the surfing robot.
I am feeling a little nervous at this point because none of us are going to be allowed to surf. This is our only option for testing the myth.
You look nervous.
Yes, I'm a little nervous. Now, that having been said, I'm hoping that RoboGrant has been imbued with the natural surfing talent that real Grant has.
Well, it didn't flip over.
Yep, it looks like Grant has imbued RoboGrant with all of his surfing powers.
All right, let me turn him.
Nice.
Thank you. Thanks.
And it didn't flip
Thanks.
It's a beautiful robot.
So RoboGrant did us proud. There's no doubt about that. He's got the mad surfing skill. However, I would like to see him go a little bit faster.
And to achieve that, Grant switches the paddle action from freestyle to butterfly.
Oh yeah, he is faster though.
Surf's up, dude.
So RoboGrant's good to go.
Yeah, spank that water.
But Carrie's concerned about our evil genius's motives.
Does anybody
find it creepy how many Grant robots have been on the show? Is it just me, or is he trying to like clone himself and make a little army?
I like it. I think we're keeping it.
The crucial thing about an adage is the kernel of truth it's based on has become accepted over time. But Mythbusters don't accept the truth, they test it. And to test the truth of the adage to go down like a lead balloon, they're building one.
Who's done this before? Nobody!
I don't know. What do you think the plan should be for going full scale?
I'm not really in love with that burrito shape. I mean, it kind of started to work, but it doesn't look like a balloon, and I think it won't handle the stresses once we get much larger.
You're right. And both of these require so much manipulation of the foil. I mean, and the one thing we learned from the lead foil is it's way too delicate to make a shape like this.
Yeah, we need to figure out a way of just building it in place and not touching it, just inflating it from there.
I've got an idea that may work. It involves laying the material out piece by piece and taping it as it goes down so we only move it once. And then hopefully, when we inflate it, it would unfold. It would be just one of the simplest platonic solids.
So it'll open like a flower.
Exactly. Let me try and work that out.
And so our Swami of origami goes to work.
The biggest problem that the lead is giving us is that it's delicate, and we can't go lifting up huge sheets of it to tape these complicated seams. We have to build our three-dimensional shape flat and then inflate it. Use the spread distributed load of the helium to bring this thing out into 3 dimensions. We can't move the lead around too much. So I'm gonna try and design a way to make a cube so that we lay it out panel by panel flat, and then we can inflate it.
It works. All right. There it is. That's the deal.
With the design and construction map worked out, Adam crunches the all-important numbers.
Roughly 11 kilograms.
He's planning to use 640 square feet of lead, which weighs 11 kilos, or 24 pounds. But will the helium inside that cube have enough lift?
In its cubular form, this thing's gonna have 30 kilograms, roughly 70 pounds of lift. That's far more than the lead that makes it up is going to weigh. In fact, we'll have so much buoyancy out of this that in order to get it fully inflated, I think we're gonna have to add some air. We're gonna have to thin out our helium. That's great, we're way in the green on this.
So it's full scale ahead. But the idiosyncrasies of the material mean Jamie's having to go to extraordinary lengths.
This lead balloon is going to be so big that we've got to make special rigs just to get over top of these panels while we're assembling them. We can't obviously just crawl all over it because the lead is so delicate, we'll puncture it in that process. Therefore, I'm making a big swinging boom arm that we can put on a forklift to put one of us out on the boom. We'll be on a sort of a car that will have a basket that we'll be in so our arms can hang down right over top of what we're working on.
Dude, this is elegant and simple.
Thank you. What we would always want on Mythbusters.
They're all set, and while the guys pack up and head out, let's take time to find out more about the myth.
So the phrase "to go over like a lead balloon" meaning to fail miserably, what's our earliest citation of it?
Well, that would be in 1924 from a syndicated cartoon called Mom and Pop.
Oh, but come on. I mean, if we're going to talk about this phrase, we got to go to the 60s. And the story has it that Jimmy Page was finishing up a Scandinavian tour with the New Yardbirds and was told that it would go over like a lead balloon, had a eureka moment, and named the band Led Zeppelin.
I wonder if that was also the origin of heavy metal.
Gonna make a lead balloon.
Adam and Jamie have arrived at the Alameda Naval Base, a familiar and favored location.
Well, we're in lovely Building 24, where we've shot not only Running in the Rain and Trailblazers, but also other myths like Helium Life Raft.
Hey, Adam,
Yeah.
this isn't working.
No, it seems to have failed utterly.
We've chosen this because we got plenty of room to fly, we got no wind, we got a nice flat surface to build on.
And today we're making our lead balloon.
Or at least that's the plan, because the myth states that it's impossible. A challenge Adam and Jamie seem to be taking personally.
This whole build depends on how carefully we do this. Success or failure depends on all the little details, like a smooth floor.
Why is that piece of tape there?
If we have dirt on this floor and we've gone through and we've swept it like several times, we're scraping any little bits of tape or anything that we can get off of it. It has to be pristine. We're going to lay down paper. We're going to be wearing booties when we're working around this. This is going to be like a medical procedure.
Okay, everybody, this is no walk zone.
With military-like precision, Jamie directs preparation of the assembly area, ready for Adam's origami design.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
It's basically going to be a 10-foot by 10-foot by 10-foot cube of lead.
So, 10 foot.
Our construction plan is pretty simple. Jamie will be assembling squares while I'm assembling the regular balloon. And here's the plan I worked out in the shop. It's 12 steps, 12 pieces of lead. Each square gets assembled over on the assembly square and then put together on the home square.
With rubber gloves to protect against what is, after all, a poisonous material, the guys begin building the ambitious 12-step plan. Adam is putting the actual cube together on the home square, while Jamie production lines the larger pieces from the 15-inch rolls.
I've got the first side completed, and oddly enough, it's the bottom. It's about 100 square feet of lead. It used up 2 rolls. Jamie's working on the second sheet, which actually will get cut into triangles to start our actual origami assembly process. It is hard work.
Almost as bad as picking strawberries.
Have you done that?
Uh-huh.
Is it real? What, is this all low to the ground?
Yeah, you're like this for all day long.
Oh. I didn't know you were a migrant worker. Is that when you were riding the rails?
It was my first business, was strawberries.
I can't believe I just learned something I didn't know about you.
I hired a bunch of the local girls, like 10-year-olds, and we're out there picking in the fields.
Employment standards were less of an issue during the Great Depression. The first square is coming off the assembly line, and according to Adam's grand origami plan, it gets cut into equilateral triangles.
Okay, the first one's coming off.
Before being moved into position on the home square.
It's pretty darn good.
The ingeniously named Step 2 is complete, when Piece 2 is taped into position. Cue the cable car.
What we have here is the largest clear tape dispenser in the world.
Simply insert an Atom to tape in all those awkward, hard-to-reach places.
I've never built anything like this before. The final result's going to be about 7 or 8 layers thick in some places. That's as thick as one of your hairs. That's how thin the material we're working with is. So the difference over here in the home square from step 1 to step 12, nothing. You're not going to see a darn thing. Just at one point, we're going to start inflating. It's going to work like a popcorn popper, hopefully.
After seeing this internet video, Cary, Grant, and Tori couldn't resist the myth that it's possible to catch a wave created by dynamite. And with Robo Grant all set to surf, Cary and Tori head out onto the lake to work out where to place the explosives.
First up, Tori and I are going on a recon mission to figure out what the bottom of the lake bed looks like. We have a depth finder, and the sheriff's department has lent us a boat.
49, 48.
We know from talking with our expert, to get a breaking wave, we need a discontinuity in the bottom of the body of water. Now, this is a man-made quarry lake, which means it has those discontinuities. And if we put our explosives in just the right spot,
Right here. This is where I want it.
we might be able to create a perfect breaking wave for our robot surfer to ride.
As it turns out, the topography of the lake bed is perfect. A gradual slope from the southern end to the shallower north will act just like a beach. The gradient will drag on the leading edge of the wave, causing the faster-moving back edge to break over the top.
Okay, so we can put the surfer right there, and then we can measure back for where we want the explosive.
That's the location. But what about the strength and depth of the charge?
All right, so our shop test showed that the depth, it definitely is a factor, the size of the wave. Now that we're out here, why don't we try setting our explosions at different depths just to see what kind of waves we get?
Well, just to start, we've got 50 pounds. You want to put it about 30 feet, see what happens?
Sounds good.
Now, since we don't really know exactly what depth we want to do this at, we're still trying to figure it out, I was wondering maybe we should save Robo Grant until we know, we got a good depth and we know we're going to get a good wave.
Great.
You don't want to wreck them yet?
Not yet.
Remember, in the viral video, it looks like they used 3 or 4 sticks of dynamite. Maybe 3 pounds? But retired FBI agent Frank Doyle thinks that just won't cut it. He suggests starting with 50 pounds of the high-explosive trinitrotoluene, or TNT. With an explosive velocity in the region of 7,000 meters per second, no wonder Grant's nervous about blowing Robo-Grant right out of the water.
Okay, Frank, this is Grant. We are in position and ready for you to start the countdown. Over.
We're ready to go. It's going to be 3 fires in the hole and a count. Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! 3, 2, 1.
Dude, you can feel it!
Okay, wait, that was 50 pounds. Let's see what kind of wave rolls in.
Wow, that's pretty huge.
That was amazing. That was 50 pounds of TNT, 30 feet deep. But the wave that ended up making it to the shore, maybe about an inch high.
Despite the impressive amount of TNT, it barely raised a ripple.
Yeah, I think it's too deep.
Yeah, that energy just totally wasted too deep.
Okay, let's split the difference. Let's bring it up to like 12 feet.
Sounds good to me.
Great. So what we saw here was the same kind of behavior we saw in our shop test, which was if you have the charge too deep, under too much water, you just get a big kind of thud and no wave.
Make the drop.
So what we're gonna do now is move the charge a little bit closer to the surface
Explosives on the water, going down.
and see if we can get more of that energy out and hopefully creating a wave.
All right, Frank, 12-foot depth with 50 pounds of TNT. Let her rip.
3, 2, 1, fire!
The wave! I like it!
Surf's
Look,
up, dude!
it's still coming.
That's about what, 6 inches, maybe a foot?
Yeah, the peak of the leading wave looks to be a foot high. A huge improvement on the 30-foot test, which means the team are happy with the depth of the charge, 12 feet.
It's breaking! It's breaking! Yeah! Little waves!
Next, they want to supersize those waves. For that, they're going for broke and using their entire supply.
We want to get on the corner surf this.
We're talking about a body bag filled with TNT. That's 200 pounds. This should be a really big explosion.
Let us know if you're going to fade back there.
Okay, let's put things into perspective. This little explosion was a mere ½ pound of TNT.
Look at the door! Wow!
So if 200 pounds of TNT doesn't whip up a wave, this myth is truly busted. Waiting in the wings for his big debut is Robo-Grant. But before the big blast, the real Grant takes time out for a quick pep talk.
Okay, buddy. Needless to say, this entire experiment rests on you. This is your time to shine. You've got a long history of robotic friends to live up to. RoboCat, the Mad Batter, the sword-swinging robot. This is your chance, man, all right? Go out there, make us proud.
All right, slap away!
Good luck, buddy!
Robo-Grant paddles out to a predetermined distance from ground zero, while Frank coordinates the drop before everyone retreats to a safe distance.
This is the big one, you guys.
We're commencing the firing sequence. Fire in the hole! Yeah!
There we go. Got it. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
Straighten him out. Here we go.
He's going.
Yeah, dude.
He's going,
You're-
he's going.
you're perfect
I
alignment.
have speed, I have speed. No.
3,
Here we go.
2, 1.
Adam and Jamie are testing the accepted truth in the idiom to go down like a lead balloon. And if they manage to fly this huge heavy metal inflatable, it's myth busted.
I define flight as balloon off the ground. As soon as the balloon is buoyant enough to support its own weight on top of the helium that's inside of it, then I say that we've got flight. Everything after that is just gravy. It's all working out quite well right now. Makes me a little nervous.
We're only going to find out if this works right at the very end. There's no trial and error on the way. This either works or it doesn't. It's a one-shot deal. Little did the Mythbusters know that there was a herd of cattle waiting in the other room.
The 12th hour of the build comes and goes, but the final step in Adam's design, the 12th, is in sight.
Well, we are just about to reach the most dangerous and tricky part of the lead balloon, which is the notorious triangles number 10 and triangle number 11. You'll see along here, it's a straightforward left side flanking tape maneuver. But on the inside left edge is going to attach to piece number 2 under 5 other layers of lead. And 11 is not much simpler.
This is the part I haven't been looking forward to the whole time. Okay, slowly, 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 slowly. Back to the map.
The pressure is on for Adam to get these final pieces right, but he won't know until they inflate it if his origami cube has been taped together correctly.
So this is the moment of truth. We are, this is one of the many moments of truth, but we're just about to put the top piece, number 12, on the structure here, and then tape it all the way around. After that, there's some rigmarole, but pretty much we're ready to fill. This might just work. Oh, no, it's not gonna work.
They're close, but getting that final piece onto home square is proving a challenge.
Hold on, I'm not there.
With everyone's patience as thin as the foil, tempers and frustrations are only just kept in check.
Slow down, slow down.
Everybody slow.
Okay, stop.
But they finally get there, and with piece number 12 taped into position, Adam bounces back.
I'm now feeling so optimistic that we're gonna get buoyancy that I'm gonna shoot even higher. And I want this thing looking like a real inflatable balloon, like with a basket and with passengers. Yes, Jamie and I are gonna go for a ride in the lead balloon.
This thing laying on the paper over here is about the most bizarre thing that we've ever put together, because, and I can't say this enough, it's just absolutely incredible. There are 12 layers of lead on the floor, and all together, stacked one on top of each other, they add up to nothing any thicker than a human hair. That puts into perspective what we've had to do to make a lead balloon that actually flies.
Their thin, flat-pack cube is complete, but how are they going to inflate it?
Jamie and I have been thinking about ways in which this will fail spectacularly. We're both nervous about this little area in the middle that has to open like a flower with 4 edges scraping over each other. And to hopefully countervene this, we are going to be filling this balloon both into the bottom and into the top. We're hoping to pillow it up so the parts will move and slide over each other with a little less stress than just from the bottom having to lift like 3/4 of the weight of the balloon. All right, so 640 square feet of lead, 11 kilograms, 1,200 feet of helium. You ready?
It's going up.
You gonna man the valves?
I'll do that.
All right.
Adam is understandably nervous. His clever design is on the line. And as Jamie opens up the helium, one thing's apparent.
It's gonna take a while.
It's going to be an excruciatingly slow process.
This is the most delicate time in this procedure because we've got hundreds of taped joints. If that tape sticks someplace that it's not supposed to, if something catches, it can rip, it can tear, things can come apart. This is the hard part. If we get past this, we're golden.
This is the big one, you guys.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori are just about to put the myth of surfing with dynamite to the ultimate test.
Commencing the firing sequence.
A few feet below the surface of this quarry lake is 200 pounds of TNT. And closer than any human could get is Robo-Grant, the surfing robot hanging out for the perfect wave.
I have speed. Now, here we go.
It was a huge explosion, but is the wave actually surfable? Robo-Grant is paddling furiously, and Grant keeps his stunt double on course. But the wave just rolls right under the surfboard, despite the outrageously over-the-top quantity of TNT and an explosion to match. The wave still wasn't surfable. As it radiates from the epicenter in an ever-increasing circle, it runs out of energy, leaving Robo-Grant thinking about his next trip to Maui, unlike the team, who, when they get a bang like this, are always satisfied.
Nice job!
Nice job.
That was not anything like the video at all. That was definitely CG, and I see one major flaw with a wave being surfed from an explosion. It's you get a radial wave, and it just dissipates too small. It's not like the ocean where it just carries on.
Yeah, you know, he was paddling and paddling, and he had enough speed, and he looked like he was starting to catch it, but then the wave went away.
Just kind of went. But I mean, you can't get a bigger explosion than that for what we're doing. That was amazing.
No,
That
it
was
perfect.
great.
But on top of all that, if you were in the water and a bomb that big went off that close to you, you would be dead.
Yeah.
So
Good
this
point.
one's totally busted.
Busted!
Adam and Jamie's mythical lead balloon is in fact complete. The guys are in the process of inflating their inflatable, but it's not as simple as it sounds, and it's taking a while.
Well, we've encountered our first slight difficulty, which is that the helium doesn't fill this thing in any kind of even fashion. So as you can see, it's heavily weighted towards one side, and I don't want to put too much stress on one part of this balloon. I would like to even it out as much as I can. So we're going to take a big plastic drop cloth, lay it over this, and use it to kind of even out the helium's filling of the balloon.
Yes.
Hopefully that'll keep it stable.
I like that a lot better.
Yeah, me too.
With Adam monitoring and fretting over even the slightest tear,
I'm nervous because of the way I saw it unfold, creating tears in a burrito. But right now, I'm provisionally happy.
and Jamie carefully controlling the flow of helium and air into the top and bottom of the cube, it slowly but surely rises.
We're putting air in this because we think we actually have too much buoyancy. We want it to just barely come off the ground, otherwise we're liable to rip something. If we can get it so it ever so gently goes up, we're golden.
By mixing the heavier and less buoyant air with helium, they're hoping to prevent any sudden lift that would tear the delicate lead foil apart.
Okay, before it becomes too much trouble, I want to pull the visqueen off and have everyone grab the cords.
Whatever you think.
Okay.
Adam directs his troops, and the plastic drop cloth is carefully removed.
It's looking good, it's looking good. Okay, everyone go ahead and let it up a little bit. Go ahead, let's get some helium.
And the flat pack origami cube slowly comes to life.
I don't see any major holes, I don't see any major failure points, but I'm keeping a close eye on it.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the design. It unfolded and twisted out just the way it was supposed to. Whether it flies or not, I don't know, but your plan worked.
I'm really psyched about this one.
The cube may be taking shape, but with the containment of the plastic gone, the foil is free to shift and ripple.
Ah, there we go. I knew I felt something. There's a big rip here.
And suddenly the build picks up pace.
Opening tank 3.
I got a hole.
Teetering on the tipping point of failure.
Good, hold on tight to that.
And the promise of flight.
Oh, hold on to it, hold on to it. Hold on, that's it.
Rips and tears appear everywhere. But like the little boy in the dike, Adam stays ahead of the leaks.
This is looking okay.
And incredibly, the lead balloon keeps rising.
I gotta tell you, I'm pretty happy about this thing right now. I'm pretty excited. It's a lead balloon. Oh my God, I'm getting dizzy. Woo!
It's a balloon made out of lead, and it's up there. It's floating. It worked.
But Adam, for one, ain't satisfied with just off the ground.
I still want more balloonness out of it.
I know.
He wants all the knobs, bells, and baskets he can get. Without requiring expensive insurance, our disposable hosts are in the basket, ready for liftoff. And with a few more gentle blasts of helium, the real Adam and Jamie watch their experiment go up like a lead balloon.
dude.
That is a lead balloon.
I am really pleased. We might have been able to get away with a smaller balloon, but this is a lead balloon. We did it.
That worked beautifully. It's perfect. 11 kilos of lead hanging right over my head. And if I let this go, it's going up. It's just amazing.
Well, I tell you, that might be ridiculously impractical, but, you know, if someone says it's impossible, we just take it as a challenge. Busted idiom.
Which leaves just one thing left to do.
How are we going to get it down?
How about with a baseball?
It's time to destroy it.
It was inevitable, really.
Go ahead and throw it.
Like a sandcastle at the end of a summer's day, the kids can't help but destroy their creation.
There it is. All right.
That's a chunk of lead.
Good job, well done. Let's go.
So do you think we could actually make a Led Zeppelin?
On this episode of Mythbusters, Adam and Jamie go blind and then get blind drunk.
Who are you calling drunk? Over?
As they test an intoxicating car caper from Hollywood. Can a blind person really drive without crashing?
We've got an actual blind person driving a car.
Then Carrie, Tori, and Grant take a swing and a myth at a golf trilogy. Can your shoes turn you into a lightning magnet? Is a tree really an impenetrable obstacle?
Fire at will!
And a la Caddyshack,
Okay, you want to play rough, little gopher?
can an underground explosion really sink a pot?
Boom, boom.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
I can't believe that this is my job.
And Jamie Heineman.
That's kind of intense.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Whoa!
Joining them,
We killed the ninja!
Tori Belleci,
All right, what's the plan?
Grant Imahara,
We're gonna be meat and waffles, man.
and Carrie Byron.
Explosives and electricity.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Fasten your seatbelts because blind driving peels out first.
What are you doing?
I'm driving blind.
Why?
Because it's our next myth.
Oh, you mean like in The Scent of a Woman?
It's like you're freaking psychic. That's awesome. Yes, where Al Pacino's character, who is blind, is able to drive a sports car by being given instructions from his passenger. That's what we're going to test.
Hooah!
In Scent of a Woman, a blind driver takes a sports car for a high-speed spin. By responding to turn-by-turn instructions from his terrified, sighted passenger, they pull off the seemingly impossible. But can such teamwork really work?
I assume you have a plan.
I do, and it's a pretty simple one. I figure we need a blindfold, a car, and a closed course to drive on. I'll put on the blindfold and go wherever you tell me.
And can we take turns?
Absolutely. I think it's imperative that we both have a crack at it.
So let's get cracking. To try to recreate this highly hazardous driving technique in the real world, the guys are using a pedestrian-free zone.
The lovely people at the Alameda County Sheriff's Emergency Vehicle Operations Center have lent us their driving course. It is a blank slate. I'm going to set up a whole bunch of cones that will create our city streets for blind driving.
Jamie is going to play the blind driver first, so Adam sets up the course alone. This means that the mustachioed maestro won't have the advantage of knowing its twists and turns.
In setting up the course for our blind driver, I've tried to add all the obstacles that we see in the movie. So I'm starting out with a nice long get your bearings kind of straightaway. That also includes a sharp left-hand turn. Right after that, I've got a second sharp left-hand turn. And I've included an obstacle for Jamie to swerve around. This ought to be all the challenges we need for our blind driver.
And that just leaves the car, which for this test comes complete with in-car cameras, a driving instructor called Derek, and a crucial safety feature.
This car is specially rigged with controls so that he can hit his own set of brakes and stop the car in case I get frisky on him.
With frisky Jamie blinded by science,
a lovely color.
Where does he see the problem areas of the course being?
Obviously, the straight bits are going to be the easiest ones. The problem areas are going to be the turns, exactly how far I turn and when. That's going to be tricky.
You feeling ready, champ?
Yeah, let's do it.
Just like in the movie, Jamie will be totally in the dark, relying solely on Adam's directions.
My role in this test, I am literally a backseat driver. I will be giving him all the stimulus, hopefully, he needs to drive this course correctly, although I don't expect him to. I foresee many, many knocked over cones.
Woo-ha! It's time for ignition.
All right, Jamie, go forward. Just get your bearings. A little bit to the left, a little bit to the left. That's good.
Cruising at an easy pace down the straightaway, they come to their first bend in the road.
Okay, there's a turn coming up to the left. Excellent.
Made it with no cones down.
Straighten it out, straighten it out. Okay, pick up the speed. Let's pick up the speed.
But not for long.
Keep going, keep going. To the right, to the right, to the right. Now hard to the left. To the right, to the right, more to the right.
Soon their drive turns into a game of Cone Pac-Man.
More to the right. Okay, to the left, hard to the left. And then to the right. Beautiful. Okay, stop. We need a new navigator.
Managing the course took a very different turn to what they thought.
How did I do?
Well, I gotta say, together we swerved around the cardboard obstacle perfectly. But it turns out the turns were easy. It was correcting for the straight driving that was more difficult. Right over there is the worst spot.
Like a couple of out-of-sync co-drivers, Adam blamed Jamie.
His ability to correct on the fly on the straightaways was pretty poor, even up to and including his ability to know left from right at times.
And Jamie blamed Adam.
You know, more is like what? You know, it's easy to get confused or not do something enough or too little.
If the guys don't begin to work as one, they're finished.
So Grant, what's with the sweater? Did you retire?
No, I'm not retiring yet. I'm merely appropriately dressed for our next series of myths.
Is the next series of myths about fashion disasters?
No. With over 60 million golfers around the world, it's no surprise that the website's been inundated with requests to do myths about golf. The first one is that a tree is 90% air.
Yeah, I've heard that one. And a lot of golfers say if your ball gets stuck behind a tree, instead of shooting around the tree, it's better to shoot through it because you have a 90% chance of getting through because it's 90% air.
Great. So all we need is a bucket of balls, some golf clubs, camp out behind a tree, see how many we hit through.
Sounds good to me.
From a distance, a tree may look like a solid, impenetrable object. But up close, there's a huge amount of space between its leaves. So huge that some golfers think you have a 90% chance of swinging clean through. To find out if this myth is all hot air, Team Tee-Off travels to one of the most famous golf courses in the world.
All right, let's do this.
Starting to feel a little underdressed. Where better to come than world-famous Pebble Beach? I mean, this is where Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods played, and now they're gonna let us play?
Yeah, I'm not sure they've seen the show. But with a world-class golf course, check. Some top-rate golf outfits, check. Now, the team just needs a tree. And this should do.
You know, the tree that we picked, it's a very average tree, and it's the kind of tree that you would try to play through, because when you look at it, you see that there is enough light, so you're thinking, I could get through this and actually play through to the next hole.
So, what's the plan, Tiger?
So to begin our initial research into this myth, we're each going to hit 10 golf balls into the tree and see if we can make it through.
And if 9 of those 10 do sail through, it's myth confirmed. Having played golf since high school, Tori's going to tee off first.
That thing is I find myself in this situation quite often when I'm playing golf.
First shot went like a shot, straight through the foliage.
Look at that.
Nice one.
See, normally I would have to shoot out into the fairway.
One for one.
I just cut the corner.
But shot 2 stops dead in its tracks.
I'm gonna have to say that one didn't make it through the tree.
So it's 1 apiece after 2. And after a montage of the other 8 balls, what's the final score?
So far, the score is 6 made it through, 2 went wacky, and 2 came back at us.
In other words, for Tori, the tree was 60% air. Can Carrie do any better?
So you want to stand there?
No.
Carrie quickly learns that in golf, no matter how bad your last shot was,
Oh! God.
your worst is yet to come.
Oh, no.
Of Carrie's 10, only 1 ball went towards the tree, and that was along the ground. But she's still better than Grant.
Right one.
Yeah, Grant.
In golf speak, swinging and missing the ball is known as a whiff. So, his aim positively stinks.
Maybe you should take up tennis.
So far, our threesome has dug up plenty of dirt. But nearing a conclusion, they ain't.
Okay, well, this was not very scientific. Out of 30 balls, how many of them actually counted?
Yeah, not many. You know, we're gonna have to figure out a way to get these balls to go at a consistent speed, and we're gonna need to aim it at the tree, so that way we get a good test.
The team had better get a grip. To solve this myth, they still have a fair way to go.
Let's try it again.
Buckle up, because Adam and Jamie are on a movie-inspired collision course. Apparently, a few simple instructions and a blind person can drive with ease. So far, on a closed track with Jamie steering blindfolded and Adam navigating,
Now, hard to the left.
it was a mess of miscommunication.
Okay, to the left, hard to the left. And then to the right. Okay, stop.
Now, to swap places. Driving gear on.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
They start out good,
Doing good. Doing good.
but it's not long before things go bad.
Brake hard left. Too hard. Straighten it out.
If they were on a real street, Adam would now be up over the sidewalk.
Hard left. Straighten it out. More.
And into the foyer of an office building.
Right. Right. Left. Okay, stop.
That was great.
Was it?
Man, you nailed that. Every single one of them.
Apparently, I did great. And by great, I mean I drove appallingly. Just about like what I'd expect a blind person to drive like.
Once again, Jamie believes Adam is at fault.
Adam did pretty much exactly what you would think he would do as a blind driver. In other words, he was erratic. Subtle controls. Adam doesn't drive that way normally, and he doesn't drive that way blind.
And Adam thinks Jamie is.
Honestly, I feel like he gave up a little too quickly.
Right.
I could tell halfway through that he was kind of just like, left, right, you know.
The blind driver theory is looking like it's on the road to being busted. But the guys did confirm one thing. There's no I in team.
This is all about teamwork. It's not about the driver or the navigator. It's about how both of them are working together. They really have to get in sync for this to work.
So, shall we take it to the max?
We really need a blind guy.
I totally agree. No one will believe this is plausible until we get an actual blind guy in the driver's seat.
One of the most frustrating situations you can get in the sometimes infuriating game of golf is getting stuck behind a tree. To swing you out of the jungle,
Nice.
the team has been testing the myth that when blocked by a tree, you should try to shoot right through it.
I'm gonna have to say that one didn't make it through the tree.
The theory is that although a tree looks solid, 90% of its volume is air, meaning a ball will sail through 90% of the time. But so far, their golfing skills have been so bad that testing the myth has been impossible. And that means they're gonna need a plan B.
I know, it's pretty obvious. In order to test this properly, we're gonna have to take ourselves out of the equation, which means only one thing.
We're getting Tiger Woods?
No, better! We're gonna build a robot! We're gonna build a machine that fires balls at the same speed and angle as a professional golfer. Then we shoot a really big sample size, like 100 balls, and see if they go through the tree 90% of the time.
What is it with you and these robots? Was that your like default button?
Yeah, it's like the control alt delete, really.
Grant's mantra in life is, if in doubt, build a robot. And he's got no doubt that his robo-golfer will give the best in the business a run for their money.
Not even Tiger Woods could shoot a golf ball in roughly the same area 100 times in a row, 200 times in a row to test this. So, I'm going to build a golf ball shooting cannon.
Using compressed air, Grant hopes to shoot balls through the barrel at the same velocity as a proficient human golfer. And that's something they figured out earlier. Before they left Pebble Beach, the team met pro golfer Laird Small to precisely analyze his swing.
How you doing? I'm Tori.
Tori, welcome to Spyglass Hill and Pebble Beach. Glad you're here.
Using the high-speed camera, they determined that when ball leaves club, it does so at around 150 miles an hour. So that's what Grant's aiming for.
It makes it look so easy.
Well, he is the pro. We don't want it to be superhuman to give it some advantage at getting through the tree.
Time to test its oomph. Dialed in at 40 PSI.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
And what do you know? The ball shot out at 150 miles per hour, just like the real deal.
Now we know how to make foam cylinders.
Armed with their machine and a serious amount of balls, the team heads back to the course for the 90% Air Invitational.
I think that is our tree.
So the myth is that a tree is 90% air, which theoretically gives you a 9 out of 10 chance of shooting through it and making it through.
That's the theory, and to test it out, they're going to start with a tree-free control, like all good science golfers do.
We want to see how the tree affects the distance of the ball. So we're going to shoot 100 balls without a tree in the way and 100 balls with the tree in the way and see how far they go.
Fire at will.
3, 2, 1.
Perfect drive. You're on the green.
Not missing a single shot, Grant's machine skips years of aggravation trying to perfect the complexities of the backswing, downswing, and follow-through.
Last ball, 100.
All right. Your cannon's shooting like a real golfer.
A little hook to the left.
A little slice to the right.
Their control test is complete. Without the tree impeding their flight, most of the yellow balls landed 500 feet away. Now, to see how far they go with the tree in the way. This time, they're using pink balls.
So for this myth, which is that the tree is 90% air, what we'll be looking for is 90 of the pink balls will be at the same distance as the yellow balls.
But there's a twist. Having assessed his competition from the sidelines, Tori is also going to pit himself against Grant's robot using blue balls. So, what are his chances?
Come on, it's Grant's
robot. It's got consistency. He could make that exact. I mean, I don't really think that Tori has a chance.
There's only one way to find out.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
It's man against machine in the ultimate golfing challenge. Each are firing 100 balls into the tree, but how many will sail clean through? Will it be the 90% that this myth needs?
That's 100 balls. Test complete. Oh my God.
Now to tally up who won, Tori, the machine, or the tree. By counting the pink and blue balls that made it into the same range as the yellow, they can calculate the percentage that were unimpeded by the tree.
27, so
27 balls made it through the tree.
27%?
24% on the pink.
Wow.
So about, well, that's about a quarter of the balls made it through. That's not 90% air right there.
No, it's not.
With such a low percentage of balls making it through the tree, for proponents of the myth, Carrie's got some bad news.
Now, the myth says that the tree's 90% air. That should be 90% of the balls. That was only 25% of the balls. That means this myth is busted.
Hate to say it, but I beat the machine.
He did.
You beat the machine.
You beat the machine. You're better than a robot.
Adam and Jamie are testing the myth that a blind person can drive a vehicle without crashing if they're told where to go by a sighted person. All you need is a system.
System, huh? Look, you grab me by the waist. If you want me to turn right, you squeeze on the right.
You're doing good.
Having already taken this theory for a test drive, they set a new standard in reckless driving. Now, they're shifting it into high gear.
We realized that's not enough. We need an actual blind person behind the wheel of the car, and more than that, we need to raise the stakes. A closed course isn't good enough. We need city streets.
Safely away from inhabited neighborhoods, the site for their trial is an abandoned military base. If this once thriving community feels spine-chillingly familiar, it is. Carrie, Tori, and Grant use the derelict streets of Cypress Knolls to test the cost of road rage.
Where did those rats go? Where did you go?
This location is amazing. They are residential streets, and they're totally abandoned, and I gotta tell you, it's creepy as heck. It really is post-apocalyptic, and I'm expecting a zombie horde to come crawling out of a basement at any moment.
Nice view. Just like home.
Not only have they found the ideal location, but also the ideal driver, Jerry.
Jamie, howdy.
Glad to meet you.
Hey, man, good to meet you.
So you're here to do a little driving for us, I understand.
I certainly am.
Well, there are different kinds of blindness. There's legally blind as per the definition, and then there's can't see a darn thing blind. What are you?
No light, no nothing.
That's perfect. Are you ready to drive?
Hoo-yah!
Jerry is one gutsy guy, and he needs to be, because his route through the burbs is full of twists and turns.
We start out with a nice straightaway, easing into a little bit of a curve. Then a hard right-hand turn. And an obstacle just like yesterday. But we're not done. One more right-hand turn before we get home, and we've got to finish off by parking in the driveway. That's our course.
Of course, with a real blind man at the wheel, Jamie's getting nervous.
We've got two issues to deal with. One is the actual navigating, and the other is whether he's gonna go crazy with a car.
Will our driving duo make it safely home or end up in someone's front yard?
It's like it's the blind leading the bald now, isn't it?
Yeah, there we
Very
go.
funny.
You have fun now.
Up next, we have a real shocker of a myth.
That's right. This one involves thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. Now, the myth is that if you're playing a round of golf in a thunderstorm and you're wearing metal cleats, you're more likely to get hit by lightning.
We know playing golf in a thunderstorm is seriously dangerous, but this myth is not about holding a club in the air or a golf umbrella. That's obviously a bad idea. This is about whether the metal cleats in the bottom of your shoes actually attract the lightning.
This myth isn't out of thin air. Golfers are sometimes struck by lightning because it's attracted to their highly conductive metal clubs. But could metal cleats on their shoes also be enough to attract a bolt from the blue?
All right, well, this myth is a little problematic. First of all, not many lightning storms this time of year. And secondly, it's just too dangerous to film in one.
Yeah, and the chances are the camera crew would be the first to get hit, and we don't want that to happen, do we?
Agreed. So to keep all of us safe, let's build 2 ballistics gel dummies with the same electrical resistance as a person. We'll put regular plastic cleats on one and metal cleats on the other and see which gets hit by lightning.
All right, well, for the lightning, we should go to an electric company that has a test facility. This way we have a controlled environment. We can put our ballistic golfers wherever we want them, and then we could see if we can fry them with one of these lightning bolts.
Good ideas.
To explore this high voltage theory, Tori gets started by modifying a pair of mannequins.
Ballistic gel golfer. Will lightning be attracted to your golf cleats?
For the later tests, it's crucial that these golfer stand-ins have the same electrical properties as the human body. And filling them with a special ballistics gel should do just that.
The ballistics gel is going to give us the same kind of resistance to electricity as the human body.
Okay. Yeah.
He's a unicorn.
When they're set, they head out to the links in search of lightning. The PG&E Technology Center is one of the Mythbusters' favorite playing grounds. But even though from the outside it looks like a giant golf ball, there's not a fairway to be found. First up, Carrie gets the lightning lowdown.
How does this simulate lightning?
This uses a generator back in the shed back there and creates very, very high voltage electricity that comes through a ball over there and it goes to a ground.
Because lightning is no laughing matter, here's an important safety message.
Even our crews who are specially trained to work in extremely hazardous conditions know that when the lightning's coming, they need to seek shelter immediately, and everybody else should do the same thing.
This is our lightning source, so we need to set up our golfers equidistant from this source.
And then we dress our golfer dummies, one with plastic cleats, one with metal cleats, and see where the lightning strikes.
This is gonna be fun.
First, they need to lay out some groundwork.
So what we're trying to do here is simulate a golf course. That's why we have this. It's a copper plane, and we have a clamp. We're gonna connect the clamp to the copper plane, and that's gonna be connected to the ground of the facility. And that will give us that electrical earth simulation that we need to conduct this test.
Then, because there's nothing like the feel of fresh green turf underfoot, they lay out some sod.
It's a golf course. Sweet.
Next,
You guys got any power around here?
Tori removes the tops of the dummies' heads and soles of their feet, so when the lightning strikes, it will have a clear path to the ground. Time to get kitted up in appropriate attire.
We want to give this myth the best possible chance of working. So we have found some leather-soled shoes with metal cleats. It's going to give us the best conduction path. Now, to be a really good comparison, we have our modern rubber-soled shoes with plastic cleats.
And all laced up, they're ready to hit the green.
Wow.
All right.
That's a well-attired golfer.
Yeah, you know, I've never seen a golfer with just golf shoes. That would freak me out.
Finally, they place both golfers the exact same distance from the lightning source.
And this guy is at 46.5.
Yeah!
Great.
Perfect's good enough for me.
Oh no, it's starting to rain. Who will be struck out of the game first? Can a totally blind person drive a car without getting into a wreck? The theory is yes, if they do it as a two-man team with a sighted person navigating. And right here, right now, it's time to put that theory to the test.
Well, Jamie is just about to get in the back seat while he lets Jerry control, everything to do with the car. Jerry's 100% blind, and that means the stakes here are pretty high. And if I had to make a prediction, I think there might be some curbage on this trip.
Well, with those words of wisdom, it's go time.
Jamie and Jerry, are you guys ready to go?
Ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, we're all set.
Okay, we'll wait for you. On your mark, go ahead.
I just let the brake go and see we'll start to roll. Cool, that's perfect.
Jamie's strategy is to start off nice and easy.
That's perfect. I think the trick here is going to be to work incrementally. We're going to start slow and gradually build up from there. Right? Perfect.
We've got an actual blind person driving a car. You don't see that every day.
Oh no, we're coming.
Obeying all the rules of the road, other than having a completely blind person at the wheel, they come to a 90-degree turn.
Okay, cool. A hard right. Straighten it out.
And with that nailed, Jamie utters the words the insurance company doesn't want to hear.
Give it a little gas.
That's right, Jamie gets Jerry to put his foot down.
More gas. That looks good, okay. It's a good speed.
Wow, he's going about 20 miles an hour now. This is for real, man.
A little more gas.
Traveling over the limit in a residential area. Jerry is officially speeding.
35 miles an hour.
He even clears the obstacle without breaking a sweat. Jerry's final test requirement could be the toughest.
Now comes the last obstacle, parking.
Start to brake. Now turn hard left.
But it looks like Jerry will successfully avoid traffic school.
And stop. You made it. No injuries, no impacts, no nothing.
That was fantastic.
Yo.
Jerry, shake my hand.
Yo.
You are a natural.
Yo. Had a good guide.
You know, I think that Jerry was better than either of us because he has no preconceptions about how he wants to drive.
Yeah, he followed my instructions exactly, and it was a piece of cake.
Jerry's ability to drive is astounding. I wouldn't have known he was blind watching him drive around our course. That was amazing.
So what was the experience like from Jerry's perspective?
I found it very easy to follow Jamie's instructions.
Coming up to a stop.
He was very calm, very deliberate, and it was easy to just meld into it and do what he told me.
So where do the guys park this blind driving myth?
Based on what I'm seeing at this point, the scene in the movie is totally plausible, with the one small caveat that this was something that we planned out. If you're doing it like in city traffic and impromptu, it might be a little different.
But watch this space, because there's a dangerous twist in the tale for this myth. Would Jerry be as in control if Jamie wasn't?
Jerry, what do you say? Are you willing to let a drunk Jamie guide you while driving?
Sure, as long as I get a shot at that bottle after we're all over.
That's the spirit.
In this Thunderdome, the team set up 2 ballistics dummies equidistant from a high-voltage source. The only difference is one is wearing shoes with metal cleats, the other plastic. So what are they looking for?
To confirm this myth, we need to see a definite trend of lightning discharging into the dummy with the metal cleats.
And with the dummies sitting pretty, it's time to unleash the lightning.
All right, you guys, this is it. 10 strikes. Got 2 identical dummies. One has metal cleats, the other has plastic.
All right, fire it up.
One on plastic. Two plastic, one metal.
The guys are unleashing 10 bolts from the blue and keeping a tally of who gets hit, the metal cleat golfer or his plastic-preferring counterpart.
2 on the metal, 4 on the plastic.
And after a shocking few minutes, the results are in.
6 on the plastic, 4 on the metal.
So for our first test, we had 2 identical ballistics gel dummies at equal distances from our high voltage source. what we saw was a fairly equal distribution of lightning strikes between the two, which indicates that there's no difference having the metal cleats.
So that means metal cleats do not attract lightning. This myth is busted.
Busted. Busted.
But the team isn't finished with the lightning cleats theory just yet.
Next test, we're gonna load up our golfer with the metal cleats with more metal. We're gonna have chains, watches, keys, change, whatever, and see if that attracts more lightning strikes.
To make sure the metal makes contact with the ballistics gel, Tori drills holes in the dummy's fiberglass shell. Will all the extra bling attract some extra zing?
Did you take your retainer out?
Their punk rock golfer sustains consecutive hits until this time 8 strikes went to the heavy metal golfer, but still 2 hit his plastic playing partner.
I actually thought this one was heading towards confirmed, but then one of the strikes came down and hit the guy with the plastic cleats, which means this one is still busted.
So in bad weather, wearing metal spikes won't increase the chance of lightning strikes. But what about holding a club?
If you notice, during your backswing, you actually become a lightning rod. So what I'm gonna do is attach this golf club to that golfer, and we're gonna find out if you are crazy enough to play during a storm, what might happen. What a shocker!
In less than a second, a single strike of lightning can heat the air to 60,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Our guy is literally melting under the pressure.
Well, maybe that's why you're not supposed to play golf in a lightning storm.
But you gotta hand it to him. He never loses his grip.
Okay, our last myth has to do with gophers, explosions, and putting.
You're talking about the final scene in Caddyshack. I love that movie.
Precisely, the American classic. Let me set the scene for you. It's my favorite part. Okay, the greenskeeper's going mad trying to catch a gopher he just can't get. So he decides he's going to exterminate him with C4. He puts C4 down each of the gopher holes and gets ready to blow him to smithereens.
But before he pushes the button, 50 yards away, there's a golfer trying to make the winning putt. He hits the ball, but it catches just on the edge of the cup.
And then the groundskeeper sets off the explosions with big bursts of fire, destroys half the golf course, and sinks the winning putt.
All right, so we need to find out if C4 causes that much damage, and if it does, is the shock wave strong enough to knock the ball into the cup?
Exactly.
Okay, let's get some explosives and head back to Pebble Beach.
You know what, actually, your golf swing already destroyed half of their golf course, so they're actually not letting us come back. So we're gonna have to find another place to do the experiment. Sorry, man. Maybe learn how to play golf.
It's a great gopher golf scene where you get 2 myths for the price of 1. First, will C4 really explode into great balls of fire? And second, will the resulting shockwave be enough to knock a teetering ball into the hole? As a golf course substitute, the team has found a field perfect for their experiments.
Here's our golf course.
Not for long. Yeah.
Sweet. We're at Riversdale Ranch. It's a huge field. It kind of looks like a golf course. There's tons of gopher holes, and they've agreed to let us blow it up with C4. How great is that?
Gopher hole.
Sure enough, the ground is riddled with the telltale signs of gophers.
Oh my God, this thing had so many gophers.
This field is perfect.
But don't worry, animal lovers. This is a gopher ghost town.
This is an area where gophers have already been exterminated, which means there are no little creatures running around and we're not going to do any damage. This is just, you know, a little homemade gopher golf course.
Before they explore movie land,
This is going to be a whole lot of fun, huh?
as curious as bright-eyed rodents, the team wheels out a gadget used by real-life professional exterminators.
Now, professional exterminators have a number of tools at their disposal. They have chemicals that they can use, they have traps, and then they have the Rodex 5000.
Spraying an explosive mixture of oxygen and propane, the Rodex 5000 sends a shudder through gophers across the land.
Okay, you want to play rough, little golfer?
Tori inserts the nozzle of the rodent ritter at someone's former front door. But before they fire it up, Grant has a serious safety warning.
It's good that we're all wearing pants. As they say, if the explosion comes back around you, it could blow the dirt right up your shorts.
All right, stand back it is.
All right, gassing up.
The team carefully releases the combustible concoction into the burrow.
Okay, you're at a minute.
A lot of gas.
And after letting it build up within the network of tunnels below, it's time for ignition.
Okay, that's 2.
Valve closed.
This is Golf Gopher Test Commercial Gopher Exterminator in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
Wow!
Dude, look at how much damage we did.
Look at it, went all the way down.
It followed the whole tunnel. That's awesome.
Awesome, unless you're a gopher. But enough of real life. We've got 2 myths from the movie to bust.
For this golf myth, we have 2 things to test. They come from the last scene in Caddyshack, which is an American icon, if you ask me. First of all, can C4 create the kind of explosions that they have happening in that last golf scene? And secondly, can the ground shake enough to drop that golf ball teetering on the edge of the hole into the hole?
So 50 yards, that one.
Yep.
All right.
From closely watching the movie, they've calculated that it was about 50 yards from the explosive's detonation point to the golf ball.
50, right there.
So they make a hole the same distance away and teeter a ball right on the lip.
Nobody breathe.
And that just leaves the explosives. Oh, look who's just blown in. Retired FBI agent Frank Doyle.
Well, hello. How are ya?
Good. Did you bring us the good stuff?
I brought the really good stuff for today.
Channeling a reach the end of his tether greenkeeper, Frank delicately places balls of C4 inside a series of gopher holes. And he's placing so much that Grant's very confident.
Seeing the amount of C4 that we have out in this field, I think it's probably a 50-50 chance of the ball not going in the cup, but actually flying over the cup and across the field. That's a lot of C4 out there. I'm expecting a big boom.
But will it be a big fiery boom? And will it sink the putt?
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God!
That was awesome!
The boom sure was a blast, but part 1 of the myth is already up in smoke.
The main difference between the explosion that we saw with real C4 in real gopher holes and what you see in the movie is an element of fire. And what we saw is just a blast of dirt going straight up.
In other words, the movie Fireball was a fake. But what about the blast's power? Well, at Gopher Ground Zero, things are looking promising.
Hey, look at the size of these holes.
I think this might be actually a very effective gopher extermination method.
This is an effective golf course extermination
Yeah,
method.
no kidding, man.
There's a crater.
It's created a gopher graveyard crater at the blast site. But what's happened on the green?
Great explosion.
Oh, it didn't go in the hole.
You know what? That's not surprising. I mean, that was a cool explosion, but the shockwave wasn't enough to knock it in.
I really thought it would.
So where does that leave their Caddyshack recreation?
So that's negative on the golf ball, negative on the explosion.
So this one's busted.
Busted.
But as in Hollywood, if at first you fail, then just fake it.
Any way you look at this one, it's busted, but we're not done yet. We want to replicate the explosions that they had in Caddyshack. And Frank has got something special for us. Real special.
Yep, Frank has something guaranteed to get that Hollywood-inspired fireball. Gasoline.
Those varmints aren't gonna know what hit them.
He places the containers in a line all the way along a burrow. And with the stage set, the team can't wait to be entertained.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom.
That's what you expect to see.
At last, they get their money's worth. so they may not have achieved what they set out to do, but just like in the movies, they've all learned a valuable lesson.
You know what? We showed that this one is totally busted, and we got a beautiful explosion at the same time.
And we showed how exciting golf can really be.
It is exciting without explosions.
Sure it is.
It's not.
Jamie and Adam have confirmed the movie myth that a blind person can drive a car, accident-free.
Now turn hard left.
If a sighted person prompts them.
You made it.
But now they have an even more intoxicating real-world tale to try.
So the story we have is that a blind man has actually been pulled over for driving a car, and the situation was that a friend of his got so drunk he asked the blind guy to drive for him.
This story heralds from Europe, where police saw a car traveling on the wrong side of the road. They discovered the driver was blind and being directed by his intoxicated buddy. Testing this drive from the headlines, Jamie is designated intoxicated navigator and is already flushed in the face and a little frisky.
He gets drunk not like anybody else I've ever met. His head gets red, he starts to giggle, but he doesn't say much. It's very peculiar.
Now, to make sure he is officially over the limit.
I know we're supposed to be doing this, but it doesn't feel right.
How much have you had to drink today, sir?
That much?
That much? We're gonna have to test him.
An on-the-spot sobriety test is required, beginning with a physical.
Finger to nose, left.
Then a breath test.
Keep going, keep going.
The evidence is irrefutable.
That's good.
The Heineman is drunk.
You're not allowed to drive.
Thank goodness.
The responsibility of driving home is up to blind man Jerry and his nerves of steel.
Okay, a little curb up the driveway.
The effects of imbibing alcohol include a decrease in reaction time and intellectual performance. So will Jamie's directions be as clear intoxicated as they were sober?
All I've got to do is say right and left or slower or faster. So I think Jerry's going to take us home quite nicely.
Follow car to drunk navigator. Follow car to drunk navigator.
Who are you calling drunk, over?
Well, you better be drunk for this test to work.
Are you ready?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, whenever you feel like going, we'll follow.
A common consequence of people being drunk is that they think they're funnier than they really are.
Laura.
Yes.
He knows better than to listen to me.
Another is that their perspective of events
Straight now. Right.
can be very different to non-drinking observers.
Oh, I swear he is weaving a lot more around the road. It's like, whoa, 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 we got some curb action there.
Hard left.
Feelings of affection can also become magnified.
Oh, you're so good.
And make others feel uncomfortable.
Right.
Drunk Jamie as a navigator made me a lot more nervous. He gave a lot of positive reinforcements and it wasn't as useful.
Good little bit of left.
But what's important for this test is that drunk Jamie is making Jerry weave the road like he's the one who's been swigging bourbon. For the first time, driving instructor Derek has to help Jerry control the car.
The situation felt a little less in control, and twice Derek intervened. He grabbed the wheel once, and he also hit the brake once.
Hard right.
But the guys do manage to pull into the drive in one piece.
You got me home, and I was drunk. Thank you, Jerry. You're my best friend.
You bet your sweet pippin.
From where Adam was sitting, there was a very distinct difference between Jamie's navigation skills sober versus drunk.
You're weaving much more from right to left, right to left. There's a lot of delay in correction, and If I was a cop behind you, I would be pulling that car over thinking there's a drunk man behind the wheel.
I don't know which is worse, being blind or blind drunk.
So if you ever consider the blind driving method of getting somewhere, call a cab.
Hoo-yah!
Can we stop doing these drinking myths? I don't feel so good.
Okay, I'll do the heavy lifting and the wrap up. I think you and I proved on the closed course that with a little practice, it is possible to drive while blindfolded as long as your instructions are competent.
And our blind guy that we got, Jerry, actually turned out to be a great driver.
He did, and that combined with the story we found of someone actually doing it, I'd say this one is totally confirmed.
It's illegal, but you can do it. It's confirmed.
You know what my favorite part of this whole story was? Was that after you got drunk, your instructions made Jerry drive as if he was drunk. I would have never called that.
I thought I did pretty well.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. You were actually drunk.
On this episode of Mythbusters, the whole team is flying high in an airplane special.
Oh, I don't think I did so well.
First, Adam and Jamie fly by the seat of their pants
Yeah, shut up.
in a state-of-the-art simulator to see if a novice pilot can be talked down by air traffic control.
Pour your nose up and give it power.
Oh my gosh, coming in really fast.
Then Carrie, Tori, and Grant get gnarly with 3 skydiving movie myths from action flick Point Break.
Adios, amigos. Oh, shucks!
Buster gets the push to find out the free fall time from 4,000 feet.
Oh my God!
Grant discovers if you can have a conversation in midair.
so excited.
And Tori lays his life on the line in a high-speed chase at terminal velocity to see if it's possible to catch someone up in free fall.
Dude, that was incredible!
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
That was awesome!
and Jamie Heineman.
Mush.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Rise, my son.
Joining them, Grant Imahara,
Warning!
Tori Belleci,
It's getting dangerous now, and that's how we like it.
and Carrie Byron.
That is messed up!
They don't just tell the myths,
Wow, I can feel the pressure.
they put them to the test.
Come on, we need to come up with something. What do we have?
I got nothing.
Some idea.
Parachutes. Misconceptions about skydiving.
There are a bunch of Hollywood movies that feature skydiving.
Skydiving's good. Skydiving, airplanes.
How about when the pilot's incapacitated and they talk a passenger into landing the plane?
Perfect. That's really good.
An entire episode about airplanes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please buckle up for an airplane special. The Mythbusters are no strangers to aviation myths.
I want liftoff this time!
They've made mincemeat of an airplane.
Yeah!
They fired chicken meat at an airplane. And they've even used an airplane to make a bus take to the sky. But now, they're back with 2 brand new flights of fantasy straight from the fan site. And starting off, it's an all-time classic.
So in all your eclectic careers, you've never gone out and gotten a pilot's license?
Nope, thought about it, never did it.
Not even any illegal crop dusting?
Mm-mm.
Neither have I, and you know, that makes you and I perfect testbed platforms for this next myth.
You mean talked into landing?
Yes, let me set the scene for you. You have chosen the kosher meal and have eaten it just fine, but the pilot and co-pilot have accidentally been fed the salmon mousse. Stricken with food poisoning, they can no longer fly the plane, and the stewardess says, "Is there anyone here who will land this plane?" And you get behind the seat, get on the horn to air traffic control, and they give you the instructions to land that plane safely.
So you're a completely inexperienced pilot, but they talk you down into a safe landing.
That's the myth. That's what we've got to test.
The life of everyone on board depends upon just one thing. Finding someone back there who can not only fly this plane, but who didn't have fish for dinner.
It's a classic scene from the silver screen. The pilot and co-pilot are out of action, and the flight attendant asks the question no one wants to hear.
By the way, is there anyone on board who knows how to fly a plane?
Can a complete novice really land an airplane?
You know, Adam, I don't think our insurance company or the FAA is going to give us any kind of permission to attempt to land a real plane.
Nope, I think we're gonna have to do this one in a simulator of some kind. And luckily, the researchers have turned up the creme de la creme of flight simulators for us. It's NASA's, and they use it to train real pilots.
Okay, and before we get talked down by the air traffic controller, I think we should try it au naturel, you know, without any help at all, and see how we do.
Because if we can do that, then there's no need for air traffic control.
Exactly.
So it's chalks away. And first up, we meet the man with the machine, Terry Rager.
Welcome aboard.
And after a brief tour, what's immediately clear is this simulator ain't exactly your average game console.
Wow. Those are the size of a small house.
That's amazing.
Well, you're going to find it's pretty realistic once you get inside.
With pneumatics to simulate every bump, more buttons than a Wurlitzer organ, and a state-of-the-art graphics display, this simulator is the real deal.
Ready?
And first into the hot seat is Jamie.
You go first. Here is the plan. We're gonna try landing this flight simulator on our own without any assistance because, well, if we can, there's no need for a test. They've concocted for each of us a flight scenario that we'll open when we're ready to fly, that'll tell us the critical details about our flight. Jamie's gonna go first. And who knows, maybe he's going to turn out to be a great pilot. I wouldn't be that surprised.
Okay, so I've left Chicago. I'm on my way to Denver. I'm in a large commercial airliner with 160 passengers, and I'm at 15,000 feet. Good luck, it's up to you to land the plane and save the lives of the passengers without any help. Okay, well, I guess I better get to it.
It's worth remembering, despite the aviator mustache, Jamie has absolutely no experience piloting a plane. And to make a tough task tougher, Terry has programmed a night flight. So Jamie will be quite literally flying in the Twilight Zone.
I have a basic understanding of how airplanes work, which I think should be helpful, but the rest of it, this is all alien to me. I'd say this is going to be a little bit of a rough landing.
Captain Jamie's not altogether confident, and once he takes the controls, he shares his concerns with the cabin crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Put your tray tables and your seats in the full upright position. Make sure you have all your seat belts engaged, and kiss your ass goodbye.
The simulator cockpit, modeled on a generic passenger plane, has real instrumentation and flight controls. And state-of-the-art computers control the actuators that respond physically to the pilot's handling.
Let's just start to play with the controls a little bit.
And it's clear from the get-go that Jamie is hopelessly out of his depth.
I need to find my speed. Why can't I find my speed?
With alarms, sirens, and verbal warnings going off, Jamie's struggling. He's going too fast. And with his roller coaster steering style, he's breaking every FAA regulation in the book.
He just rolled out of a 45-degree bank, which normally 30 degrees is the maximum an air carrier would do.
If he keeps this up, he may tear the plane apart before he has a chance to crash land.
Looks like we're headed towards some kind of population center. Let's see if we can go faster.
Jamie's unorthodox approach has found Denver Airport, but he's not in great shape.
He's just too high and too fast. It's not a good combination.
The recommended landing speed for a plane of this size is about 140 knots, but Jamie's screaming in at over 300.
Maximum airspeed exceeded.
Yeah, shut up.
All in all, it's not going well, and even the simulator is starting to panic.
Why is it telling me not to think?
On his final approach, Maverick Jamie can't help but try something straight from Top Gun.
I'm gonna buzz the tower.
Whee! In all the excitement, he's still coming in at double the landing speed, and that's not the only problem. Despite looking everywhere, he can't find the button that lowers the landing gear. Without wheels, this really is going to be a rough landing. Jamie hits the deck, putting the Terror into terra firma. A crunching, shuddering skid ends in disaster. Lucky it's just a simulator. Please exit only by the front doors.
Unfortunately, I died, and all of my passengers and crew died along with me.
He was too high, too fast most of the time. He was using gas at quite a rate and never found the landing gear lever. So he was kind of really at odds with the aircraft.
So landing a passenger jet without experience or help is nigh on impossible, unless Adam can prove otherwise.
The hours of flight time I have total in simulators and real planes, 0.
It's Airplane Hour on Mythbusters. And next, a myth that's sure to get your adrenaline rushing.
Airplanes, so what do we got?
Okay, we got a triple bill of myths about what happens when you fall out of them.
All right, let's hear them.
Okay, there's a skydiving scene in the hit movie Point Break. And amazingly, all 3 myths come from the same scene.
3 myths in one scene, that has gotta be a record.
So what are they?
All right, well, hold on to your hats, grab your popcorn, because it's time to point the finger at Point Break.
I know you want me so bad it's like acid in your mouth, but not this time.
It's movie magic at its best. In Hollywood heist movie Point Break,
Adios, amigos.
Patrick Swayze jumps out of an airplane, taking with him the last remaining chute. More than a little upset, Keanu Reeves has no option but to follow without a parachute.
Sharks!
So now come the myths. Myth 1. By streamlining his body, Reeves catches up with Swayze in free fall, despite the 15-second head start.
Oh, no! Now you blew it!
Myth 2. After they meet in midair, they have a full-on shouting match. And myth 3, the whole scene lasts over 90 seconds, even though the plane's original altitude was only 4,000 feet. Will these myths come crashing back to Earth?
All right, so what's the plan?
Well, I reckon we should just get an airplane and go for it. First off, I want to test if it takes more than 90 seconds to fall only 4,000 feet like the movie.
Cool.
You know, while we're at it, we should test to see if you can actually have a conversation while you're in free fall.
Yeah, we just jump out of a plane and see if we can hear each other. Awesome.
And when we have the answer to those 2 things, we'll come back to the shop, and then we can figure out how to tackle free fall catch-up.
All right, let's take to the skies.
So it's parachute pandemonium as the team gets ready to explore a trilogy of perilous Point Break myths. And like all Hollywood action movies, they're starting with a bang.
We've come to Skydance Skydiving in Northern California. Not only have they got 20 years of experience, but they've also got planes and they've got parachutes. So it's the perfect place for us to put these Point Break myths to the test.
And first up, it's the 4,000-foot drop test.
The first test that we're gonna do, there's a scene in Point Break where Patrick Swayze jumps out of a plane at 4,000 feet and he free falls for like 2 minutes. We're gonna fly up to 4,000 feet. Carrie's gonna push out the human simulate, and we're gonna see how long it takes for the dummy to hit the ground.
Normally, you would think, this would be a perfect job for Buster. He's not afraid of being caught on fire, being exploded. Lots of things happen to Buster. This is a little bit too dangerous, I think. So instead of Buster, we're using our simulate. Simulates dime a dozen. Buster, he's one of a kind.
So for test 1, it's the simulate that's going to take one for the team. And Carrie, after a quick pit stop, is going to be the one to push him out.
Patrick Swayze jumps out of his airplane at 4,000 feet and has about 1 minute and 52 seconds of free fall. So we're gonna go up, push our simulate out at 4,000 feet and see how long it takes him to impact the ground. We're all ready to start this test. We're going to destroy a little bit of movie magic.
Complete with smoke canister, the simulate will be easy to track as it falls from the sky. And doing the tracking will be Grant and Tori.
It's like we're storm chasers.
But Tori doesn't realize how right he is. When the guys arrive at the landing site, the weather is closed in.
I see them. They're circling.
Where?
They're right there. They just went behind the clouds. See right there?
Okay.
That's a bird, dude.
The cloud cover looks like it might scupper the test, meaning that Carrie may not get the chance to scupper the simulate.
Fortunately, we're having a few problems right now with our drop zone. The cloud cover has come in, and it's kind of blocking our ability to toss the dummy out, so we may have to abort.
But then, miraculously, the clouds around the drop zone are giving the Mythbusters a window of opportunity.
We can totally see you guys. Carrie, what's your altitude?
We are at 4,000 feet, ready to drop when you are.
All right, Carrie, we are all ready to go.
With the cloud cover lifted and the correct altitude reached, it's go time. And as the simulate is elegantly shown the door, Tori starts the stopwatch to time his fall.
Wait, there it is. Oh my God, look at him go.
Remember, the point break scene lasted over 90 seconds. How long will the simulate last? Ouch.
Oh my God! Dude, he got cut in half!
Oh, wow. So that's what they look like inside.
His back totally split and his guts are all over the field.
Split in half and leaving a simulated Swayze-sized crater, that's one busted simulate. But is the first of the Point Break myths also busted?
So how long did it take?
That was 31 seconds. There's no way. In the movie, he's like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes free fall. He would die.
Yeah!
That was so cool. He went way faster than I thought he was gonna go, and he hit so hard that he actually broke into 2 pieces. His back split open, and now there's guts all over the field. In the movie, he's free falling for 1.5 minutes, maybe more. There's no way he would have been able to free fall that long. He would have died. So this one's busted.
Just like our simulate! Ugh.
It's strike one against Point Break. So bring on myth number 2, where the simulate is out and Grant is in.
It doesn't really fill me with a great sense of joy to see what could potentially happen if something went horribly, horribly wrong.
Thankfully, most times we fly, the hardest decision to make is whether to have fish or chicken. But if the journey took a turn for the worse, can a complete novice really take the hot seat and be talked into land? So far, Jamie's tried a landing without any external help. And failed miserably. But what about Adam?
Okay, Adam, it's your turn.
Adam has an identical flight plan to Jamie, but let's hope the outcome is different.
The hours of flight time I have total in simulators and real planes, 0. I'm imagining that the flying itself will be fun and not so difficult, but that the landing will be potentially disastrous.
Like Jamie, Adam's hardly confident, and once he takes the controls, it's pretty clear why.
Oh, I'm actually flying. Oh, wow. What? I don't know what to do. Oh my God.
The overwhelming array of instruments and alarms are, well, overwhelming and alarming.
terrain. Okay, that means I'm really close to the terrain.
Adam has no idea what his altitude is, and with the airport some distance away, he flirts with a hard and premature landing.
Okay, I'm pulling up. All right, I'm pulling up. I am.
With the passengers now using their sick bags, Adam's speed has dropped so low he's stalled, and that leaves only one outcome.
Oh, jeez. Okay, wait. Oh, oh, I don't think I did so well. I crashed. I crashed in farmland about 10 miles outside of Denver. Rest in the knowledge that there's always a co-pilot and that I'm not the likely first choice to help land the plane in an emergency.
What's clear from both tests is that with no help, crash landing a plane is pretty much the only outcome. But can an air traffic controller really cancel out the carnage?
Oh, I don't think I did so well.
The guys are testing 3 skydiving myths from the action movie Point Break. And so far, the simulator's shown that free falling for a minute and a half from an altitude of 4,000 feet is busted. With myth number 1 down for the count, it's on to the next part of the trilogy.
Adios, amigos! Oh, shucks!
Myth number 2 is about what you can hear during free fall.
You are crazy!
Is it really possible to have a conversation? Or is that another load of Hollywood hot air?
What the hell are you two doing?
We're doing Point Break myths.
Okay.
On Keanu Reeves. I'm Patrick Swayze. Can't you tell? Get back here. Swayze needs his hair.
You know, with our first experiment, we pretty much busted the whole Point Break skydiving scene. I mean, you wouldn't have much time to do anything from 4,000 feet. So we're gonna take that out of the equation, we're gonna go up higher, and we're gonna try to bust or confirm the myth that you can hold a conversation while you're free falling.
And having just seen what happens when things go wrong, Grant is understandably nervous.
I've been bungee jumping before, and that was probably one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I have a feeling this will probably be a new high in terrifying moments in my life.
Of course, because skydiving is so terrifying, Grant will be making a tandem jump, securely attached to an instructor. And while Grant's expression says it all, Carrie and Tori, along with the skydiving specialist Dan, are figuring out the plan.
So we're gonna give you something to say, you're gonna get up close to Grant, tell him that, and then when he lands, we're gonna see if he heard what you said.
We've actually been really agonizing over what to have you say to Grant, because we didn't want anything obvious, like we didn't pack your chute or something he could guess at. So this is what we came up with. Grant, if you pull my finger, you will hear a tuba.
Grant, if you pull my finger, you will hear a tuba.
Interesting.
What are we, like 10?
Are you ready?
But I'm sure that tubas are the last thing crossing Grant's mind before his first ever skydive. Then again,
Get to the chopper! Come on!
with a reassuring send-off from his fellow Mythbusters,
Ain't no turning back now, little buddy! Can I have your truck? What'd they say?
Grant takes off to test the second Point Break myth.
All the things that we do, if something goes wrong, you may get hurt, you may get a broken bone, but this one, if something goes wrong, you're pretty much dead. That weighs heavy on a person's mind.
And the mind that's getting heavy belongs to Grant.
I'm a little nervous. Just a little.
But it's too late to back out now.
Stop, son. Oh, the door's open. Okay.
And it's a short countdown to find out if you can hold a conversation during a skydive free fall. And Grant's out. Attached to his buddy, he plummets towards the earth. Almost immediately, skydiver Dan approaches with a message from Tori and Carrie. With the wind at a deafening volume, Dan shouts the tuba phrase as loud as he can, and repeats it over and over until Grant's parachute is pulled. Once he slows down, you can hear his screams from miles away.
Do you hear him screaming?
Is that Grant? I thought that was some kind of weird bird.
But it seemed to be a different matter entirely during free fall.
Land like you know what you're doing.
Stand up. All right.
Nice.
You did it! I'm alive! I'm alive! I'm alive!
Grant may be alive, but was the mid-air conversation music to his ears? Or was Grant brassed off that he couldn't hear a thing?
Did you hear what he said?
I couldn't hear anything. All I heard.
Are you at all curious what the phrase was?
Absolutely. What was it?
If you pull my finger, you will hear a tuba.
She came up with that one.
So no tuba lessons for Grant today. And it sounds like Point Break skydiving myth number 2 needs a sound check.
Yeah, that looks so excited. Okay. That was amazing. I mean, we're up there and the wind is rushing past me and its sand came in. He was right in my face and he's saying blah, 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 blah. But I could not hear anything. All I could hear was... Can you have a conversation in free fall? Absolutely not.
Flying a plane requires hundreds of hours of training. And on this airplane hour of Mythbusters, it's clear to see that every single minute of that time is well spent. Because Adam and Jamie have just shown that newbie pilots don't exactly pass with flying colors.
Oh, I don't think I did so well.
Now it's time to see if we can be talked down by an air traffic controller. So Terry is going to be that person, and he's going to try and talk us down using only the information that an air traffic controller would have access to, as well as feedback from us via the radio. We'll see what happens.
While you were busy buzzing the tower, I was turning up some pretty interesting facts about this myth.
Which was?
Well, it's never happened.
What's never happened?
No passenger has ever been talked into landing by air traffic control on a commercial airliner. There's simply never been a case where both the pilot and the co-pilot have been removed from the equation.
Well, I guess this is another case of things happening in the movies that don't happen in real life.
It's not going to stop us from going for it, though.
We hope you enjoy.
So if you hear a flight attendant announce this,
By the way, is there anyone on board who knows how to fly a plane?
you're most likely to be in a cinema. But in theory, could a novice be talked down to land by air traffic control?
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
So Jamie's just about to go in and get talked into landing, and get this, even though he's been flying since he was 16, Terry has never talked anyone into landing. It is not part of any pilot's training. So this is a first for everybody involved.
Jamie once more mans the hot seat. To make conditions different from Test 1, Terry's added a significant tailwind and some turbulence to boot. So now it's down to him and Jamie. And first up is a little Cockpit 101.
Screen straight ahead that has the blue and the brown on it. That is your primary flight display.
Terry carefully explains to Jamie exactly what all the buttons and numbers mean.
See, that says landing gear. I was looking for that earlier.
Okay.
And with that nailed, it's time to put the myth to the test.
Roger, I'm at 230 degrees. Airspeed is 216 knots.
That's good. You're in good shape.
With the expert instruction, Jamie started well. But traveling at around 300 miles an hour, things can quickly go wrong.
I'm at 5,760.
Oh, pull your nose up and give it power. Give power. Climb back up to 7,000 feet.
Remember, Terry can't see any of the instruments in Jamie's simulator or the graphic flight path. And the stress of flying blind, coupled with that near miss, is starting to show.
Okay, what's your pitch out attitude? Where's the square in relationship to any of those marks?
I'm at 5 degrees over.
Very good.
Finally, Terry gets an eyeball on the incoming jet, and they begin the all-important landing sequence.
Okay, I can see you from the tower now. Do you copy?
Right.
Okay. What's the REF speed again?
REF 133.
Okay. Does it look like you're going to make the runway?
I'm not directly in line with it.
Well, try to get to it if you can't. Everything's in your hands now. I can't see anymore.
Roger.
At the last minute, despite Terry's best efforts, it's all down to Jamie.
Touchdown.
And he nails it.
Okay, pull that lever right next to your right knee.
The plane might be on the ground, but it's still moving at over 150 knots. So it ain't over yet.
Steer with your pedals if you have to. Let us know when you're stopped.
I'm stopped.
Congratulations, Shabby, you made it.
Remarkable. Jamie's ended up dead center on the runway. Plane, passengers, and crew are all completely fine.
Landing the plane without any help, hard. Landing the plane with somebody talking you through it, not bad at all. I think the key thing to remember about this getting talked into landing is the talking part is really important. I mean, without that, all this is a bunch of gibberish. I don't think that there's any doubt that somebody can be talked down. Maybe it hasn't actually happened except for in the movies, but we just did it in a simulator. This is designed to simulate the real deal, and it wasn't that hard.
But the decision on whether this myth is a birdie or a bogey will have to wait until Adam takes a turn.
Next is the free jumping. Watch him as he drops like a bird.
Ever since people invented planes, they've wanted to throw themselves out of them.
Parachute jumping is not a sport, but a science.
Some would say it's a science, but as Carrie, Tori, and Grant have found out, it's also shrouded in mythology.
Not looking too good for Point Break.
Yeah, the whole idea that you can jump out of a plane at 4,000 feet and it'll take over 90 seconds till you hit the ground, it's totally busted. We dropped the simulate, it took 31 seconds before he hit.
Yeah, and trying to have a conversation in free fall, totally impossible. That one's busted too.
Okay, so the myths are 0 for 2, but we still have to test free fall catch-up.
That's the one where Patrick Swayze jumps out of the plane with the only parachute, gets into skydiving position, and then Keanu Reeves freaks out 15 seconds later, jumps out with no parachute, but gets in a streamlined position and catches up to Patrick in 45 seconds.
Well, you know, there is a lot involved in this one. There's human surface area, wind resistance, terminal velocity. I definitely want to go to the skydive facility and test this full scale, but before that, I want to do a few small scale tests, just to nail the science.
All right, well, hurry up with your small scale tests because I want to go skydiving.
Yeah!
It's the biggest test of the Point Break trilogy of myths. And to kick it off, Grant hastily carves up the patented Mythbusters small scale test.
Now, before we take this experiment full scale, I want to do a small scale experiment first to demonstrate that objects with the same mass but different shapes will have different terminal velocities. That's because the difference in wind resistance. Now, to test this, I've built a small wind tunnel. It consists of this plastic tube and this source of air. I have a ball valve here that I can adjust how much air goes into the wind tunnel. And at the top, I'll measure what the velocity of the wind is, and that'll correspond to that object's terminal velocity. If I can get it to stop in here, that speed will be what I'm looking for.
Terminal velocity is the maximum speed that something can fall through the air. It's when the force of gravity is matched by the force of wind resistance, preventing that object from falling any faster. But can subtle changes to its shape affect how fast that object falls?
So what I'm going to do is cut out 2 human shapes corresponding to our 2 human skydivers. One in the arms and legs out position for maximum wind resistance, and one in the straight position for minimum wind resistance. I'll put them both in the wind tunnel and see what the difference is.
By ensuring that the 2 metal cutouts have identical mass, any difference in their terminal velocity is down to their shape and not their weight. Pull the cord, buddy! But for Grant, it's all getting a bit too much.
We're gonna be meat waffles, man.
Did you finish the wind tunnel? You ready to test?
Yeah.
First up, it's the spread eagle cutout who enters the tube.
Okay, what'd you get?
We're looking at a pretty stable average of about 1450 in feet per minute.
Okay.
Next up, will the streamline cutout go any faster?
I got about 2,000 feet per minute.
Oh, fantastic.
So it's proof of concept. With better streamlining, metal cutouts at least can fall through the air much faster. So what does that mean for the final Point Break myth?
The myth is looking pretty good. In fact, Johnny Utah jumps out of the plane with a smaller surface area. He might be able to catch up to Bodie, maintaining that bigger surface area position. The next step is to take this into a real-life scenario. We're going to go to a wind tunnel and try it on ourselves.
No sooner said than done. iFly San Francisco is one of the most advanced terminal velocity wind tunnels in the world. 4 massive fans with a total of 1,000 horsepower can move 1.3 million cubic feet of air per minute. And it's the perfect place to go up a gear on this monster movie myth.
Okay, so we're here to see how changes in wind resistance affect terminal velocity.
So what's the plan?
I say we just get in there and try different body positions and have some that are more wind resistant and some that are less and see how we behave.
So that's the plan. And once they're dressed to kill,
We're gonna go to some hot nightclubs in San Francisco.
it's time to point the finger at Point Break.
We'll make sure it's working. Ready to go.
The machine kicks into life. And when the fans reach a speed of 120 miles per hour,
120.
Tori's gonna jump in.
I expect I'm gonna walk in there and I'm probably gonna get tossed around like a rag doll.
Once Tori stops screaming, he spreads his body out just like the way Swayze does in the movie. And dude, he floats in midair. But when Carrie steps in, she keeps her body vertical and streamlined, like Keanu, so she doesn't leave the ground.
We saw with Carrie and Tori both at the same velocity, the same wind coming up on both of them. Carrie was in a very crouched, enclosed position where she had very little surface area facing the wind, whereas Tori was floating on air. I think this is a great demonstration of how your surface area affects your terminal velocity.
And with Tori out of the picture, Carrie does the ultimate demo. Even with the speed cranked up to 150 miles per hour, streamlined, she's grounded. Spread-eagled, she flies.
That was one of the most fun things I've ever done. It was crazy. You felt like you were flying.
Actually, Carrie, flying comes later, as Tori puts his lips on the line for the death-defying full-scale test.
Dude, how much fun was that?
Besides being the perfect example of surface area to terminal velocity.
Well, you know what? That lends some credence to the Smith. The next thing?
Skydiving!
It's Airplane Hour on Mythbusters.
The gear is down, and we're ready to land.
And Adam and Jamie are testing the movie myth of being talked into land. And Jamie's just had a touchdown moment. Under Terry's expert guidance, he flew like a bird and made the perfect landing. Next up, it's Adam.
Oh, okay, wait.
Remember, here's what happened on his solo test. Will Terry help him do better?
I'm about to get into this flight simulator, right? But it's not like a simulator, it's like real life. The pilot has died. For some reason, I'm the one they turn to land the plane. I get on the horn and say, hello. Hello, air traffic control, talk me how to fly this beast, land these people safely, man, and he says yes. That's my task.
On the primary flight display.
As with Jamie's test, Terry is effectively flying blind. He has to use all of his years of experience to give Adam every detail he could need.
I tell you to put the nose down, you push forward. When I tell you to bring the nose up, you pull back.
Okay.
Okay.
After a brief cockpit tour, Terry starts to talk Adam in.
What's your altitude reading now?
14,720 and rising slightly.
Okay, put the nose of the airplane, the square, on 2.5 degrees.
Okay.
This time there's a strong headwind, and that's making the plane bump around a fair bit. But Terry and Adam keep their cool.
It's much easier when I have someone guiding me through it.
Terry was a fantastic teacher over the headset.
I want you to start your descent.
Okay.
He gave me lots of good guidance about my attitude and my altitude and my heading. You know, he was paying attention to enough of the stuff that I felt comfortable, and I started noticing things. I started seeing my airspeed slowing down. I'd speed it up.
Okay, pull the nose up.
He got me into this zone, and I was able to land the plane. This was so much fun.
Hey, I didn't run off the runway.
Okay, the fire truck will be there in a second to help you.
When a civilian like me lands a plane like this, if it's ever happened, I'm sure the fire trucks are on their way out, if only to bring champagne.
Just like Jamie, it's mission accomplished. So it's hats off to Terry.
You are a great teacher.
His expertise helped avoid calamity. But as he's about to explain, there's an even easier way to land a plane.
So Terry, we did this the old-fashioned way. You talked me down. I operated all the controls. I told you what I was doing. A lot of back and forth. It worked quite well, but is that how you would really do it today?
Not really. Today's aircraft are so sophisticated, there's so much automation. It'd be as easy as setting up a couple switches and then just turning knobs to land. Basically, you turn on the autopilot, you select the speed, you control your heading and your altitude with these knobs, and then eventually, when you're ready to land, selecting the approach.
Wow. So that's it. You just kind of sit there and watch it happen.
Yes, the systems today are made to be virtually fail-safe.
The autopilot of modern planes can not only fly, they can land too. So that means that a passenger being talked into land is just never going to happen.
So how are we going to call this one?
Well, you and I both failed miserably when it came to landing a plane on our own with no help, but Terry was successfully able to talk each of us into a safe landing.
Well, we can't call it confirmed because it's never actually happened.
Nor would it ever have to happen these days. If that situation ever arose now, modern planes are so advanced they could virtually land themselves.
So we call it plausible.
I agree. Plausible it is.
The team has been flying high, testing skydiving myths from the action movie Point Break. But it's not been going well. So far, the movie is 0 for 2, which just leaves the biggest and most dangerous test to come. Myth number 3.
Adios, amigos.
The grand finale is the free fall catch-up myth. Is it really possible to give someone a 15-second head start and still catch them up in free fall because of your streamlined body position?
You are crazy.
In the wind tunnel proof of concept, the myth looked promising. But the guys won't know for sure until they take it to the max and jump out of a plane. So it's back to Skydance skydiving, where Tori is just about to risk it all to get his wings.
Tori is doing this last jump tandem, and we have a skydiver that's going to be chasing after him to see if he can catch up. I'm a little worried about this one because logistically, it's a little more complicated than just throwing a dummy out of a plane.
Logistically more difficult, but essentially the same.
We really need to test this myth.
Afraid we do, Tori. Amazing as it sounds, the man who has shown the red rag to a bull
This is starting to feel like a bad idea.
been dragged behind a horse and fallen from a building has got reservations.
It's like, you know, when everybody else is doing it, you're like, haha, that looks fun. But then, you know, when you're about to get up in the plane and do it, a lot of things go through your mind, like death.
Relax, Tori, because you'll have Carrie to hold your hand on the way up, just not on the way down.
Okay, you guys, this is the big one. It's the free fall catch-up. So you jump out, get a 15-second head start, and somebody else jumps out and tries to catch up to you.
I'll be timing the whole thing. Once you jump, I start the timer, wait 15 seconds, then I'm going to signal your catch-up diver and let him go on after you.
All right, let's do it.
It's a dangerous test, so let's get the plan straight. When the plane reaches an altitude of 15,000 feet, Tori and his tandem buddy will jump out. They'll assume the spread-eagled position and will be falling at an incredible 120 miles per hour. 15 seconds later, a specialist skydiver will emerge. And by this point, Tori is already 3,000 feet away. By falling in an aerodynamic bullet-like pose, will he fall fast enough to catch up with Tori? It's a complicated plan, so Tori takes a moment to get focused.
I just gotta remember to breathe, not my pants, not throw up, not pass out, not scream like a little girl. Oh yeah, and open the parachute, number 6. That's an important one.
As the free-fall catch-up express taxis, what does Grant, the veteran of one skydive, think is going to happen?
I'm taking your tools! So we found that just by changing your body shape, by making yourself more streamlined, you can pick up a significant amount of speed. Now, whether that's going to be enough for someone to catch up to another person over a 15-second head start, I just don't know.
So Grant's convinced that this myth's a flight of fantasy. But back up in the plane, it's all too real for Tori.
Is it too late to change my mind?
Too late now. You're going out the door.
There's no turning back. It's time to make like Patrick Swayze and say, adios, amigo.
The plane hit 15,000 feet. Tori's reminding himself to breathe and his eyes are bugging out. The tandem skydiver pushes him to the edge right outside the door. He jumps.
Tori and his buddy assume the spread eagle position, and a small control chute ensures their terminal velocity is 120 miles per hour, matching Swayze's speed in the movie.
I count 15 seconds so that I can signal the catch-up skydiver to jump out after him. He just soared down as fast as a bullet, and then everything just kind of went white.
At the moment catch-up skydiver Nick bails, Tori was already 3,000 feet away. But by assuming the bullet position, Nick hits an incredible top speed of 250 miles per hour. More than twice the speed of Tori, and very, very dangerous. Incredibly, after only 20 seconds, and just as Tori is about to deploy their chute, Nick not only catches up, but he actually overtakes them. It's a mind-blowing result.
Dude, that was incredible! That was insane!
Totally back down to earth, dude, and the screams of excitement just don't stop.
Nice! Dude! That was insane!
So, did the guy catch up to you or what?
Yeah, we jumped out. 15 seconds later, he jumped, and right as we pulled our chute, he was like right next to us.
You're kidding!
He ain't kidding, Grant. Even with Tori's 15-second head start, Nick, the chase skydiver, covered nearly 7,500 feet in only 20 seconds, catching up with Tori just in time.
Right before we pulled our chute, I looked over and the guy had caught up. We pulled our chute and he kept going. So we confirmed this one.
And I didn't wet my pants! So it turns out, given enough altitude, you actually can jump and catch up to someone who has a 15-second head start. I personally didn't think that you could actually get up that amount of speed in that amount of time, but looks like I was wrong.
The first two tests might have looked a little shaky, but it's a big thumbs up for Point Break myth number 3. And courtesy of a great action movie, it's been an adrenaline-filled time. All that's left is for the team to wrap it up.
All right, so let's have a summary for today. 4,000 feet. Is that busted, plausible, confirmed?
That one's busted.
All right, free fall conversation.
Busted.
Yeah, I got the answer for this one. Totally busted. No way you can hear anything while you're in free fall. And then finally, can you catch up to someone?
You can absolutely catch up to somebody.
With a 15-second head start. That's incredible.
Good job! What a
It's
great
a long
day.
day. We get a good walk off into the sunset.
All right, let's go.
Are you excited? It was your first skydive.
Oh my gosh. That was a great day. How are you gonna top that one? I don't know.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
This one's for distance and for glory.
Sergeant Heineman and Private Savage get into hot water,
Working on these machines is great for my skin.
investigating a Civil War machine gun supposedly powered by steam.
Isn't that awesome?
Then it's Liar Liar Pants on Fire.
You're not a thief, right?
No.
Good.
When Cary, Grant, and Tori embark on some crime and punishment to test mythical ways of beating the lie detector.
Yes, yes, yes.
Who are the Mythbusters?
It's time to blow some stuff up.
Adam Savage and Jamie Heineman.
That was fun.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
This is the kind of thing I do on the weekend.
Joining them, Carrie Byron,
Come over here, you smell that?
Grant Imahara,
He's alive!
and Tori Belleci.
This is starting to feel like a bad idea.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Suck your gut in there, soldier. I detect a Civil War myth on the way.
Sir, that's correct, sir. I'd like you to picture the following in your head. In the Civil War, the main thing they used for all their cannons and their guns was black powder, but the Confederate Army was running out of black powder towards the end of the Civil War and so decided to design a steam-powered machine gun, sir.
Well, hold on a second. Haven't we already been down that road with steam cannons? They didn't work too well.
Sir, that's correct. We did build a steam cannon, sir, but this is not a cannon powered by pressure. This is a machine gun powered centrifugally by a spinning disc that flings the projectile like a slingshot out of the gun. It's up to us to build one, sir.
Gee, that sounds like fun.
Stand easy, Private Savage. There's a graphic coming. Modern machine guns work using explosive force to fire bullets at a rapid rate. But incredibly, this Civil War gun worked more like a slingshot. A slingshot uses centrifugal force to propel a projectile. Replace the sling with a barrel, and add them with a steam engine, and you've got yourself the mythical steam machine gun.
You know, machine guns are complicated. This is going to be a tough build.
Yeah, and right now there are way too many unknowns. We don't even know if this thing existed, let alone if there are any plans, if it was ever used in battle, or if it was just some propaganda machine.
Yeah, we can't just go inventing something. We need more information about it.
More facts is what I've got for you, because the researchers have gotten us a Civil War expert specifically on this gun. I'm gonna go talk to him, find out what he knows, and that should give us a real leg up to getting started.
Okay.
Down at Fort Point, in the foggy shadow of the Golden Gate Bridge, Adam meets Civil War weaponry expert John Lamb, who hasn't just heard of the mythical device, he's studied it.
Tell me about this thing. Tell me everything. Tell me everything.
The most important place to start is the wine and steam gun did exist. It's a real device, it did exist.
And he's brought along the original plans to prove there's nothing mythical about this gun. Which begs the question...
Now, can you tell me how it actually worked?
The best way to describe it for you is a barrel with the opening at the top, and then it comes down in a curve and goes out like this. So as it turned around, it would snap one piece of shot out, keep going, do another.
How lethal was this thing? And how fast could it fire?
That's the big mystery. There are accounts saying it was tested and it seemed to be really deadly. There are others that say it never worked and nobody could prove it. So that's a big mystery.
So now that Adam and Jamie know the gun existed, their task is to build it and get to the bottom of the disparate accounts of how effective it was. And back at HQ, they begin by brainstorming to bring the original plans back to life.
Make some sort of a union that has the actual...
Like 2 blocks, basically, holding everything in rotation.
Over an hour of mind-boggling tech talk later, one thing's apparent. This isn't going to be easy.
You know, Adam, I think we need to break this down into the discrete parts.
They finally get to grips with their mammoth task by boiling it down to 4 key components. The gun barrel.
Oh, okay, so it's the business end is a curved barrel there.
Yeah.
A method of feeding ammo into the gun.
We're going to use a hollow axle to feed the ammo in.
Right.
A motor to spin the gun barrel.
The first thing that comes to mind for me is an air tool, you know, impeller.
Yeah.
And easiest of all, steam to power the motor.
Why don't we get a water heater?
Which leaves just one question.
What are we going to use for ammo?
I think we should go with steel balls.
This is going to be terrifying. Good, we got a plan.
I totally agree. Let's get to it.
So after a Category 5 brainstorm, the guys have a plan, which looks a lot like this. 2 water heaters will generate steam, driving 2 motors. These in turn will spin the curved gun barrel at 2,000 RPM. A clockwork ammo feeder will drop the ball, and the centrifugal force will fling it out the barrel. At least, that's the theory. Because, as this glimpse into the future confirms, this ballistic build will test the team's engineering skills to the limit.
I've never heard anything like that.
And provide another frightening example of just how dangerous being a Mythbuster can be. But all that's for later. First up is the spinning, flinging heart of the steam machine gun, the curved barrel. Unlike the Confederates, Jamie has access to some impressive 21st century technology. But throughout the process, the guys plan to stick to the Civil War specs.
Well, so far so good. This is actually coming together quite nicely. I got to say, while it doesn't look like a gun barrel, it's actually really quite terrifying because this weighs maybe 20 pounds or so, and it's going to be spinning at thousands of RPM. It's just horrifying. Adam, check this out.
So the bullet goes in there and comes out here.
It's working.
That is so cool.
Now imagine that spinning at 33 times a second, and you can see why this ballistic build is making everyone nervous.
Yeah, I know it's fun. Let me get back to work.
So, Carrie, have I ever told you that I sing in Adam's band, the Ginger Tops, twice a month?
No.
And also, he was voted in Germany the sexiest TV star, second only to David Hasselhoff.
No.
Have I told you that I was a small Wookiee in Star Wars Episode 3?
No, you didn't, because I would have seen you because I was a small Wookiee.
Now you get it. We're lying. You know why?
No.
Because the fans have asked us to test out mythical ways to beat the polygraph machine.
Once we're done with that, we're going to go up against the latest in lie detecting technology, the fMRI.
Awesome, I haven't been this excited since my last cage match.
Yeah, I want a rematch.
I won't lie to you. The polygraph has been shrouded in controversy. Some say it's infallible, but the Mythbuster fan sites are awash with claims it can be beat first time, every time.
Okay, mythical ways to beat the polygraph. How are we gonna do this?
Well, it sounds like there's 2 different ways to beat the polygraph machine, and that's physical and mental. Now, the physical, you apply pain while you're telling the truth, whether you're biting on your tongue or stepping on a tack. So that way, when you're telling the lie, it seems like you're relaxed, and they think you're telling the truth.
And the mental way is to think of very stressful thoughts while you are telling the truth, and when you tell a lie, you think of very happy thoughts.
Well, we've used a polygraph before, but we are not remotely qualified to do it for something this serious. I think we need to find an expert, somebody who works with the police or the FBI or something.
Well, while the researchers are looking for the experts, we need to come up with a way to test this as realistically as possible.
Well, we have a few friends in law enforcement. Let's go down to the South San Francisco PD and ask them for a few tips.
So, first up, it's off to the cop shop. Because if they're going to test techniques to beat the lie detector, they want to know the optimum conditions for a real polygraph test. Cue the South San Francisco PD's Lieutenant Roy Varney.
So, we are working on mythical ways to beat the lie detector, and we need to set up a realistic scenario so we get the best possible results.
Well, if you guys want to sit down for a second, I'll go over some of this stuff.
Lieutenant Varney's recipe for polygraph success has 4 key ingredients. 2 long hours in a sterile, distraction-free location cover the first 2.
The third issue is of bias. We really don't want the examiner to meet our subject before the test.
So far, so good. But it's the final factor that's the most critical of all.
There needs to be a big lie. There needs to be a reward versus punishment aspect to it. If you wanted an accurate test of this, you would need to commit a crime.
It slowly dawns on the guys. If they want to test this myth properly, they'll have to actually commit a crime. And that's because a lie detector works by measuring the physiological changes to the human body associated with stress, including heart rate, blood pressure, and sweat. So committing a crime with consequences stressful enough to sweat over is the only way to really put the polygraph through its paces. And as far as Lieutenant Varney's concerned, under these conditions, there'll be only one result.
Can't beat a lie detector test.
Now there's a challenge. Back at the shop, the team begin by building the interrogation chamber. But remember, if you can't do the time, don't do the mime. Despite the clowning around, following Lieutenant Varney's advice, they've soon got the perfect location for their lie detector tests, including the obligatory 2-way mirror.
You ever get the feeling people are watching us work?
All the time.
During the Civil War, the Confederates, spurred on by dwindling gunpowder stores, designed and built a steam machine gun. But did it actually work, and what was it capable of? Questions Adam and Jamie intend to answer by building their very own steam machine gun.
That is so cool.
Jamie has completed the crucial curved gun barrel, and he's welded it into the heavy-duty frame.
Oh, that's lovely.
What they need now is a motor to drive it.
This is an air impact wrench, and because we're making a steam machine gun, I figure a good place to start is to use an air impeller, an air motor.
Driven by compressed air, it's perfect, because after they incorporate it into their design, they can simply replace the air with steam power. Before that, they want to take it for a quick spin, so Jamie guns the machine gun.
That feels great. It's totally valid.
And the slingshot gun barrel flings into action.
What can I say? It's working perfectly. This thing is smooth as it could possibly be. It's really scary.
To cut down on the scary factor, Adam cuts a steel safety collar. It encircles the barrel of the gun, ensuring the bullets can exit in just one direction. And that means the guys are on track. The barrel is spinning smoothly, and the motor is firing at the target speed. The next component in this beast of a build is Adam's ammo feeder.
This right here is the clockwork that will pace out the bullets being dropped into the barrel.
So, this complicated clockwork design can be dialed to drop the ammo into the rotating barrel at just the right moment. If it works, the bullet will be flung with maximum speed and in the correct direction.
It may look like a simple clockwork, but I think of it as a map of the most complex clockwork, like the planets. It is not a planetary gear, but I think of it as a planetary gear because each thing, like a planet, moves in its place and goes where it should. It is not only a map of the planets, it is also a map of the atom. In this way, the microcosm is the macrocosm, and phylogeny recapitulates ontology. I call it my orrery.
After finding his lost marbles, Adam adds his masterpiece to the rig.
This is real. It's working now.
Which means the guys are ready to put the steam into their steam machine gun. And for that, they'll need a household hot water heater, a plumbing necessity the guys recently discovered has the explosive potential of a bomb. If the pressure is kept below the failure point of 350 psi, they should be ideal to power the gun.
There's a lot of energy in steam and in water heaters, and that's why we're going to use one for this job.
But while plumbing the heaters into the motor, replacing the compressed air, Jamie has soiled himself.
I thought the shirts had some kind of resistive thing, some kind of new technology, military maybe. But they're just normal shirts. It's you know, my world is crashing down around me.
While waiting for a replacement shirt from the NSA, Jamie goes in guns blazing to complete the rig.
Perfect. That ought to do.
And with the last nut, bolt, and ballistic shield in place, the guys are finally ready for a test fire.
All right, I'm putting in one of our target bullets.
So Adam feeds the ammo feeder, Jamie hits the power, and the water heaters are on the boil. But as the tanks heat up and the pressure increases, an eerie hum rings out over M5.
What do you think that is?
I don't have a clue. It seems to be coming out of this one more, though.
The boys are baffled, and while they search for the sound source, the pressure and heat slowly but surely rise.
I've never heard anything like that.
The worried looks are understandable. Remember, at 350 psi, they do this.
That's a rocket, my friend.
The pressure has a way to go before it hits that catastrophic failure point.
We've got water at 260 some odd degrees. It's at 167 psi. It's a huge amount of energy.
But with a whole heap of homemade plumbing involved, there's an element of doubt.
This is so creepy.
And Adam is feeling the pressure.
Can we just go away from the steam and do only air pressure?
At a complete loss as to the source of the mysterious sound,
Just stay out of the jet.
they open up a release valve to let off some steam. And to everyone's relief, the eerie end-of-the-world humming stops.
Now just stop.
Cue a relieved, adrenaline-fueled Adam waxing lyrical about his industrial steam engineering brethren.
Doing this, I feel a total kinship with the guys who invented this thing. This was made during the steam age. Steam was the power, and it is an incredible power. I imagine that doing this for the first time out of hand-forged metal had to have been not only petrifying, but a much higher probability of being lethal.
Counterintuitively, after letting off all that steam, their prototype has maintained its pressure. And here's our resident steam lover to explain why.
The moment we release pressure, all the water that isn't steam is being turned to steam to help keep that pressure up. It's very exciting. It's actually...
Yeah, stop talking. What's the PSI?
171.
Okay.
With Adam doing his best kid in a candy store impression and the rig holding its pressure, the guys are finally ready to unleash the steam power and fire up their gun.
Opening up this one.
So far, so good. The steam successfully spins the gun barrel at the projected 2,000 RPM.
It works. What can I say? It's running on steam.
Which means it's time for this gun to fire some ammo.
All right, so this is first test of Adam and Jamie's steam machine gun.
With the team safely behind the ballistic shield, Adam remotely releases the ball. Incredibly, 100 years after it was designed,
What are we doing?
Oh, wow.
this steam-powered gun works.
What did it do to
That
our...
worked beautifully. We're at 155 psi. I can see where it hit. Look at that.
Is there a dent on the outside metal?
Yes.
It may not look like it, but it's working. It put a dent in a 1/4 inch of steel, and that means to me that if we get it tuned right and the ball doesn't hit the steel, instead it comes out of the gun the way it's supposed to, it'd probably go through a person. So it is in fact lethal as it stands now.
Despite a timing issue resulting in a slingshot firing into the safety collar and not through the gap, Adam and Jamie have a proof of concept.
Nice! I'm very pleased and terrified.
Last time the Mythbusters played with a polygraph,
all right, Grant, I got our guinea pig.
They attempted to get in touch with a plant's feelings.
Ooh, this is weird stuff, man.
But this time the team is tackling mythical techniques to beat the rap by perplexing the polygraph. But before the interrogation comes the crime. And Adam, our criminal mastermind, has all the details.
In these 3 envelopes, I have a crime which 2 of you will commit and 1 will not.
After handing over the sealed envelopes, Adam leaves the team to individually open their instructions. Burglar Balachi is first.
All right, so here are the directions. Do not disclose this information in this message to anyone until told to do so.
And after opening his letter, he returns to M5 on a quiet weekend morning.
Enter Jamie's office. Next to the computer on the top shelf of a tall white bookshelf, you will find a tan cash box. Inside the box, you will find a wallet. Open the wallet and remove $50.
Grant is next, and his task is identical to Tori's. And with the cash safely stashed, he slips away to spend his ill-gotten gains. Last up, Carrie.
You are the innocent party. Do not search the room. Do not disturb anything. I get to tell the truth. I get to be the innocent party.
So Carrie is the all-important control. She didn't steal any cash, and during the interrogation will answer all questions truthfully. Which means it's time to meet the man with the machine. Dr. Michael Martin has been a polygraphist for over 15 years and has conducted over 8,000 lie detection tests.
There's a lot of people out there that think that polygraphs are total bunk. How would you respond to that?
Well, first of all, let's look at the research. The federal government has done quite a few studies, and each study, the test results fall anywhere from about 80% to about 99% in accuracy.
Before the guys test the reality of those impressive numbers, Ringmaster Adam has one more trick up his sleeve.
In order to actually get some real physiological autonomic responses, we're going to raise the stakes for you. And so, if you are able to conceal whether or not you did this crime from our polygraphist, the next time you fly for Mythbusters, you'll be flying first class. Yes! However, if you fail to conceal whether or not you did this crime from the polygraphist, you will be washing, waxing, and polishing every single crew member's car on Mythbusters.
Oh, this sucks. This went from fun to not fun.
Yeah.
With the threat of some real work hanging over their heads, the pressure is on. Burglar Balachi will be the first to face the music. But how exactly will he attempt to outwit the polygraph?
My secret weapon. I'm gonna stick the tack in my pocket like this, point it at my leg, and whenever I'm telling the truth, I'm just gonna press down on my leg. It should hurt.
So Tori is trying to invalidate the test as a whole by blurring the line between fact and fiction. Remember, the polygraph works by measuring the stress of lying. So the theory is, by stressing your body with pain on the truthful answers and relaxing on the lies, the machine can't tell the difference. To begin the test, Dr. Martin asks a bunch of simple calibration questions.
Is your first name Salvatore?
Yes.
Remember, every time he answers truthfully, he presses in the tack.
Calculate 6 times 11 minus 15.
Maths and pain have always been partners for Tori.
54.
Do you intend to answer my questions truthfully?
Yes.
Recently featured in the movie Ocean's 13, this technique of self-harm is a popular myth.
Did you steal that cash discovered missing from Jamie's office today?
No.
But the sensors on the seat and floor catch even the slightest suspicious movement.
Okay, that's a movement. Please keep your eyes straight ahead.
I tried going for the tack, and he called me out. So I had to go straight to biting my tongue.
So it's Plan B. Tori's new painful countermeasure is tongue biting.
During your entire life, did you ever steal money stolen from a cash box, from a white envelope? Did you steal that cash?
No.
After a further 80 minutes of intense scrutiny and deliberately confusing questions...
That's it. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
Tori and his tongue finished the interrogation close to breaking point.
She got the 3rd degree. Felt like the screws were being tightened down on me.
Grant's next, and for his technique, rather than getting physical, he's going mental.
My happy/erotic thoughts are puppies licking my face and scantily clad women.
Okay. So Grant will use the power of his not inconsiderable mind. By thinking stressful thoughts of getting caught when being honest and happy thoughts when lying, the test results are supposedly rendered inconclusive.
Regarding that cash reported missing from money stolen from a cash box, your entire life, did you ever break my question? Was it you who stole that cash?
No.
After 90 minutes, the strain must be taking its toll.
Yes.
Grant's technique requires absolute focus and concentration.
No.
But the intensity and length of the interview are designed to counter Grant's countermeasure.
Okay. That's gonna do it.
Last up is innocent little Carrie.
I don't like people throwing unexpected questions at me like that. I've seen Montel. I know how they take people off guard.
Is your first name Carrie?
Remember, she's the control and didn't steal any cash. But despite her innocence, the stressful environment and questioning takes its toll.
Was that money stolen from a white envelope in Jamie's chair? Cash reported missing from Jamie's office. You are afraid I will ask.
I was waiting for that moment where I was going to break down. No. The hardest part is just holding still. I thought I was going to have one flinch, and I was going to screw the whole thing up. Yes.
The question is, will her nerves confuse the polygraph and lead to a false accusation?
That's the worst.
And to find out exactly who will be charged with the crime and who won't, Dr. Martin gathers the suspects for the results.
Well, first of all, the good news is that no one's test was inconclusive. We have conclusive results on everyone.
Really?
Absolutely.
Great.
Adam and Jamie are involved in a steamy affair.
Working on these machines is great for my skin.
Using the Civil War specs and modern materials, they've built a steam-powered machine gun.
It may not look like it, but it's working.
With Jamie drawing the line at firing automatic weapons in the shop, it's off to the wide open spaces of the Alameda runway. Here, the team will tackle the central unresolved question of this myth. Did it function effectively as a weapon of war?
That's it.
There are a lot of conflicting stories about this machine gun.
Absolutely. We have reports of it firing distances between 100 yards and 300 yards. We have reports of it firing 200 rounds a minute, 300 rounds a minute, 400 rounds a minute.
And we have Corporal James Whitaker's account that balls the size of walnuts cut a target completely in twain.
To test these conflicting reports, Adam and Jamie will use these 3 standards: a range of 300 yards, a rapid-fire capability of 400 rounds per minute, and, of course, lethal force. Pass these best-case scenarios, and it's myth confirmed. With an eye on the range test, Adam marks out 800 yards of runway with a series of 2x4s. And with everything plumbed in, they put the water heaters on to boil. But there's a problem. The pressure is flatlining.
We noticed that our pressure wasn't building even though the water was heating up just fine. And it looks like our main valves failed. So Jamie's run off to the hardware store to find what valves he can, and I'm going to pull this off and start to inspect these. But this is a real roadblock.
With the afternoon slipping away, Jamie rushes back with the part. But unfortunately, he proves once again, you can't beat the speed camera.
I rushed right down to the local hardware store, and thankfully they had just what I needed. It's a sort of a gate valve. There's no visible rubber seals or anything. It's rated for the pressures we need. It's metal to metal. I think it's going to work just fine. Unfortunately, since the water is heating and we're behind schedule now, I was rushing. I got a speeding ticket.
You didn't say I'm James Heineman?
While Jamie works out if he can claim the ticket as a business expense, they fit the new valve.
Ha! That's it.
Okay.
And the heat and pressure head rapidly for the butter zone.
We've got a tachometer set up so we know exactly when it reaches 2,000 RPM. We got the pin, I'll pull, drop the ball in, and we're gonna see this thing actually fire for the first time out in the wild. Let's go.
This is it. The Mythbusters are about to fire a single round from their steam-powered gun. The barrel is up to speed, and Adam is in position to remotely release the ammo.
There we go. We should hear it clang the second I pull this. 3, 2, 1. That was it. It happened a little bit later.
Just like the proof of concept test back at M5, there seems to be a timing problem.
Can you see the mark?
I can. There's a new mark.
The bullet is hitting the collar and not firing through the gap.
I don't know what the heck we're going to do about that.
I don't know what to do about that except line up 5 balls and see what happens when I drop them all. Maybe they'll all whoop, 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 and just let each other go. What do you think? Want to try that one? Let's try that one.
It's a ballsy plan that has Adam bouncing around like a cartoon character on caffeine. A test fire with multiple rounds.
Let's fire this puppy.
Our fun-loving criminals have been testing mythical ways to beat the polygraph, and the results are in.
The good news is that no one's test was inconclusive.
Remember, Grant and Tori are guilty and tried to invalidate the test with 2 different countermeasures.
Like the screws are being tightened down on me.
But Carrie was innocent. So did Dr. Martin Pickett.
Carrie, you were found not to be involved in the theft. Your test was truthful and honest. Unfortunately, the men's test didn't go as well. They both failed clearly on all issues.
I knew really? I knew I failed.
The numbers don't lie. Both our crims scored a probability of guilt greater than 99%. Dr. Martin had no problem spotting Tori's attempt to mask his responses with pain. As for Grant,
in your particular case, it was your skin glands were the most telling. You just couldn't suppress it. There's no way you could do that.
You didn't have a chance.
I'm not cut out for crime, what can I say?
quite simply, the boys didn't have a chance. Modern polygraphs, when used by experienced polygraphers, are very effective. The trick questions.
During your entire life, did you ever break the law?
The intimidating atmosphere and myriad of sensors mean they are very, very difficult to beat.
Yes.
Which means it's time for the boys to make like an 80s disco diva and hit the car wash.
I didn't bring my bikini. Did you bring yours? It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous, and the producers know it.
So much for beating the polygraph machine. We both failed.
At least all the cars are clean.
That's funny. You know what, though? There is one other system of lie detecting that I think we need to test. They actually use brain mapping to tell whether or not you're lying. And they say it's 90% accurate.
Yeah, actually, I've heard of that. They use an fMRI, and they can actually see the part of your brain that's used for lying.
So this is less about myth busting and more about the science of lying.
And to uncover the science of lying, they have to do some flying. The Medical University of South Carolina is at the cutting edge of this new lie detection technology.
Does anybody know where the hell we're going?
Whereas Grant and Tori are at the cutting edge of getting lost.
We are looking for the Medical University of South Carolina.
Finally inside, Carrie gets to meet expert Dr. Frank Kozel.
So the fMRI is new technology for a lie detector.
Correct, Harry. We've been working on this for a while, and we're looking at using functional MRI to measure in the brain when people are lying.
So how's it work?
We think that when people are lying, their brains are working harder, and so we can measure the differences in blood flow and tell when people are lying versus telling the truth.
So the theory is that when you lie, your brain works harder, and it's this increase in blood flow that's detected in the fMRI. And to test the theory, the guys will once again commit a crime.
According to Adam, In order for this test to have the proper motivation that it needs, there's going to be a reward and a punishment. If you're able to successfully beat the test, you get the reward of $1,000.
Are you kidding me?
What?
That's pretty good.
However, if you're not able to successfully beat the test, you get to take a bus back to San Francisco.
Shut up! That sucks.
A bus.
That sucks!
Have you ever ridden the bus? Long distances?
Are you serious? This is not funny anymore.
In the course of Mythbusters, Tori has been dragged along the ground by a horse and face planted on a bike. But could this be the myth that breaks Tori's back?
I don't want to take this test. Can I opt to not take the test?
Adam and Jamie are in a spin testing claims that a Civil War-era steam machine gun was a lethal weapon.
That was it.
With range and rapid-fire capability. But so far, the only target in danger is the steel safety collar.
I don't know what the heck we're going to do about that.
Their solution? More ammo.
Want to try that one? Let's try that one.
So the guys are hoping the timing issue resolves itself under the weight of multiple rounds.
And our victims are these foam board figures. I've placed them about 20 feet from the barrel of our steam machine gun. And I want to test two things. One, I want to add some more bullets and test and see how repeatable the gun is. The brrrr, that's what I'm looking for. And if we get that, I'd like to see what kind of spread I get.
For this test, the guys will attempt to fire 5 bullets in quick succession.
Ready when you are.
And if successful, will it match the mythical reports of 400 rounds per minute?
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. We hit the figures!
No wonder Adam's happy. They hit their target. And the use of multiple rounds seems to have solved that timing problem.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You know what?
What?
That is a machine gun.
I would say that sounds a lot like a machine gun to me.
Yep, with the 5 rounds leaving the gun in approximately 1 second, they're close enough to the mythical specs to get a pass mark. Next, Adam and Jamie want to know if those rapid-fire rounds can kill. And for that, they'll need a ye olde control.
I just want to do a comparison shot with a black powder rifle into the ballistics gel guy, and then fire our steam machine gun in and see how the two compare.
You don't have any ye olde earmuffs?
These are. I got the replica jacket, the replica rifle, the replica hat, and ye olde replica earmuffs.
Sacrificing authenticity for safety, Adam sets his sights on the ballistics material bust.
In 3, 2, 1.
He didn't stand a chance.
I think he's dead.
They went right through him and through the board.
There's no doubt about it. The period-accurate black powder rifle packs a deadly punch. So that's what the guys are expecting from their machine gun.
Trying 3 balls this time. Bang, bang, and bang. All right, lethality test in 3, 2, 1. That's great.
Bang, bang, and bang was exactly what the ballistic bust got. But was it, as per the myth, lethal?
Doesn't look like it made it all the way through.
No, I can see them right here. They're
There's
just a
2
couple
of
of inches in. I gotta say, I think that's a kill, man. It's not quite all the way through the man and the plywood, but it's definitely under the skin.
I agree.
Yep, and a look at the high speed gives Adam and Jamie a visual confirmation that at point-blank range, staring down the spinning barrel of this gun is fatal.
Yes. Isn't that awesome?
So far, so good for the myth. It appears to be lethal and can fire multiple rounds at a rapid rate.
That is a machine gun.
But to be sure, we need a more realistic, flesh and bone target. At At the Medical University of South Carolina, MRI technology is being studied as a potential replacement for the polygraph. And Carrie, Grant, and Tori are about to put this new generation of lie detector through its paces. But first, they have to steal one item from this drawer.
So the idea here is that I need to either steal the watch or the ring from this drawer. Then I need to take whichever object I choose, put it in my locker with all of my belongings. Then I'll go into fMRI and they're gonna ask me a series of questions about which item I took and some baseline truth and lie questions. I'm going to steal the ring.
With the ring stashed safely among Carrie's belongings, she heads for the MRI, where she's prepped for her futuristic interview.
This is intense.
Unlike the polygraph, this test takes the human out of the equation. The questions appear on a screen, and Carrie answers with the press of a button.
Just try to keep your head as still as possible, okay?
Carrie's attempt to beat this lie detector involves thinking happy, relaxing thoughts when lying, and scary thoughts on the truth. But can you fool a machine looking directly at your brain? Next up is Tori, and he's also taking the ring.
Hey, DVD. I want to keep that.
And he's also taking the ring.
So, I'm going to go with the ring.
After safely stowing his booty in his locker, he's ready for the Mythbusters Magnetron.
I'm all clear metal. This is not going to rip my feelings out, is it?
No.
Tori's attempt to beat the mind machine involves the same mind game as Carrie. And after answering the question, he escapes with his fillings intact. Last but not least is Grant.
Okay, so I've chosen to take the watch, and I don't know why. It was just shiny and, looked like something fun to take.
With Grant's shiny secret under wraps, he too heads into the Donut of Doom.
Now, my technique for beating the fMRI is to put my brain in a state of constant activity. And I'm actually going to psychologically create for myself a feeling of fear, hoping to stimulate the blood flow all around my brain so that they won't know when I'm lying or when I'm telling the truth.
So the sci-fi cross-examinations are complete, and the technicians begin to sift through the scans. Remember, if our thieves are successful in confusing the test, they get $1,000 and avoid a long bus ride home.
My hands are actually sweating.
From our analysis, we found that all three of you took the ring.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
As you can tell by the reactions, Grant beat the MRI. Carrie and Tori didn't.
Well, looks like we get to take that cross-country trip we've been talking about for so long. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
Grant's smug, Carrie's cursing, and refusing to even talk to the producer.
I'm not speaking to you.
I can't believe Grant beat that freaking test, though. That's unbelievable.
I'm not speaking to Adam. I might forgive you, but not for the next 2 days.
Look at that smug face. He's just so happy with himself right now. I think that makes me more sick than the bus ride home.
Well, like it or not, Grant's mind really did triumph over matter.
This whole time, I've been psychologically preparing myself to ride the bus across the country. So I really hadn't actually truly believed that I was going to get $1,000.
So it seems that crime does pay. Grant gets his $1,000, while the others get a ride to the bus station.
Okay, guys, here's your tickets. I've got my...
Holy crap! 3,077 miles. Myths about lie detectors. Where do we stand?
Well, as far as the polygraph goes, the physical and mental techniques the two of you guys utilized failed pretty miserably. But just because you guys didn't do it doesn't mean somebody else can't. So we're gonna have to call this one plausible.
How was that bus ride, by the way?
Shut up.
Adam and Jamie are attempting to resolve the controversy that a Civil War steam machine gun was an effective weapon of war. It's already been proved lethal at close range.
Isn't that awesome?
But how will it fare at 20 yards with a more realistic target? Cue the human analog.
The steam machine gun's about to claim its next victim. The ballistics gel is nice, but I want to see what happens in real flesh. That's what this is. Don't worry, as soon as we're done with this, Jamie's gonna take it home and cook it and eat it this weekend. I'm not kidding, he's gonna eat the whole thing.
Not by myself.
But before the barbecue, the boys intend to tenderize the meat. Surrounded by the foam regiment, Porky is in Adam's sights.
All right, shoot the big in 3, 2, 1.
The gun again performed. But did our porcine test target survive?
I think we hit it.
I think so. Question is, did they go in?
It doesn't look like they did. It looks like one glanced off of him and went through here. We got a hit right there.
That probably broke some bones, though.
Yeah, but that's not a lethal hit. That's
No penetration.
So Porky was pummeled, but with not so much as a flesh wound. The claim that the steam machine gun was a lethal weapon of war is looking busted.
I just don't think it can kill. It never pierced our pig, and I think that's really where the rubber meets the road with a weapon of war. You don't want to just dent the enemy. You want to kill them.
So unless you're standing right at the end of the barrel, it's not a deadly weapon. But Adam and Jamie want to try all the angles before consigning their steam machine to the busted bin. They're going to test the full extent of the gun's range.
We're now going for real distance. So we've angled our cannon at the steepest angle we're comfortable with, about 20 degrees, which tells me it ought to fire around 500 yards. And we're going to actually test this out and see.
It's full steam ahead for the range test, and Adam amps up the ammo.
12.
The gun's locked and loaded.
Everybody, we're going hot.
And Adam, keeping his Hollywood action hero dream alive, gets into character.
This one's for distance and for glory.
With the gun at full speed, Adam releases his balls. But the rig ain't happy, and chaos reigns. Jamie kills the steam on his side and frantically signals for Adam to do the same. But with a machine gun spiraling out of control at 2,000 RPM, Adam's taking no chances. He reaches around the ballistic shield and finally shuts it down.
Oh, I think that might be the last thing our cannon does.
Yep, it came to a grinding, shuddering, fatal stop. But as this high speed shows, it wasn't in vain.
My God, what a beautiful shot.
So, at least one bullet left the barrel before the shutdown. But where'd it go?
Apparently Jamie found one way out there. You got one.
700 yards.
No! Dude, that's just under half a mile. That is really nice work, man.
Yep, unexpectedly, the gun fired a full 300 yards further than the Civil War specs, which leaves the myth scorecard looking like this. But if you add a crucial fourth category, it's not nearly as impressive.
Soldier!
Sir, yes, sir!
What do you think of the steam machine gun as a machine?
Sir, it functions effectively as both a machine and a gun, sir!
Soldier!
Sir, yes, sir!
What do you think of the steam machine gun as a weapon of war?
Sir, it's not very effective, sir!
Okay, let's get out of here.
Aboard this episode of Mythbusters,
Welcome back, pirates.
it's the Pirates Special sequel. Our very own Pirates of the Caribbean once again plunder and pillage for pirate parable.
I think I just stepped on an octopus.
First, Adam and Jamie tackle the movie-inspired myth of the pirate submarine.
This is either madness or brilliance.
Then Carrie and Grant bury Tori alive
Oh, gee, he's up to his knees.
to find out
Oh, Fiddle, we're up to your middle.
if you can escape
Oh, heck, I'm up to his neck.
a terrifying death sentence. And finally, more Caribbean chaos as Adam and Jamie
What do you mean we ain't got no cannonballs?
investigate the ballistic properties of improvised ammo. Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
Time for science!
and Jamie Heineman.
Is that beautiful or what?
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
It bleeds. Let's go.
Joining them, Grant Imahara,
Don't give up on me now!
Tori Belleci,
And that's how we like it.
and Carrie Byron.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Pirates. Apparently, we haven't done enough pirate myths.
Who says we haven't? I'll run them straight through the scurvy dogs.
The fans.
And there's hordes of them.
Wait. Instead of killing them all, why don't we take a few more suggestions?
Right, and do a Mythbusters Pirate Special number 2. Another excuse to not bathe for weeks.
The last time the Mythbusters stopped bathing, 4 maritime myths walked the plank. Slowing a fall with a knife sail hit the deck. And rum as a stain remover was...
Ah, busted!
So was the nautical notion that wooden shrapnel from a cannonball was lethal. The team finally saw the light with eye patch as a night vision aid.
That was like night and day!
But this veritable feast of fables merely scratched the surface.
97, 98, 99, 3. Oh, I threw off my count.
You're too much of a landlubber to be in that outfit. You get seasick.
I don't need to go on the sea for this technique, Jamie. Check this out. It's a pirate submarine. I take a rowboat and turn it upside down, and I get inside, and I walk from the shore into the water, and the rowboat keeps a pocket of air so I can make my way out to my enemies and deal with them in a way they would never see coming.
I'm not so sure about that. That sounds like a myth to me.
Well, that's what we're here to find out.
In need of a quick escape, our irrepressible hero flips a rowboat to use as a submarine. But in the real world, would this fun-filled filmic fable go belly up?
What's the plan, Adam?
Well, I'm glad you've asked that, my non-pirate friend. I've thought about this at length, and I've considered that since I get sick on the sea, I'd like to do this whole experiment in a swimming pool.
Okay, well, we'll get like some ramps that we can walk down into the pool with, and we gotta find a boat.
Exactly.
Because of Adam's history of hurling on the high seas, the team drop anchor in the calm waters of the Fremont Pool in Oakland.
Okay, if you can push.
En route, they stopped in at the rowboat store, which means they have all they need to recreate the mythical movie scene in question. Using a ramp, they'll walk the upturned boat into the shallow end of the pool before heading out of their depth to test its submarine-like properties.
Oh, bloody hell, that's heavy. Oh my God, that's really heavy. It's getting lighter. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's move forward. Come on.
With the weight supported on the water's surface, our potential submariners begin their descent.
Okay, here we're getting into deeper water. We'll find out if the boat comes with us. Are you?
That's gonna be a bit of a problem, lad.
I feel like I'm sort of floating.
Yeah, me too.
I'm holding on to the boat.
I'm holding on to it and I'm floating. There's nothing going on. That's a good start. Well, the first test went as well as could be expected. There is indeed a breathable pocket of air in the boat, but the boat didn't sink.
Well, that didn't work at all.
The myth is that the boat will go under the surface of the water like a diving bell, like a primitive submarine, so you can conceal yourself from your enemies, and that didn't happen to us here.
Nope, our not-so-stealthy pirates were left high and wet. But despite their failure, Adam isn't ready to consign this myth to Davy Jones' locker quite yet.
Here's the problem. Humans are neutrally buoyant. When we go into the water, being mostly water, we don't weigh anything. We're not applying any downforce to this boat. But in our research, we turned up that pirates wore tons of crap, cutlasses and cuirasses and daggers and blunderbusses and all that sort of stuff. And specifically, Yellowbeard was supposed to have worn 30 pounds of stuff.
30 pounds.
Awesome.
There you go, buddy.
So Jamie and I are going to put 30 pounds each on our bodies, try this test again, and see if we get any more of a positive result.
All right, let's make our way out to deeper waters.
Adam and Jamie, with 60 pounds of pirate bling and weaponry, once again attempt to slide beneath the water in their makeshift submersible. But will the excess baggage help?
Here we are again. Here we go again.
While Adam and Jamie head for deeper waters, why don't we join Carrie, Grant, and Tori for a mythical pirate torture technique?
The myth we're working on is called sand necktie.
Aye, that'd be pirate fashion.
Actually, this one's about sand. The idea is that pirates would bury their prisoners up to the neck at the shore at low tide, so when the tide came in, they'd drown a torturous death.
So what we're looking at is whether you can escape or not, right?
Exactly.
It's a myth with a morbid fascination. Buried alive with water views. But is the pirate sand necktie really a certain death sentence? Or could you dig your way out of your vertical, shallow grave?
Okay, so what's the plan?
Well, some people think it's not the drowning that killed the prisoners, but the pressure of the sand, that it'd close in around you like a boa constrictor.
Well, that sounds pretty easy. So we go to the beach, we dig a big hole, we put Tori in, and see if he passes out. If he doesn't pass out, then we can see if he escapes.
Wait, don't I get a say in this at all?
No.
So it's a simple plan that involves Captain Limpy and cabin boy Imahara burying Tortuga Tori to the neck.
Hey, there's the X marks the spot.
Oh, there's the treasure.
There's the treasure.
All right, start digging, mates.
First up, a vertical grave.
Why am I digging my own hole?
Well away from the rising tide for safety, from which Tori will attempt to escape. That's if he doesn't suffocate from the constriction first.
I don't have time to deal with that ye-olde pirate trick where you have to use a shovel to dig a hole. We're in a modern world, we're modern people, and I'm a modern pirate. I'm using heavy machinery.
You know, watching Carrie dig this ditch and knowing that I'm gonna be up to my neck in sand, it's kind of like watching her dig my grave. I hope I don't regret saying that.
You could say Tori's got some grave doubts.
Perfect, right up to your neck. That's good.
Is it though?
You know, if you do start to freak out, it's gonna take us a while to get you out.
That's my big concern, is if something does go wrong, it's not gonna be just like a quick pull me out of the sand. I'm stuck.
As a precaution against hypothermia, Tori will wear a wetsuit.
Why am I doing this? Could somebody tell me?
No, but how about giving us a prediction just the same?
My prediction, I'm gonna get buried up to my neck and I won't be able to move at all. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get out. I think I'm gonna freak out, call everybody to come in, and dig me out.
You're gonna be okay, you'll be fine.
We're gonna be here the entire time.
Let's get this over with. What are we doing?
Well, Tori, to the untrained eye, it looks a lot like you're being buried alive.
Oh no, he's up to his toes. Oh gee, he's up to his knee.
With torturing Tori on the agenda, Carrie and Grant are as happy as any pirate could be. Strangely, Tori isn't having nearly as much fun.
All right, I'm probably gonna check out a little bit, so don't be offended if I don't answer your questions. I'm just I'm trying to remain calm here.
All right, dude, totally.
Calm breathing will be important because, as Sanjay explains, another name for this myth could be dead man's chest.
Well, one of the biggest problems I can see is that as we breathe, our chest wall expands to allow our lungs to expand, to have the air exchange happen in our lungs. Well, with the sand up against his chest and all that pressure, he's not going to be able to take normal size breaths. He'll become lethargic, slow to respond, he'll look around, and he'll become a little bit more less and less with it.
It touches on all of the major phobias and fears: being buried alive, drowning, claustrophobia. I mean, he's in a hole. The tide is coming in.
To imagine a pirate having to die this way, it's terrifying.
Cue Cap'n Limpy
Oh, Fiddle, we're up to your middle.
and her buried alive verse,
I've been a bad pirate.
sung to cheer up her captive audience.
Oh, heck, I'm up to his neck.
Before giving Tori the go-ahead to begin his escape attempt, and not content with taunting and tickling,
You suck.
Carrie decides to bring to the party what she likes to call motivation.
Oh, they're alive! Oh, dude!
He's looking at me. Hey, he's looking at me. What's up, buddy?
In danger of becoming crab meat,
Quickly, Tori, I'm hungry. You look delicious.
and with some concern for his constricted rib cage,
I can breathe, but I can't really take a deep breath. It's just kind of like...
Carrie and Grant start the clock on Tori's escape attempt.
Okay, I'm ready to go. All right, what I'm doing right now is I'm just wiggling my fingers just to kind of make room for my hand and see if I can actually free my arm.
That's funny because just doesn't look like you're moving at all.
And that's a problem, because in addition to his fear of small rodents and the color purple, it turns out he doesn't like being buried alive.
Okay, can you guys be ready with shovels?
Yeah.
Because I'm noticing that as I'm realizing that I can't move, that it's starting to freak me out.